flowers are not as good as those at the entrance of the Taoist temple, they are definitely the best and rare outside. One flower costs tens of thousands and is definitely needed. The key is that if there are too many, there won't be a single one that is bad. How did the owner of this garden cultivate it? Walking further inside, the couple overheard a conversation. That was Zhao Moxin and her 3 daughters entertaining a florist. 3 Mr. Zhao, the sales of the previous batch of flowers were very good. Because they were new varieties and of excellent quality, they were very popular among female customers who were somewhat sentimental. They were basically sold out as soon as they were put on the market. That's good, I've prepared 500 more plants for Mr. Hu in this batch. The relationship is good, but I found that none of the 3 Mr. Zhao's flower plants have been sterilized. If they are sold, aren't you afraid of being cultivated? The florist looked at the flower plants and seemed to be reminding them intentionally. In business, he has a good partner, and he doesn't want the other party to suffer in this regard. Zhao Moxin and the 3 girls couldn't help laughing when they heard this and looked at each other. They know very well that these flowers rely on spiritual spring water. Without spiritual spring water, they cannot be cultivated outside. Therefore, why should they be sterilized and destroy their ornamental value and beauty? Neutered flower plants really don't look as good as unneutered ones. Therefore, Zhao Moxin also said, Mr. Hu, these flowers should show their most beautiful scene. We are all flower lovers, and we should not worry about being cultivated by others and destroying the most beautiful state of these flowers. If someone can really be cultivated by this, then we will also congratulate them. These words were so righteous that the partner stopped talking. The other party had already spoken to this extent. What else could he say? But I have to say, he really admires their broad-mindedness. Not only him, but Chen Xian and his wife who came in all had to admire Zhao Moxin's open-mindedness after hearing Zhao Moxin's words. The wife even wants to make friends with him. Perhaps only such an open-minded person can cultivate this superb flower. Guo Lin didn't know this. He had been paying attention to the prompts from Yuan Li in his mind. Finally, after Xie Qingyan recited the prayer sutra again, the game system sounded prompts one after another. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on reaching 2000 willing power and meeting the conditions for upgrading the sex residence. The martial arts station is being upgraded. Congratulations, the sex station has been upgraded to level 4, and the special secret realm function of Shushan swordsman has been opened. The first level secret realm Qinkan is being opened. Almost at the same time, Qingfeng Temple once again lit up with bright light, and then it converged over Qingfeng Temple, and then formed a light mask that spread. This time, unlike before, it did not only cover Qingfeng Temple, but seemed to cover the entire Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, when Guolin looked at the spreading blazing light this time, he clearly found that there were phenomena that had not appeared before, and there was actually a special twisted ripple in it. This kind of distortion ripples out, and it seems that the surrounding space begins to become distorted. Yes, Guolin felt a sense of surprise when he looked at it. He guessed that this must have something to do with the secret realm Qinkan. Could it be like the Yimei secret realm in Shushan swordsman? There were tourists coming in from outside. When they saw Guolin, they were all confused. That's Taoist Master Gua. What is he looking at? Is there something up there? The tourists looked up and saw a blue sky and white clouds. The weather was very good. Other than that, there was nothing else. Another update is that I try my best to code. Even if I stay up late, I will code it out before going to bed. Guolin walked out of Qingfeng Temple and found that the entire 30,000 square meter property area of Qingfeng Temple was shrouded in blazing light. And that special twist. This time the upgrade of King Fengagwen is obviously different from the previous 3 levels. Qinkan refers to all things in space in the universe. In myths and legends, it is more often used to describe space. The famous ones have everything in their sleeves. In Journey to the West, Jin Yuanzi puts the 4 monkey masters and apprentices into his sleeves, making them unable to escape. Rumor has it that Jin Yuanzi's small cuff is equivalent to a world of heaven and earth, which is very vast and cannot be experienced in movies and TV shows. In Shushan Swordsman, the secret world has a similar meaning. It's just that the secret world is displayed in a different way than Jin Yuanzi's sleeves, but it is a spatial expansion. In Shushan Swordsman, the Yimei sect has such a place, which is the place where Qinmei Taoist once practiced and ascended. It was originally just a small cave, but under the secret realm of Qinkan, it became an independent space cave. Moreover, low-level sects also have such scenes. Just like an ordinary courtyard with 4 rooms from a distance, you can go in and open a room, and the space of the room may be several times larger than the entire courtyard from the outside. This is the secret world. To give a simpler example, it looks like it's only 100 square meters from the outside, but it's 1,000 square meters from the inside. but you can't tell it from the outside even if you take photos or take satellite photos. This is the secret world. Unexpectedly, after the martial arts station was upgraded to level 4, this function would appear. This also made him more curious, wanting to know how the secret world was displayed. It's just that the upgrade of this sex station obviously won't be completed so quickly, so we can only wait. The wait ended in the evening, and he finally got the upgrade prompt for the game system. Congratulations, the martial arts station has been successfully upgraded to level 4. Congratulations, your sex station has been successfully upgraded. You have received a special sect power reward, and you have obtained the first level power, Qingfeng Su Lai. The upgrade was completed this time, and it seemed to be much faster than the previous upgrade to level 3. When I upgraded to level 3 before, it took even longer to complete. But he soon discovered something was wrong, because after the sex station was upgraded, the light mask and spreading distortion on Qingfeng Temple did not disappear. He looked at the other reminder just now. Congratulations, the sex station has been upgraded to level 4, and the function of Shushan Swordsman's Secret Realm Kinkan has been opened. The first level Secret Realm Kinkan is being opened. This secret world has obviously not been fully opened yet, so the light shield and distorted ripples have not dispersed yet. Then, he also looked at the sex location information. The sex station was upgraded to level 4, and the sex power was also rewarded. He now wants to see the information about the sex power. The sex residence, King Fengedwen. Level 4, sex station. Effects, sturdy +2, simplicity +2, ornamental +2, solemnity +2. Upgrade requirements, 1. 1.6 million merit money, 9.1425 million usable merit money. 2. 4,000 wish value, 25 usable wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Walin, Guasuanlin. Among the monks, Shenyang, Suanyun. Level 1 power. 1. Breeze Sulai. It can consume energy to make the breeze blow throughout the entire sex station, and has the attributes of feeling relaxed and happy +2, and refreshing the whole body +2. It can also consume energy to control it in a small area to achieve magical effects, and the special effect will be lost. Restriction, it can only be used within the scope of Qingfeng Temple. Guolin also saw the upgraded sex location information. The merit money required for upgrading has suddenly become 1.6 million, and the willingness required for upgrading has also become 4,000. The two conditions are doubled again. However, Guolin set his sights on Xin Huang's sect power options at the end. In Taoist myths and stories, power is often accompanied by special terrifying and mysterious power, such as calling the wind and rain, and thunder falling from the sky. But what is the power of this gentle breeze? And when he saw Qingfeng Sila's power note information, his face was filled with astonishment. This can be regarded as power, or it can be said that it is not power. It is said to be powerful. After all, it can make the entire sex station have a breeze, which is also related to the ability to call the wind. It can be said that it is powerful. This wind can only have the attributes of feeling relaxed and happy +2 and refreshing +2. It has no power at all. It is just for people to enjoy. However, it also has a special effect of controlling wind in a small area. This should be considered a power, right? Guolin accurately noticed that King Fengxile was only a level 1 power description. In other words, there will be level 2 or even level 3 later? Is that the gentle breeze that comes slowly and upgrades to become a raging wind? It seems that the current game settings are like this. As for whether it was as he suspected, he would have to wait for the subsequent upgrade of the sex station. I don't know how to use Qingfeng Sile. When Guolin was confused, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind, which was about Qingfeng Sile. In an instant, he also knew how to use the power of King Fengxile. It was very simple to use it through the game system. It was just a thought, which was to consume some energy in his danshan. The most important thing is that the power of the breeze is not one time, but continuous. If it is used once, it will have an effect for 10 minutes. This is incredible. A one-timer is like a normal wind blowing. Continuity means holding a fan in front of you and blowing it without stopping. Guolin immediately wanted to try it, so he consumed the energy in his danshan and used the power of King Fengxile. Almost at the same time, there was a breeze blowing all around. The wind was not small, and it instantly caused the corners of Guolin's regular clothes to flutter. But the force of the wind feels just right. Even when the wind blows on my body, I feel relaxed and refreshed. This is obviously the effect of two attributes. Guolin was in the continuous breeze, and he really enjoyed it in this hot weather. Moreover, the surrounding flowers and leaves were swaying, the fallen leaves in the courtyard were also blown, and the curtains exposed in the guest room were also blown. This is the entire Qingfeng temple that is already being blown by this kind of breeze. In a quiet room, believers such as Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang had already enjoyed the baptism of the quiet room and walked out of it. They felt the breeze as soon as they arrived outside. The wind is blowing. The wind is really comfortable. Lin Ziyan was surprised. Wang Xiang nodded. Indeed, it feels very comfortable when it blows on me. But then, he said in surprise, but have you noticed anything wrong? The wind seems to be blowing continuously. These words made other believers stunned and realized that something was not normal. Under normal circumstances, no matter what kind of wind it is, it blows in bursts, but now the wind is blowing all the time. The wind will not be like this. In line with this, people like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang looked at each other in confusion. There's something really wrong with the wind. Evening is also a good time for workers to work. Ma Tao had already supervised 2 teams of workers building the special tower in front of him. The 3 towers that Dao Kangguo ordered to be built were started at the same time. He would basically take turns supervising and inspecting the 3 towers. In this weather, it is too hot at noon and in the afternoon, making it impossible to work. We can only choose to work in a hurry in the evening when it is not too hot. But even so, the workers were all hot and sweating, their clothes were wet, and they were all dragged down. It's really miserable on this hot day. It would be nice if you could blow a little wind. Ma Tao naturally wanted to speed up the construction period, but he could only say it with a hint of complaint. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a breeze blowing in front of him, and he felt a very comfortable feeling under this breeze. Those workers also felt the breeze, and the comfortable feeling was incredible to them. They looked at Ma Tao subconsciously. Is designer Ma talking about it? Then, these workers were even more shocked and said in surprise, the wind doesn't seem to stop, it's incredible. Yes, it feels so comfortable to blow like this. I feel relaxed and happy even while working. I feel more comfortable than using the air conditioner on a hot day. As time went by, Ma Tao and these workers realized something was wrong, because the wind kept blowing and had no intention of stopping. Why is the wind like this? Ma Tao said in surprise. How could this gentle breeze keep blowing and not stop? He looked at the weeds around him, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, because the weeds and wildflowers wherever he saw them moved with the wind, and the key was to be uniform. This is even more wrong. When the wind blows normally, the wild grass and wildflowers will flutter like waves, instead of being as neat as they are now. Ma Tao subconsciously walked around Qingfeng Temple, and soon discovered that the wind could be blown everywhere, as if this breeze covered Qingfeng Temple everywhere. Visitors to Qingfeng Temple were also blown by the breeze and felt the comfort and refreshment of being wrapped in the breeze. Soon, they also felt various abnormalities in the wind. There is no gap, no downtime, it is as if there is a god holding an electric fan and blowing the entire breeze. You can imagine how shocking this scene is. After the effect of the 10-minute breeze was over, Guolin went back to the Taoist temple and went straight to the backyard. He wanted to study the wonders of the small-scale control of the breeze. Entering the backyard, he started to try. Almost at that moment, another wind came up, but this wind only blew around him. The wind was much stronger than the breeze, and it made his Taoist uniform flutter. This is obviously a wonderful use. If you want to use it to show your holiness, it is fine. The King Ai talisman is a group of people in the wind, and you are the only one who is not affected by the wind. Now there are a group of people there, with only the wind blowing around you, which is equally shocking. Then, Guolin had another thought and used Qingfeng Sile again on a small scale. Then a gust of wind suddenly appeared again and swept towards the ground. Then an incredible scene occurred, and the fallen leaves on the ground were rolled up one after another, then floated in the air and finally gathered in one place. This scene is incredible. Ah! A little girl's clear and shocked cry rang out. Some kid who likes to run around must have broken in. But when he turned around and saw the little girl, Guolin was surprised. Wasn't this Li Chao's daughter who had stomach cancer? Although the other person's face was pale and without a trace of blood before, now he was obviously rosy, but he recognized it at a glance. In other words, Donor Li is here again, and, as can be seen from the little girl's appearance, the effect of the elm money is very miraculous. The little girl looked at the fallen leaves that were swept away by Guolin with a look of disbelief on her face. Are you a god? The little girl said with shock on her face. Little sister, there are no gods. You have to believe in science. This is just magic. Guolin said, flicking his palm, and the fallen leaves he controlled flew to a trash can in an instant, and they all fell accurately. Go in. Because he was proficient in sword control before, he was very fluent in such operations. After all the fallen leaves were cleared away, the ground in the entire courtyard was clean. No matter how you wish in the future, you don't have to sweep the fallen leaves. With this wonderful function, you can easily clean up the fallen leaves. But the little girl couldn't help but applaud him, and then shouted excitedly outside, "Dad, Mom, there is a magician here, he can perform magic." As the little girl shouted, footsteps could be heard outside. Li Chao soon appeared with his wife, and Xie Qingyang was beside him. "De Azangua, I'm sorry for disturbing you." Li Chao saw his daughter and looked at the notice written at the entrance of the backyard that tourists were not allowed to enter, and quickly apologized to Guolin inside. He and his wife brought their daughter here to thank Taoist Gua, who knew that their daughter had been ill for too long and was too active now that she was better. He just arrived at King Fengedwen and chatted with Taoist Master Xie for a few words, but ran away without paying attention. When he saw the no entry sign outside the yard, he was also afraid that his daughter would be ignorant and get into trouble. He had been to other Taoist temples and knew that those places had internal areas that were off limits to tourists. It is disrespectful for outsiders to enter these places. The wife also hurriedly grabbed her little daughter and scolded her, her tone even louder. "Why are you so ignorant? You told me not to run around." The little girl was frightened and turned pale. "It's okay, don't blame the little benefactor." Guolin shook his head when he saw this. Children are ignorant, and some things can always be more tolerant. Then he also said, "Since the two donors are here, it is better to take the little donor to burn incense and pray." "Yes, Taoist priest." Li Chao immediately responded respectfully and followed Guolin to the main hall. The arrival of Li Chao's family of three attracted the attention of believers such as Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang. They were obviously attracted to the little girl at first sight. After all, they all knew the reason why Li Chao brought his daughter to Qingfeng Temple for treatment. The little girl has terminal gastric cancer. He was carried up before, his face was pale and weak. At that time, Taoist Xuanyan had no way to treat him, so Taoist Gua asked him to pray 9 times in front of the elm tree. Finally, a bunch of elm coins fell from the elm tree, and Taoist Gua plucked some more and gave them to him. What do they see now? The little girl can already jump and walk on her own, and her face is obviously rosy. If you told others that this little girl had terminal cancer a few days ago and the hospital had no way to treat her, no one would believe her. In other words, the elm money given by Dao Kangwa is really effective in treating advanced gastric cancer? Moreover, the effect was so frightening that after just a short time, the little girl seemed to have recovered. The way she is bouncing around now, if she didn't know she had this disease, how could she tell from her appearance? Li Chao and his wife took their children and followed Xie Qingyang to start offering incense. As the first incense burning was over, Guolin also got 2 tips from the game system. "Congratulations on getting 3 points of willpower. Congratulations to you for getting 3 points of willpower." The willingness of Li Chao and his wife also reached 3 points. Guolin also found it strange. After all, the other party had experienced the mystery of Qingfeng Temple, and a string of elm coins could cure the other party's daughter from terminal gastric cancer. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing will become so pious. So, most Taoist priests in ancient times knew how to use talismans to save people? Because patients and their families are really the best targets for spreading believers. In particular, some demons and cults are good at taking advantage of this. Guolin thought about it and told Xie Qingyang, "Take the 2 donors to pray twice more, and then go to the quiet room to pray 3 times for blessings." "Yes, senior brother." Xie Qingyang nodded and began to pray with Li Chao and his wife again. After 2 times, the couple contributed 3 more points of wish. After that, the couple was taken to the quiet room, baptized 3 times, and provided 6 more vows. When the couple came out of the quiet room, their faces were glowing and they just felt comfortable. Qingfeng Temple is really not comparable to other Taoist temples. Li Chao then respectfully came to Guolin again and handed over a bank card. "Taoist Master Gua, there are 3 million in this card. I want to thank you for your kindness in treating my daughter. I also asked the Taoist temple to help you. In the future, if you have any questions, please ask the Taoist temple for instructions." Seeing this, Guolin frowned and said, "Donor Li, you used the Tao cards in exchange for the treatment opportunity. You don't owe the Taoist temple anything." Li Chao shook his head hurriedly and said, "Taoist Master, I can't express my feelings and feel uneasy. Please help me, Taoist Master." To him, his daughter is his treasure, and curing his daughter's terminal cancer is far more than the 3 million can afford. Guolin could hear the sincerity in Li Chao's words, and the willingness provided by the other party also proved it. Therefore, he also nodded towards Xie Qingyang. Xie Qingyang understood and stepped forward to take the bank card handed over by Li Chao. Guolin then asked again, "Donor Li, how is your wife's condition? Are the coins enough?" Li Chao nodded immediately and said with a smile on his face, "That's enough, that's enough. I took her to a hospital for testing in the afternoon. The results that came out today are only in the early stage of gastric cancer. so the hospital reminded me to get treatment as soon as possible. There are still a few pieces of those elm coins from before. Feed Nini to eat, it will be enough for her to recover. Guo Lin nodded when he heard this. He took a high look at Donor Li. After all, that special elm money has the effect of treating gastric cancer. Another person might be greedy and say it is not enough, and then ask for more. But this donor didn't have any such thoughts and was very easily satisfied. This is a very good character. The surprise on the faces of believers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yan when they heard Li Chao's words was clearly revealed. Although I had already guessed the fact that the other party's daughter had been cured, I still couldn't hide my shock when I heard the confirmation. My piety increased a little, and I even subconsciously looked at the place where the mountain god was enshrined. An elm tree that had just been transplanted to King Fengiguan became lush and leafy overnight, and grew strings of elm money. The key is that this elm money can also cure cancer. If this kind of magic had nothing to do with the mountain god, they wouldn't believe it. They have never seen the mountain god, nor have they seen this miraculous existence, or really displayed its power, but they all believe that there is a real mountain god in Qingfeng Temple. Congratulations in advance to Donor Li. Guo Lin also congratulated. I should thank you, Taoist priest. Li Chao thanked him again, and then left with his wife and daughter. This time, he felt a little more thoughtful. When they left Qingfeng Temple, the little girl couldn't bear it any longer. Dad, Mom, that magician is so amazing. I just saw him performing magic. After leaving Qingfeng Temple, Li Chao and his wife were more relaxed with their daughter. In Qingfeng Temple, he was really afraid that his daughter would collide with Dao Kenggua and those Suankai. The two also knew that the magician their daughter was talking about was Taoist Gua. When they left the Taoist temple, they were also curious about what their daughter saw. The wife asked, Nini, what magic did you see? Li Chao also looked at his daughter. The little girl immediately said excitedly, I saw the leaves on the ground flying up, and they ran to one place by themselves. The magician waved his hand, and the leaves fell into the trash can by themselves. When Li Chao heard this, he subconsciously looked at each other with his wife, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. The children are still young and don't understand, but they know exactly what the situation may have been. Perhaps it was a spell that Dao Kenggua cast when he saw the fallen leaves on the ground, and then the fallen leaves flew up on their own and fell into the trash can. What's the magic here? It's clearly a magic for cultivating immortals. After hearing their daughter's words, the couple swallowed their saliva and subconsciously looked back at Qing Fengguan. Speaking of which, my daughter is really lucky. Not only was she cured of stomach cancer, but she was also lucky enough to see Daoist Master Gua perform a spell. Although they knew that Dao Zhanggua was definitely not an ordinary person and that he must have mysterious powers, they had no chance to see Dao Zhanggua actually perform a spell. Inside the Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin also returned to the waiting room and played leisure Shushan. The opening of the secret world has not yet been completed, so he can only wait. Soon, Xuanyan and Xie Qingyan took the believers to the closet after finishing the baptism in the quiet room, and met with their senior brother Guo Lin. It is true that they have doubts in their hearts and want to ask for advice. Guo Lin also let the two of them enter the waiting room and asked, Come here, what do you want to do together? Xuanyan immediately asked with curiosity on his face, Brother, was Donor Li's daughter really cured with the elm money after praying 9 times? He was very curious about this. He knew what symptoms of late-stage cancer were, and he could only say it was amazing. Guo Lin took out a bunch of special elm coins that exuded spiritual light and handed them to the two of them, and asked, See what's so special about this elm money? He didn't want to hide this kind of thing from the two of them. They were both beginners and had a piety level of 6, so they could be trusted. As Qingfeng Temple develops, there will be more and more believers in the future, and there will be more and more things happening. 2 people must participate, so that he can have more leisure and have more time to play games. When the key secret realm Kinkan comes out, I'm afraid there will be some mysteries, and it shouldn't be possible to completely hide it from the two of them. Therefore, some things need to be known to the two of them. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan immediately looked at the Yukian, knowing that their senior brother must have deep meaning. It's just that the two of them couldn't see the spiritual light radiating from the elm coin. Xie Qingyang said in surprise, Brother, I feel that there seems to be a special energy on this elm coin, which seems different from the elm tree outside. Guo Lin nodded and said, This is a special elm coin that grows on the elm tree. It is because this elm coin has the special energy that you can sense that it can heal Donor Li's daughter. This kind of special elm money is always in the minority, and I have picked them all. Moreover, if outsiders know that this elm tree can grow this kind of elm money, it will always cause unnecessary trouble and prying eyes. So, some cover-up is also necessary. Presumably those rich people have also taken ordinary elm money from outside to do some testing experiments. The conclusion is that the elm money from that tree cannot cure gastric cancer. Does this make sense? Xie Qingyang nodded. He is a very old man, and before he believed in it, he was also a figure in the shopping mall. Otherwise, he would not have left such a big estate to his son, let alone him who spent his whole life searching for a way to build it. He knows that people's hearts are always greedy. Regardless of how respectful the wealthy people are now to their Qingfeng, if they really knew that a single dollar could cure gastric cancer, they might not dare to do anything at first. As time goes by, greed grows and fear weakens, they will definitely do something, and maybe the elm trees will become bald. Xuanyun sighed slightly after listening to the words of his two senior brothers. He couldn't sense the energy on the elm money that senior brother Xie mentioned. This was because he didn't practice enough. This also made him determined to introduce energy into his danchan as soon as possible. After these days, every time he ate prayer rice and practiced Qingfeng fist, he tried his best to guide the energy that appeared, but there was no way to introduce it into his danchan. Senior brother Xie also said that the energy must be introduced into the danchan before it can truly be regarded as the first step into practice. After that, you can slowly cultivate and accumulate energy in the danchan. If you can't accumulate your own energy in your danchan, you can only count yourself as having not even crossed the threshold. Xie Qingyang also asked at this time, "Brother, there is actually another thing that makes me curious. When I came out of the quiet room before, a breeze suddenly blew. This breeze was very strange. It blew continuously for nearly 10 minutes, and has no direction, and seems to cover King Fengagwen everywhere. Moreover, the wind blowing on my body is incredible. It makes people feel refreshed and comfortable. It is definitely not an ordinary wind." At that time, Donor Lin and Donor Wang were also curious. They thought it was the method of a certain god in the Taoist temple. After all, only gods can cast spells to create such a wind, right? Guo Lin did not want to hide this from the two of them. He smiled and said, "The wind you are talking about is this." As soon as he finished speaking, he had a thought and used his sex power again. Breeze comes slowly. The next moment, Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun felt the magical breeze blowing on their bodies again, and that feeling also appeared again. The two of them immediately looked at Guo Lin in shock. The wind just now was actually cast by their senior brother. Such methods are no different from those of gods. Has senior brother actually reached this level? Only then did Xie Qingyang remember that his senior brother could order the mountain gods to remove and punish the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple. If senior brother didn't have such means, why could he command the mountain god? As the breeze slowly came into play again, the magical breeze blew again within the scope of Qingfeng Temple. Outside the Taoist temple, tourists everywhere also discovered this magical breeze. Many people spread their hands comfortably and enjoyed it. The wind here in Qingfeng Mountain is really enjoyable. Inside the Taoist temple, believers such as Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang came out and enjoyed the breeze. They became more and more certain that this was the method of some miraculous being enshrined in Qingfeng Temple. Otherwise, who could call such a magical wind? Chapter 168 increased the resident area by 30%. Reward the first floor of the Tibetan scripture building. In the main hall, Guo Lin ignored Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun's shock, but looked at the sky above Qingfeng Temple. The shrouding light and distortion are still there, but the light has become much dimmer and the distortion has also faded. It will obviously take some time for the effects of level 1 Shushan swordsman's secret realm Kinkan to activate. Even if he really wants to know what effect this level of secret realm Kinkan has, and whether it is the same situation as Chinmei's secret realm cave in Shushan swordsman, he can only wait. When Xie Qingyang and Xianyan saw him looking up, they were also curious about whether there was something in the sky. The two of them raised their heads subconsciously. But by chance, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and then raindrops began to fall. This made the two of them look at Guo Lin in shock. Calling for the wind and rain? Senior brother just finished blowing the wind, did it cause rain? The two of them felt their hearts beating faster. Is this a big welfare giveaway, a continuous demonstration of casting spells? Guo Lin also saw rain falling from the sky. The rain in August in the south is just like that. It comes at once and is unpredictable. He turned back to look at Xie Qingyang and the two of them, only to find that they were staring at him blankly, so he asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Xie Qingyang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Why even ask? Senior brother, you cast the wind and rain in front of us. Why don't you allow us to be shocked? Guo Lin didn't think much and ordered to Xie Qingyang, "What are you still doing? Go get Wuzhen Shui and let me see your progress." He taught Xie Qing how to make Yang'an's magic talisman before, but it happened to be raining and there was no root water. Now he wants to see how the other party learns. After all, this calming talisman is just the simplest talisman for the outer disciples of Punfa Guan Wen Guan. Scan the code on the merit box and there will be a chance of good luck with the calming talisman. In the future, if believers or tourists receive blessings, we can't just let them make a calming charm every time, right? There will definitely be times when a calming talisman is needed when necessary. For example, the benefactor Chu Jianshu who provides incense for Qingfeng Temple needs a calming talisman every month. There may even be other situations that require the use of calming charms. With these needs, he can't just collect Wujian water every time it rains, and then draw calming charms on it, right? As a Taoist priest, this should not be the case. He should be aloof from outsiders, contact believers and tourists, and let the Taoist disciples in the Taoist temple handle the trivial matters of the Taoist temple. Therefore, I gave Xie Qingyang the method of painting calming talismans. Once he learns it, these matters can be completely left to him. The same goes for Xuan Yun. When the opponent can introduce energy into the danshan, the basic talisman drawing method of the Anshan talisman can also be taught. That way he could get away from such a trivial matter once and for all. Yes, senior brother. Xie Qingyang responded quickly, went to the kitchen and took out a basin. As the rain became heavier, he stretched out the basin and began to catch the rootless water. Xian Yun looked at this scene with curiosity on his face. This is obviously another mysterious mystery of Qingfeng Guan that he doesn't know about. It wasn't until senior brother Xie went to the warehouse to take out talisman pens, talisman paper, cinnabar, and the like that he probably understood what he was going to do. This is to make a talisman. Thank you, senior brother, I'll help you grind cinnabar. Xian Yun immediately took the initiative to do some chores. Talisman making has always been a very important part of Taoist practice. It can be said that in some stereotypes, Taoist priests are inseparable from talismans, especially after some ghost hunting and zombie hunting movies came out. He traveled as Taoist priest King Yun. When he entered Taoist temples, he also learned how to draw talisman patterns, and he could also draw various talisman patterns. But none of them had any effect, and he even thought it was all fake. After entering Qingfeng Temple, his thoughts changed. He already knows that people can cultivate energy, and he firmly believes that the talismans of Qingfeng Temple must also have magical effects, especially after witnessing senior brother Gua casting spells to control wind and rain. Now senior brother Gua obviously wants to test senior brother Xie's talisman making skills in the school, so how can it be easy? Xuan Yun quickly ground the cinnabar. Xie Qingyang later also took up the pen and mobilized the energy of danshan to adhere to the pen according to the method of making calming talismans. Although rootless people are not very good at it, he has been practicing this step for a long time and has become accustomed to it, so he succeeded easily. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out the talisman pen towards cinnabar. When the energy in the body is used to activate the talisman making method, the cinnabar will automatically flow and adhere to the talisman pen as if being summoned. This scene is very magical for people who see it for the first time. Xian Yun's eyes could not conceal his excitement. He knew that making Qingfeng Guan talisman would definitely not be simple. In addition to being excited, he was filled with expectation and desire, wishing he could direct energy into his danshan now and learn the art of making talismans. For a person who has been pursuing mysteries for decades, he can regard money as dirt and beautiful women as withered bones, but he can never resist the temptation of this mysterious method. Xie Qinjiang's strength now consumes a lot to make the calming talisman, so by the end there was already a layer of sweat on his forehead. However, before the energy was exhausted, he also completed the ring sealing of the soul calming talisman and activated the pattern of the soul calming talisman. In other words, the painting of this calming talisman has been completed. Senior brother. Xie Qingyang suddenly handed the calming talisman he drew to Guolin with excitement on his face. Guolin took the calming talisman and immediately felt the sense of peace of mind and spirit. In other words, Xie Qingyang can already make the calming charm. This is a good beginning. But he also saw that the structure and energy of the calming talisman drawn by Xie Qing and Yang Lu were a little unstable, so the usable time would be much shorter. This is a matter of proficiency and can be improved over time. Yes, although there are flaws, the talisman is complete. Guolin praised it without hesitation, and at the same time he did not forget to give instructions. In the future, there will be weather when the rootless water falls. Make more calming talismans and practice. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang received the approval, and his face was filled with joy. Guolin returned the calming talisman to Xie Qingyang and then returned to the closet. After he left, Xuan Yun couldn't wait to say to Xie Qingyang, "Senior brother Xianyang, let me see the talisman you made." Xie Qingyang smiled and handed the talisman to Xuan Yun. Xian Yun's eyes lit up as soon as he touched the calming talisman. The mysterious power of this talisman could really be felt in his hand. He was even more looking forward to learning this kind of talisman making technique. Xie Qingyang saw Xuanyan's thoughts and said, the prerequisite for making a talisman is that there is enough energy in the danshan. Xianyan knew this was a reminder and hurriedly replied with a greeting, senior brother, don't worry, I will work hard. Guolin returned to his office, picked up his phone and watched the news for a while. He originally wanted to pay attention to the news video about King Fengiguan, but found that in this short period of time, the popularity of the transplantation of the Fishan elm tree in King Fengiguan had been overshadowed. This time limit is really short, which also explains why many internet celebrities become popular and cool quickly. The internet is a place for fast food and entertainment. It is not often said that after playing with a goddess for a long time, she will be no different from an ordinary woman. Every goddess who is sought after by everyone has someone who is tired of playing with her. Think about it, if a goddess is like this, how long can the popular videos on the internet last for people to relieve their boredom? Therefore, it is not surprising that the King Fengiguan video was overshadowed. Instead, he browsed the videos for a while, and several related videos appeared in succession that attracted his attention. Because it's about spreading martial arts. That Grandmaster Ma came out to cause trouble again. He was holding a sword and seemed to be fighting with others. He was responding to a black boxing champion. It seems that a black boxing champion came to China for an event and was very arrogant. He even directly flirted with the frivolous women present and made rude remarks. After that, the black boxing champion was still arrogantly saying in private that women in China were easy to trick and seduce. There were even college girls lining up to let him choose his concubine, and they would play with several of them in one night. This Grandmaster Ma is condemning this black boxing champion. Why doesn't the old man stop? But there seemed to be nothing wrong with what the other party did, so he also gave the other party a thumbs up. This black boxing champion's understanding of domestic women is really uncomfortable. In the other party's perception, domestic women are probably equated with bitches. This result has something to do with some women who worship foreigners and favor foreigners. As the saying goes, it is like being disgraced and thrown abroad. Naturally, the one with greater responsibility is Dongdong University. It is this school that makes domestic women so lowly in the eyes of black people. After all, what kind of brain can think of such a thing as accompanying students, and what kind of woman would rush for such a place? However, he was surprised when he saw a young man supporting Grandmaster Ma. The young man who supported Martial Ma turned out to be Wang Qing. You must know that it was Wang Qing who knocked Grandmaster Ma to the ground with 3 punches in the face. This guy went to Qingfeng Temple to look for a fight and then disappeared for a while. Unexpectedly, he reappeared and now he is supporting Grandmaster Ma. But think about it, it is normal for our own people at home to put aside their grudges when dealing with foreign enemies and be consistent in dealing with the outside world. In the face of such righteousness, sometimes personal grudges can be put aside. Guolin watched a few more videos, but lost interest, so he logged into Leisure Shushan again to accept the mission and play the game. The missions that game characters now accept have basically moved away from the novice mission stage, and now include combat missions and battlefield missions. Combat missions involve fighting in the wild, killing monsters, bandits, or various humanoid monsters. The battlefield mission is that the Ime sect and the Southern Demon cult have completely gone to war. Now the game characters can accept relevant tasks, or inquire about information, or collect battlefield resources and healing medicinal materials, or directly participate in the mission of killing the Southern Demon cult believers. Guolin also took over the battlefield missions one after another. He was looking forward to whether he could get the magic weapon in the hands of those in Ime or Lopeo. You must know that in this battle, both sides used a lot of magic weapons. It's just a pity that when he was unlucky, he kept working on the task until late at night, but he didn't get any results. In the end, he could only take on a series of tasks, hang up and complete it automatically, and then fell asleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when there was only a glimmer of light in the sky, that Guolin suddenly got a prompt from the game system and woke up. He quickly looked at the reminder in his mind. Congratulations, Shushan Swordsman's Secret Realm Kinkan has been successfully activated, and the first level Secret Realm Kinkan of the Sex Station has been opened. Congratulations, the Sex first level Secret Realm Kinkan has been opened. The overall area within the Sex Station has expanded by an average of 30%. Outside observation, photography, and exploration, there are no abnormalities. Congratulations, the Sex first level Secret Realm Kinkan has been opened. The sect rewards the Secret Realm Kinkan on the first floor of the Buddhist scripture building. The entrance is in the scripture library. Special effects on the first floor of the Secret Kinkan Sutra storehouse. When you put a Taoist scripture in for the first time, there is a chance that the Taoist scriptures will be corrected, and special effects will be triggered. There are villages near Qingfeng Mountain. Although the population is not large and most young people have gone out to work, the elderly generally stay in the village and raise some chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Therefore, early in the morning at King Fengagwen, there was also the faint sound of roosters crowing from nearby villages. For those who stay here, they will wake up when the rooster crows, then wash up and change clothes, and then it is time for morning incense at the Taoist temple. Taoist temples do not stipulate that believers must follow the morning incense. Believers are free in this regard. In other Taoist temples, Lin Ziyan would not be in a hurry to get up the morning fragrance. It's just different in King Fengagwen. After all, it's about the blessing of a quiet room that can be enjoyed. Naturally, he is also extremely devoted to Qing Feng Temple. Therefore, he would never miss the morning fragrance time at King Fengagwen. He got up early and prepared to dress and wash himself, but he sat down by the window and was stunned for a moment when his feet hit the floor. He has a habit of putting his shoes in the same place when he goes to bed, so that when he gets up in the morning, he can put them on as soon as he stretches his feet. Now he stepped on the floor. When I looked down, I saw that the shoes were no longer where they were. Didn't your shoes stay where they were last night? Lin Ziyan frowned, secretly thinking that he had broken this habit without realizing it. After putting on his shoes and going to the sink to brush his teeth, he frowned slightly and suddenly looked at the whole room, feeling a strange feeling. Something is very wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Wang Yang also woke up on time. He is a very devout Taoist believer. No matter which Taoist temple he stays at, he will never miss the morning fragrance time, let alone a Taoist temple like Qingfeng Temple where everything is mysterious. Because his eyes have some kind of light sequelae, he usually turns on the lights first when he gets up at this time. He moved his hand towards the switch beside the bed out of habit, but found that nothing came up. Wang Yang was stunned. As the saying goes, habits come naturally. He has been living in Qingfeng Temple for some time. He touches the switch every morning and evening, and he has already become accustomed to it. He turned over and touched outside again, finally touching the switch. After turning on the light, he looked confused and couldn't help but be startled when he looked at the switch. Is this a different position than yesterday? Wang Ruan just had this thought and quickly shook his head. What are you thinking about? The switch won't move here, and it's even less likely that someone entered the room and opened it while he was asleep late at night, right? If this is the case, there will definitely be traces left behind. It was even more impossible for him to be unconscious and he had woken up long ago. But when he looked at the switch position, it was very strange. Not only Lin Ziyan and Wang Xiang, but Xie Qingyan also got up early, but when he got dressed and looked at the two stools next to the table, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because he personally placed these two stools next to the table, and they were just far enough away from the corner to fit the two stools without any gaps. What does he see now? When the two rows of stools were put in, a large gap appeared in the middle. How could this happen? Xie Qingyan was surprised. He couldn't remember it wrong. This is very wrong. Could it be that the stool has shrunk? This is even more impossible. The stools are all made of wood. So the space here has become larger? It's impossible. After all, the space is fixed when the building is built. Unless something weird happens again. This is the only possibility. Xuanyun also woke up in another room. After arriving at King Fengagwen, he raised two orchids and placed them on the windowsill. Every day when he woke up and washed, he would water the two orchids. This means that he has settled down and is no longer a wanderer. How can a wandering person have the leisure to breed something like this? But when he walked to the windowsill to water the water, he was stunned. Because he had put the two orchids close together before, but now the two orchids were separated, with an extra space in the middle. He didn't notice it when he came back last night. Did someone enter his room and touch the orchid? Xianyan suddenly became a little annoyed. Among ordinary people, it is rude to break into other people's homes without permission, let alone in a place of cultivation like a Taoist temple. He immediately felt something was wrong again. If someone touches the orchid, there will definitely be traces of its previous placement under the pot. If the flower pot has been left for a long time and is suddenly taken out, the pot ring of the pot will be left behind. There was no such mark left on the windowsill. He subconsciously picked up two more flower pots, and saw two deep pot ring marks left under the two flower pots. This level of marks could not be formed in one night, at least it would take some time. Does that mean no one touches his orchids? It shouldn't be. He remembered clearly that he stuck two orchids together. So what's going on? Xian Yun was confused. He subconsciously walked out of the room and saw Xie Qingyan, who also came out of the room. He accurately saw that something was wrong with senior brother Xie's expression. Xie Qingyang also saw something was wrong with Xuanyun's expression. Thinking of what he had encountered, he subconsciously asked, junior brother Xuanyun encountered something mysterious. Xuanyun also asked, senior brother, is this the case? The two looked at each other in surprise, then nodded in unison. Afterwards, the two told each other what was wrong with them. The two of them were even more shocked. If it was just one of them, it might be their delusion. Now that both of them are like this, there is only one possibility, that is, King Fengiguan must have discovered something mysterious again. Ask senior brother. The two of them almost spoke in unison, and then each was stunned for a moment. Then they walked to the main hall together and found that believers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang had already gotten up. Each of these believers seemed to be discussing something. I feel weird too, but I can't express it. Yes, I know where the anomaly is anyway, but I don't know if it's right or not. It must be an illusion, or something mysterious happened again. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan looked at each other after hearing these people's words. It seemed that the abnormality was not just in their room, but maybe in the entire Qingfeng temple. Lin Ziyan and Wang Xiang also saw Xie Qingyang and Xian Yang coming out. Lin Ziyan immediately stepped forward and asked, "Two Taoist priests, have you noticed anything strange in your room?" Wang Xiang also said, "Yes, have you noticed that your room has a weird feeling? It seems that the room has become bigger." Xie Qingyang and Xian Yan knew it well, but the situation was unclear at this time and they couldn't say anything. Xian Yun even saluted Lin Ziyan and other believers. "Everyone, how can the room become bigger? The space is fixed after it is built. Sometimes you still have to believe in science." Ah, Lin Ziyan, Wang Yang, the two of them were stunned when they heard Xian Yun's words. Believe in science? Why do these words sound so familiar? Moreover, in a place like King Fengiguan, you, Taoist Master Xuanyan, want us to believe in science. Are you going against your will? Aren't you heartbroken? But they couldn't find any reason to refute. After all, as Taoist Master Xuanyan said, once the room is built and the space is fixed, how can it become bigger? Xie Qingyang smiled when he heard Xian Yun's words. He didn't understand how this junior fellow student could say such things as believing in science without blushing. It seems that when the other party first arrived at Qingfeng Temple and introduced feng shui, he also said that he should use scientific methods to understand feng shui. Has science become such a good excuse now? However, he did not want these believers to continue to struggle with this matter, so he said, "Everyone, don't think too much, let's hurry up and get the morning fragrance." Lin Ziyan and Wang Xiang looked at each other and saw that they couldn't find anything useful from the two old Taoist priests, so they could only follow Chen Xiang. The other side. Guo Lin had also been looking around in the closet for a long time, paying no attention to every detail. We've also gained some square footage here. Here too. After living in the dining room for so long, he was very familiar with every place, such as the place where the table was placed. He obviously found that the space on one side was much larger. After walking through the entire room, he discovered why the game system prompted an average area increase of 30%. He expanded the existing area by an average of 30% everywhere. For example, a piece of dough was originally only 10 long, but now after being stretched by 30%, it becomes 13. What's even more surprising is that after the area was stretched, there was no damage to the original area and environment. This is the most amazing thing. Just like dough, if you carve a pattern on it and the length is stretched from 10 to 13, the pattern on it will definitely be distorted or even cracked. But nothing like this happened. Obviously the area has increased a lot, but the cement is still cement, the floor is still the floor, and even the location and result of the expanded area are exactly the same as the original ones. No difference can be seen at all. This game system increased the area of Qingfeng Temple out of thin air, but it did not leave any flaws. Congratulations to you for increasing your willingness by 6 points. Congratulations on increasing your willingness by 6 points. This must be Xie Qingyang and the others at Qinxiang. I don't know if they noticed anything unusual. If they were careful, they would have noticed it if the area of the room increased by 30%. Guo Lin thought about it, and immediately left the closet again and started walking around Qingfeng Temple, looking around. He had lived in King Fengiguan since he was a child and was very familiar with King Fengiguan. He soon discovered that many places were different, and he could tell that the area had increased. If you were unfamiliar with Qingfeng Temple, you wouldn't care at all. Even if you were familiar with Qingfeng Temple, you wouldn't care if you didn't know in advance that Qingfeng Temple increased the area. Not only inside Qingfeng Temple, but also outside Qingfeng Temple, he also found many differences, such as the Lingquan Tank, the place where the Juling Pagoda was built, and the Xia Cave, which he has been paying close attention to recently. It can be seen that the area has been increased. In other words, this time, the area of the Level 1 Secret Realm Kinkan has increased by 30% within the entire Qingfeng Temple. To put it more simply and understandably, the area within the property rights of 30,000 square meters has increased by 30%, which means that the area has increased by 9,000 square meters out of thin air. The increased area is evenly increased everywhere, and the increase is very natural, without any flaws. Most people are not very familiar with Qing Fengguan, and even if they don't know the facts themselves, they won't pay attention at all. The most important thing is that according to the description of the game system, this increase in area can only be known by entering the interior. Even if you take pictures or use satellite scanning from outside, it is impossible to scan it out. Otherwise, increase the range to 9,000 meters, and you can know it immediately by scanning the satellite. This is the secret world. Although it was completely different from what he thought was the secret cave in Ime where the eyebrows ascended, it was definitely very magical. The key point is that the secret realm universe has increased by 30% at the first level. Having such a level also means that it can be upgraded. Then how big can the secret realm universe become in the future? Guolin returned to the Taoist temple, and the level 1 secret realm Kinkan was opened, and he was also rewarded with a special scripture library space. This function should be regarded as the secret world. Judging from the remarks, this is a separate space created from the original Sutra Pavilion. Although this special Buddhist scripture building only has one floor, the remarks mentioned that the special Buddhist scriptures can correct the Taoist scriptures and give it special effects in revising the Taoist scriptures. Back inside the Taoist temple, Xie Qingyang and the others had finished their morning incense. As the aroma of spiritual energy polished rice wafted around, it was time for breakfast. "Senior brother, breakfast is ready." Xie Qingyang also stepped forward to invite. Seeing this, Guolin had no choice but to follow Xie Qingyang to have breakfast first. Anyway, the special scripture collection building would not run away there and could be explored at any time. Moreover, he clearly saw the hesitant expression on Xie Qingyang's face. He wanted to ask something, but he didn't know whether he should ask it or not. He understood that the other party must have discovered the anomaly after the level 1 secret realm Kinkan was opened. Entering the inner charity hall, Guolin ate 2 bowls of porridge cooked with spiritual energy rice to fill his stomach, but found that Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan were preoccupied and had no appetite at all. This is delicious spiritual energy rice, which shows that their curiosity is deeper than the attraction of this spiritual energy rice. "Senior brother, is something mysterious happening again in our Taoist temple?" Xie Qingyang finally asked. Xuanyan immediately echoed, "I found that the area of my room seems to have increased. I was cutting vegetables in the kitchen just now, and I also found that the stove was wider than before." Guolin understood what the two said and smiled and said, "Yes, you are really observant. Eat your breakfast first, and I will take you to a place." The two are Taoist disciples of Qing Feng Temple. There are some things that cannot be hidden, so there is no need to hide them from them. Lu's piety shows their belief. They will only focus on Taoism. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan were shocked when they heard their senior brother's words. Does senior brother's words confirm what they said? Did their room size really increase? Isn't it their illusion? This is really incredible. Really, this was not confirmed by senior brother, they really thought they were delusional. Then, the two of them decisively picked up the bowl of porridge and drank it in one go without even taking a breath. The senior brother said that he would take them to a place, which must be very complicated, which completely aroused their curiosity. After that, they hurriedly put down their bowls and said to Guolin in unison, "Brother, you've finished eating." Guolin smiled when he saw this, "Then come with me." After that, he led the two of them out of the kitchen and headed in the direction of his dressing room, and then stopped in front of a room opposite the dressing room. You can see a small plaque on the room, which reads, "Sutra Collection Room." In Daemonn Taoism, facilities for storing Taoist scriptures are indispensable, such as scripture storage rooms, scripture storage pavilions, and scripture storage buildings, especially those places with profound Taoist heritage and great reputation all over the world. The Taoist scriptures in the Sutra Library can even reach 100,000 volumes. Think about what a terrifying amount this is. The Taoist Buddhist scriptures could also represent the strength of a Taoist temple in ancient times. Naturally, this kind of strength is not based on quantity. In some Taoist temples, one true preaching scripture can even be worth 100,000 scriptures. Qing Feng Temple only has a simple scripture storage room, and the Taoist scriptures in it are actually available in the market. There are only a few precious Taoist scriptures that are not available on the market. They were written down by the ancestors. I really don't know whether the contents are accurate. King Fengguan does not have any big heritage. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan looked at the scripture room in confusion, not understanding why their senior brother brought them here. Especially Xie Qingyang, after he joined Qing Feng Temple, he also did the job of cleaning the scripture room. Therefore, he had not come into the scripture room once or twice, so he naturally knew that there was nothing special except for some ordinary Taoist scriptures. These Taoist scriptures are only qualified to be placed on the bottom floor of some well-known Taoist temples. Guolin asked with a smile, "Qianyang, you have been cleaning the Sutra Pavilion these days, right? Yes, senior brother. Xie Qingyang replied quickly. Go in and see what's different about this scripture storage room. Guolin said with a smile, then opened the scripture storage room and stepped in. Xie Qingyang followed in subconsciously. Senior brother said this, could there be any changes in this scripture storage room? Xuanyun was naturally more curious. Senior brother's words obviously meant that there was something different about this scripture room. It's just that he hasn't passed by the scripture room before, so even if there are changes in it now, he can't know it. As soon as Guolin entered the scripture room, he saw 2 bookshelves in the middle filled with Taoist scriptures. Ha! Xie Qingyang entered the scripture collection room, but looked at the wall on one side in surprise, and wondered, this door. Guolin also saw this door accurately. The scripture storage room originally did not have this door, which means that behind this door is the first floor of the special scripture storage building in the level 1 secret realm Kinkan. What's wrong with this door? It's the same as the door outside. Xian Yun walked towards the door in confusion. Xie Qingyang said in surprise, it turns out that there is no such door here, and behind this wall is the backyard. Is there a door to the backyard? Xian Yun was also surprised. He now goes to the backyard to practice Qingfeng Fist after every meal, absorbing the energy of the refined rice, and does not even remember that there is a door in the backyard. Therefore, he opened the door out of curiosity, then looked at the scene behind the door and said in shock, is this the backyard? How is that possible? Xie Qingyang was also shocked when he saw the scene behind the door. He subconsciously walked through the door. He remembered correctly, behind this wall was the backyard. But when he entered the door, he began to doubt himself. There is a large space inside, almost 300 square meters. Xuanyun immediately said, Senior brother Xianyang, are you remembering it wrong? With such a big space, how can there be a backyard behind it? It's just that it's empty and nothing is put there. No, the back is the backyard. If there is such a large space in the back, the structure is wrong. Xie Qingyang thought of something and walked towards the sutra room in shock, his steps very urgent. Xuanyun glanced at Guolin subconsciously, seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly followed Xie Qingyang out. Xie Qingyang quickly arrived outside the scripture library, looked at the end of the wall, and was completely stunned. When Xuanyun came out, he saw the corner of the wall as well. He was also incredulous that the architectural structure of the scripture library had ended here. What's going on in that room inside the scripture library? The two of them put their hands on the wall almost in unison, and turned their heads to the other side. Looking at the backyard that appeared in their eyes, the two of them were completely stunned. What a backyard! It's incredible! The two of them hurried down, ran back to the scripture room, and entered the space inside again. The two of them knocked on the surrounding walls in disbelief, seeming to want to find out. The solid walls show that this room is real, but there is no extra space between the backyard and the scripture room. They immediately thought about the inexplicable increase in the size of their room, which the senior brother had already admitted. So this room is in the same situation? Is this extra out of thin air? It doesn't seem to have taken up any space in King Fengiguan. Guolin also observed the room in front of him. It was antique, and its simple style was consistent with Qing Fengguan. According to the description, this is only the first floor of the Special Sutra Collection building, which is a reward from the Level 1 Secret Realm Kinkan. If this Level 1 Secret Realm Kinkan is upgraded, will there be rewards for the next levels 2, 3, 4? Think about it, when you enter through this door and go up the stairs, there will be a Buddhist scripture building. How shocking will that be? Brother, what's going on? Xie Qingyang looked straight at Guolin with eagerness in his eyes. The same is true for Xuanyun. It can be said that after entering Qingfeng Temple, all the mysterious things he experienced before were not as shocking as today. Have you ever heard of the Kinkan in the sleeve or the Kinkan in the secret realm? It is a space that looks small on the outside, but in fact the space inside is very large. Guolin asked with a smile, and then explained without any concealment, this is something like there is no difference in Qingfeng Temple from the outside, but there is a lot more space inside, and this room, unless you come in through this door, will not appear in Qingfeng Temple at all. When Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun heard this, they were completely stunned even though they had already guessed it. There is such a thing. Is their view of Qingfeng really possible in reality? Brother, why does this happen? Is it related to the mountain god? Xie Qingyang asked subconsciously. This is also a possibility that he has thought of. After all, Qingfeng Temple has been confirmed. It seems that there really is a mountain god. The villa is in charge of the mountains, forests, and land. The Qingfeng Temple is in the mountain. It should be okay for the other party to grant such a change, right? When Guolin heard this, he followed the trend and said, our Qingfeng Temple did not reshape the body of the mountain god. I also sculpted it myself, and the other party was very satisfied. This statement is somewhat specious, and Xie Qingyang and Xian Yang have guessed it, but this kind of rhetoric is very convincing to true Taoist believers, especially Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan's six-point piety, coupled with the various miracles they have experienced. They subconsciously froze when they heard Guolin's words. Stop being stunned and move all the Taoist scriptures and shelves into the scripture storage room. Guolin also ordered Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan at this time. He also remembered the function of the first floor of the special sutra collection building rewarded by the first level secret realm Kinkan, which was to have a chance to correct the sutra and to give it the special function of correcting the sutra. This means that if a Taoist scripture has been passed down to this day, there must be a lot of content that was not original, and even a lot of content was missing during the spread, and was filled in by more famous Taoists later on. Anyway, the Taoist sutra has been lost, and no one knows the original one. The more famous Taoist cultivator repaired it, so let's make do with it. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and it is unknown how much of the existing scriptures are the same as the original ones. Now the first floor of the sutra collection building is where these sutras can be corrected to their original contents. Moreover, the first time a scripture is put into correction, one of the revised scriptures can also be given a special effect. Given special functions by the game system, it is obviously not a normal Taoist book. Therefore, he is also looking forward to which of the Taoist scriptures on the bookshelves outside will be endowed with this effect. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan did not hesitate after hearing the order, and immediately carried the 2 shelves of scriptures outside into the scripture storage building of the secret realm Kinkan. Just when the 2 of them moved the Taoist scripture bookshelf into the secret Kinkan Sutra collection building, the game system prompts sounded in Guolin's mind. For the first time, the Taoist scriptures are placed in the secret Kinkan Sutra storehouse. The Jingjing Sutra has a chance to trigger the effect of revising the Taoist scriptures. 74% of the content needs to be repaired. Correction is in progress. Almost at the same time, Guolin was surprised to see a Taoist scripture on one of the Taoist scripture bookshelves begin to emit incandescent light. You can also know from the prompts that this Jingjing Sutra has begun to be revised. But looking at the prompt content, he was really impressed. The proportion of content that needed to be corrected in this Jingjing Sutra was as high as 74%. In other words, most of the content in this book is actually incorrect. He could imagine that this scripture was supposed to be lost, and then some Taoist or Taoist temple discovered it, invited other Taoists, and a group of people made up the contents together, completed the scripture, and then passed it down. Think about it, these basic Taoist scriptures that are available on the market are all like this, so how much of the history that is actually recorded is like this? The Qin Jing Jing is also one of the basic Taoist scriptures that is often used in Taoism. Chanting the Jingjing Sutra can reduce people's worries, concentrate their minds, and have no distractions. In this state, no matter what you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. It's just that the Jingjing Sutra handed down now does not have this effect at all. When he went to school before, high school was very stressful. The old Taoist priest also taught him the Jingjing Sutra and asked him to recite it, hoping to make him concentrate and have no distractions, so that his learning efficiency would be higher. It's a pity that he learned to recite the Jingjing Sutra, but it had no effect at all. It seems normal now. After all, 74% of the content needs to be corrected. No matter how much you recite Taoist scriptures in reality, it is useless. Brother, you have been staring at a bookshelf. Is there a scripture on it that is more special? Xie Qingyang looked at Guolin and asked subconsciously. Although he couldn't see the light wrapped in the Jingjing Sutra, when the 2 bookshelves were moved in, he felt that the Tao Sutra seemed a little different because there was a kind of energy fluctuation. This is the energy he cultivated in his danshan, so he can sense it. As his strength grows, this feeling will become stronger and stronger. When Xuanyan heard this, he stared at the 2 Taoist bookshelves. Unfortunately, he didn't feel any difference at all. This made him very distressed. It seemed that senior brother Xianyan was fully involved in everything, but he had no sense of involvement at all. This is all because he has not been able to introduce energy into his danshan. As time passed, a series of game prompts appeared in Guolin's mind again, indicating that the Jingjing Sutra had been successfully revised. Just when those scriptures were successfully corrected, another game prompt appeared. Congratulations to you, the Jingjing Sutra has been revised and given special effects. 1. Inspire energy chanting. The listener's worries will be reduced by +3, the mind will be distracted by +3, and the listener will be concentrated by +3. 2. When a believer chants, the chanter's worries will be reduced by +2, his mind will be distracted by +2, and his concentration will be +2. 3. When ordinary people chant, the chanter's worries will be reduced by +1, his mind will be distracted by +1, and his concentration will be +1. Restrictions: special chanting melody and rhythm are required. Characteristics: when a believer chants and the Qing Fengguan appears in his or her mind, the sex resident will +1. Guo Lin's eyes widened when he saw the special effects given to the Qingjing Sutra. This Qingjing Sutra is already a true Taoist scripture, a Qingjing Sutra that will be effective when recited. Moreover, this is definitely the only Taoist scripture in the Taoist sect that has special effects when recited. More importantly, when believers recite the Qingjing Sutra, as long as they think of Qing Fengguan, even if they just flash through their thoughts, they can provide aspiration for Qing Fengguan. Judging from the remark information, it is not limited to the Qing Feng Temple, which opens up unlimited possibilities. The key is that even ordinary people can recite this Qingjing Sutra and enjoy the special effects of this sutra. If this scripture spreads, it will definitely shock everyone. It can be said that this Qingjing Jing can equal all the Taoist scriptures. Guo Lin also took the Qingjing Sutra, handed it to Xie Qingyang, and said, "You too have a look at this sutra, become familiar with the melody and rhythm of the chanting, and learn to chant." Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan originally thought it was some high-level scripture, but when they saw the 3 words Qingjing Jing, they were stunned for a moment. Because they know the Qingjing Sutra, which is one of the common basic Taoist scriptures in Taoist schools. Moreover, they had already learned the sutra in other places before, and could even recite it very skillfully. In other places, the sutra has even been completely marginalized because it is useless and there are few people who need it. In an era when Taoists in Taoist circles are urban Philistines, not many Taoists go to learn this Qingjing Sutra. They have also verified long ago that the Qingjing Sutra has no effect. Unexpectedly, senior brother Gua actually gave them a copy of the Qingjing Sutra for them to study. This made them not respond at all. They don't need to learn this scripture. It's just that they will obey senior brother Gua's instructions. Maybe senior brother Gua has any special meaning in it? Thinking about it, Xie Qingyang turned to the last page of the Qingjing Jing in his hand with a respectful expression. Generally, reciting Taoist scriptures does not just require reading out the words above or singing casually, but it must be sung according to a special melody and rhythm to be effective. Special melodies and rhythms are usually found on the last page of the Taoist scriptures. When Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan saw the melody and rhythm on the last page of the Qingjing Sutra, they were completely stunned. They just feel completely foreign. Is the melody and rhythm wrong? Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan looked at each other looking at the melody and rhythm. They knew the Qingjing Sutra very well, but the melody and rhythm in front of them were completely different from what they knew. One of them must be wrong, that is to say, the Qingjing Sutra they knew before must be wrong. After all, what the senior brother gave could not be wrong. They also immediately noticed the melody and rhythm of the Qingjing Sutra and then started to recite it. Ancient Taoist chanting paid attention to 2 points. 1. The content of the scriptures. 2. The melody and rhythm are accurate. It's just that it is no longer necessary to follow these 2 points in Taoist chanting. I don't know when we started chanting with a unified melody and rhythm. Even when many Taoist scriptures are photocopied and published, there is no scripture score on the last page. Anyway, it has no effect. It's good to have one rule at a time. It is impossible to find out who came up with this unified melody and rhythm. However, some devout monks and believers will still recite the melody and rhythm of the corresponding scriptures. Just like Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan. Memorizing melody and rhythm is not a problem for them, it is something they can do easily. Just like memorizing music scores in music, there are skills involved. It didn't take long for Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan to recite the melody and rhythm of the Qingjing Sutra, and then began to read the text of the Qingjing Sutra. When the two saw the content, they were stunned again, because the content of this Qingjing Sutra is completely different from what they knew before. These are simply 2 completely different Taoist scriptures. In the past, it would have been difficult to determine who was true and who was false. They would even think that King Fengguan's Qingjing Sutra was false, because another edition of Qingjing Sutra is inherited and collected by Lo Jintang. Lejun Hall is dedicated to Taizhang Lejun, and the Qingjing Sutra is one of the scriptures left by Taizhang Lejun. So, how could Lo Jintang's Qingjing Jing be fake? But it is different now. This is Qingfeng Temple, and this is the Qingjing Sutra that the senior brother brought out. The Qingjing Sutra passed down by Lejun Hall must be fake. The two of them had memorized the melody and rhythm, and immediately started reciting the contents of the Qingjing Sutra. Almost immediately, the two of them widened their eyes again, and the chanting stopped subconsciously. The two looked at each other in shock. Feel that magical feeling? Well, this is the real Taoist scripture, right? Xian Yun didn't know how to describe his mood. When he was reciting the Qingjing Sutra just now, he actually felt a sense of being without distractions, and his energy was surprisingly concentrated. The feeling is indescribable, but the whole person's body and mind are calm, and they are in the best condition. In this state, anything you do will be done with twice the result, right? When he chanted sutras before, he had never felt this way in any Taoist sutra. Moreover, isn't this feeling exactly what the Qing Jing Sutra describes? Sure enough, this is another true Taoist scripture. He did not hesitate, and the next moment he and Xie Qingyang started chanting together. That feeling came again. When the two of them finished reciting the Qing Jing Sutra, their hearts were overwhelmed, and they all saluted Guolin. "Thank you, senior brother, for teaching me the sutra." At this time, Guolin looked at the information about the Qing Jing Sutra in his mind. Special effects of Qing Jing Sutra. 1. Inspire energy chanting. The listener's worries will be reduced by +3, the mind will be distracted by +3, and the listener will be concentrated by +3. 2. When a believer chants, the chanter's worries will be reduced by +2, his mind will be distracted by +2, and his concentration will be +2. 3. When ordinary people chant, the chanter's worries will be reduced by +1, his mind will be distracted by +1, and his concentration will be +1. Restrictions: special chanting melody and rhythm are required. Characteristics: when a Taoist believer chants and the Qing Fengguan appears in his mind, the sex resident will +1. After the Qing Jing Sutra has been revised and given special effects, in addition to using energy to have an effect on everyone who hears it, believers can recite the Qing Jing Sutra as long as the Qing Fengguan appears in their mind, even if they are not in the Qing Fengguan. It can also provide willing power to King Fengguan. This is another way to increase your willingness. Thinking of this, Guolin told Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan, "Go and inform Donor Lin and Donor Wang, and ask them to help spread the news to other Taoist believers, saying that our Qingfeng Temple will hold a sutra preaching meeting to spread the true Qingjing Sutra. All Taoist believers can come to learn it, and also go to the Taoist Association's official website to spread the news, so those who practice Taoism can also come and learn it." Since the Qingjing Sutra can create a new channel for aspiration, then he will completely pass on the Qingjing Sutra. As long as there are enough Taoist believers who study the Qingjing Sutra, they will definitely be able to provide a lot of wish power. Moreover, believers are attracted, which in itself can provide willing power. As the sex station is upgraded, more and more willpower will be needed in the future, so preparations need to be made early. What's more, a Qing Jing Jing is nothing. As long as there is a game system, he can get more Taoist scriptures with special effects in the future. Even when the spiritual energy can appear in the sex station, it will really be possible to fully enter the cultivation of immortality. What's more, the greatest function of the Qingjing Sutra is the Qing Fengguan. Only Cui Dong's energy to recite the Qingjing Sutra can make people who hear the chanting feel special effects. In reality, only Qing Fengguan can cultivate energy. Otherwise, if other people learn it, they will only be able to feel the effects themselves if they recite it. And this function is definitely the best. Think about it, as long as there are enough believers and there are dense people below, and he activates the energy to recite the Qingjing Sutra above, how explosive will the effect be? It can be said that the more the sutra spreads, the more advantage their Qingfeng temple has, and it can become a pilgrimage. Senior brother, are you going to spread this scripture? Xie Qinjiang's face was full of surprise. In his opinion, this kind of Taoist scriptures should be treasured. Which of those famous Taoist temples and treasured Taoist scriptures are willing to show others? Xuanyan also echoed, "Senior brother, this kind of Taoist scriptures cannot be found in the outside world. It is too precious." Guolin just smiled and said, "Xuanyan, Xuanyan, this Qingjing Sutra is only what you can learn now. It does not say that Qingfeng Temple only has this sutra. In the future, you will learn more advanced sutras. Sutra, a basic Qingjing Sutra is nothing." Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan were stunned when they heard this, and seemed to have a clear understanding. Yes, this Qingjing Sutra is very precious to them. This is the first time in their lives that they have seen this kind of true Tao Sutra. But this does not mean that the Qing Feng view is also precious. Isn't there a copy of the Sutra of Cleansing the Dust in the Quiet Room? Who knows how many genuine Taoist scriptures there are in Qing Feng Temple? Moreover, since senior brother did this, he must have a deep meaning, right? Thinking of this, the two of them also bowed to Guolin together. After leaving the scripture collection room, they went to the main hall and found believers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang, two Taoist priests. "I wonder why you called us together?" Lin Ziyan asked after saluting. Xie Qingyang also explained, "Dear donors, we at Qingfeng Temple are planning to hold a sutra preaching meeting. We also hope that you can inform the believers you know and inform them." Xuanyan also said, "When the time comes, our Qingfeng Temple will also teach you Taoist scriptures." Believers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang were immediately curious. It is normal for Taoist temples to hold sutra teaching meetings. Many Taoist temples will hold these meetings to teach Taoist scriptures to believers. Many times, some Taoist scriptures taught by famous Taoist temples are difficult to access in the market. Taking advantage of the time spent at Qingfeng Temple, they also thought about whether Qingfeng Temple would hold a sutra teaching meeting, and would they have the opportunity to learn the Taoist scriptures of Qingfeng Guan? This is what devout believers like them are looking forward to, especially since Qingfeng Temple is so mysterious. Wang Yan was even more curious and asked, "Two Taoist priests, don't you know what Taoist scriptures the Qingfengguan Sutra Transmission Association is going to teach?" Xie Qingyang explained with a smile on his face, "It's the Qingjing Sutra." What? Qingjing? Lin Ziyan was stunned for a moment. Why is it this Taoist scripture? Wang Xian was also stunned. No wonder they are like this, because this is just the basic Taoist scriptures, and they have also studied the Qingjing Sutra, and there are even recordings of the Qingjing Sutra on the internet. If you want to learn, just check out this recording and follow along. There is absolutely no need for Qingfeng Guan to teach it anymore, especially Qingfeng Guan, which requires a special sutra teaching meeting. Xie Qingyang said with a smile, "Dear donors, the Qingjing Sutra of Qingfeng Guan is naturally the same as the one outside? Our Qingfeng Guan only teaches the real Tao Sutra, and the real Qingjing Sutra has special effects as rumored." These words made Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang stunned again. No matter which Taoist scripture it is, there are special effects in Taoist legends. However, in modern society, these effects cannot be verified at all, or there is no such special effect at all. Now that they heard Xie Qingyang's words, they realized that this was Qingfeng Temple. How could it be possible to teach the Qingjing Sutra outside? The real Qingjing Sutra. Is it possible that the Qingjing Sutra spread outside is not true? So, are there any special effects? Thinking of this, people like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang were inexplicably looking forward to it. They immediately bowed and responded, started to post on moments, and then promoted it in the relevant groups they joined. In a short period of time, many Taoist disciples knew about this. Qingfeng Temple wants to teach the real Qingjing Sutra. Are the ones outside fake? Isn't there a recording of Qingjing online? Is there anything special about Qingfeng Guanzwan, a Taoist book? At the same time, Xuanyan had already sent out the news among the devout believers in Qingfeng Temple, notifying Qin Hong and Lu Feng. Xie Qingyang also used the Shushan Taoist Association's account to log into the National Taoist Association's homepage, and then left a post, "Qingfeng Temple will hold a sutra transmission meeting to teach the real Qingjing Sutra. Fellow Taoists can go there." After this post was posted, it quickly received great attention from the Taoist sect, and it will soon cause a storm in the Taoist sect. In a short period of time, all Taoist temples have paid attention to the news. After all, people from all Taoist temples will also pay attention to the Taoist Association's online homepage. The people in these Taoist temples couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this message. They all know the Qingjing Sutra, it is one of the basic Taoist scriptures among Taoists, and all their Taoist temples have this Taoist scripture. But now Qingfeng Temple actually wants to hold a sutra preaching meeting and teach the Qingjing Sutra. Is this Qingfengguan crazy? They also know about Qingfeng Temple. After all, this Taoist temple has been very popular on the internet recently, and it even released Taoist cards before. It's just that they really don't understand why someone is willing to spend 500,000 yuan to buy the Qingfeng Guan Tao card. After they launched the Tao card, it didn't create any waves. This puzzled them. Finally, after discussion, they came to the conclusion that the 500,000 yuan to buy Taoist cards should be directed and performed by Qingfengguan, and it was impossible for anyone to buy it. The same goes for the blessing rice in the middle, which is a promotional tool for Qingfeng Temple. This really seems a bit Philistine and they can't learn from it. Now the Qingfeng Temple is saying that it will teach the Qingjing Sutra. Is this trying to please others? However, something might be going wrong. Qingfeng Guan said that the real Qingjing Sutra is true. Doesn't that mean that the Qingjing Sutra in Lejun Hall is fake? You must know that the Qingjing of these Taoist temples all originated from this. The celestial master from Lo Jintang will definitely be angry, right? In other words, there should be something good to watch. Lejun Hall has always had a special status as the Taoist temple where Taizhang Lejun inherited it. In particular, their scripture library contains many collections of scriptures passed down by Taizhang Lejun. The Qingjing Sutra is only the most basic one, and it is also the most widely circulated one. Perhaps because of this inheritance, Lo Jintang will produce a celestial master in every era. Naturally, this celestial master is different from what was said in ancient times. It is just a celestial master certificate issued by the Taoist Association. This generation of celestial master is Sanjaya Celestial Master. Celestial Master Sanjaya is already old and has not cared about the secular affairs of Lejun Hall for a long time. However, following a post on the Taoist Association's homepage, Celestial Master Sanjaya became unusually angry. What's going on with Qingfeng Temple? Master Sanjaya looked at the content of the post and frowned tightly. A Taoist priest hurriedly explained, Tianxi, Qingfeng Temple has become very famous recently. Many people on the internet know about them. We don't know why the other party suddenly said that they want to teach the real Qingjing Sutra. This is equivalent to saying that our Lejun Hall the Qingjing Sutra is fake. Master Sanjaya said angrily, contact the Taoist Association and ask them to deal with Qingfeng Temple. Such provocation is an offense to our Lejun Hall. Qingfeng Temple must apologize. Okay. The Taoist nodded and immediately contacted the Taoist Association. The Taoist Association also received the news quickly, and several committee members had a headache. Naturally, they saw what happened at Qingfeng Temple. Qingfeng Temple has been very popular on the internet recently, and it is generally beneficial to the promotion of Taoism. The Taoist Association is also thinking about giving Qingfeng Temple a qualification to be nominated as a celestial master. Who knew that King Fengagwen would cause such a thing? Lo Jintang's status in the Taoist sect is not ordinary. The other party protested, and the Taoist Association could not ignore it. Therefore, several committee members and the president also immediately held relevant meetings for discussion. Finally, the president gave his final opinion, there is no way. King Fengagwen is indeed a bit provocative to Lo Jintang. Let's talk to King Fengagwen first. No matter what the other party's purpose is, we should let the other party give up. Regarding the dissemination of the Qingjing Sutra, then apologize to Lo Jintang. Early the next morning, Guolin practiced 9 Heaven Mysteries basic Qi refining method, and after absorbing the energy of the spiritual energy refined rice, he left the Taoist temple and came to the old elm tree. After the old elm tree was transplanted, with the help of the game system, the merits were refined, and the dead tree returned to spring, with lush branches and leaves. According to his guess, this tree has completely taken root in Qingfeng Mountain. Under the tree, Guolin walked around, picked up a bunch of fallen elm coins from the ground, and put them into the small basket in his hand. It was windy last night, so there were bits and pieces everywhere. Although these ordinary elm coins have no special healing effect, they still have the properties of clearing away heat and detoxifying +2, diuresis and reducing swelling +2, and strengthening the spleen and stomach +2. Strengthening the spleen and stomach alone +2 is more useful to many people than those nutritional supplements and recuperative medicines. The same goes for clearing heat and detoxifying +2, which is more effective for ulcers, tonsillitis, fever and colds. These medicines are more effective. What's more, it also has the property of diluting water and reducing swelling +2. Therefore, if this ordinary elm money is dried in the sun and used to make tea, it is definitely a good thing and has great benefits for the human body. Rather than letting this elm money fall and rot, it is better to make good use of it. When the time comes to dry it, you can also put it into the merit box and scan the QR code so that tourists and believers can get it by scanning the QR code. It can also be regarded as an unexpected surprise. After Guolin checked around, the small basket in his hand was basically full. Entering the Taoist temple, Xie Qingyan greeted him respectfully and reported, Senior brother, after one night, the matter of the sutra preaching meeting has been spread. Most of the Taoist believers invited by Donor Lin and Donor 1 expressed their intention to come. According to the Taoist Association's official website, the post also attracted the attention of many fellow Taoists. Yes, I understand. Guolin nodded, handed the basket of elm coins to Xie Qingyan, and ordered, take these elm coins to dry in the sun. From now on, you and Xuanyun will take turns to pick up the fallen elm coins every morning. Pick up the elm money and dry it in the sun. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyan took the small basket and responded respectfully. Guolin also went back to the office, took out his mobile phone, and before playing the casual Shushan game, he also checked the news online, and who knew that King Fengagwen was a hot search topic? What's going on? Guolin was stunned. Nothing major happened in Qingfeng Temple in the past 2 days. Is it because of the Sutra transmission meeting? This shouldn't be the case. They are just promoting it among Taoist believers, and there is also the Taoist Association's official website, which is unlikely to be a hot search. This matter about Taoism does not get that much popularity and attention on the internet. So, something must have happened that he didn't know about. He immediately clicked on this hot search topic out of curiosity. The black boxing champion said, I will challenge King Fengagwen's real kung fu to let you know what a boxing champion is and what real kung fu is. Guolin was even more confused now. What's going on? Isn't this black boxing champion the same one who was said in the news to be disrespectful to domestic women, and who privately said that he easily played with many domestic women, and that female college students lined up to let him play with him? Is the other party still in the country? But is there something wrong with this guy? Why did Hao Duan focus on King Fengagwen? He immediately watched a few related videos and knew what was going on. Grandmaster Ma, who is the world boxing champion, Please challenge Dao Kangwa. Wang Qing, world boxing champion, dare to challenge Dao Kangwa? This. Guo Lin was speechless. There was something wrong with these two people. If they wanted to fight themselves, how could they bring trouble to others? The reason is very simple. The remarks of the black boxing champion caused dissatisfaction among the domestic martial arts circles. Grandmaster Ma and Wang Qing also put aside their previous resentment and condemned the black boxing champion. But this black boxing champion is very strong, but he is even louder. It is not that there are no powerful boxers in the country, but these people are restricted due to various reasons or restrictions. There seems to be no end in sight. This also made the black boxing champion think that there was no one in the country, and he provoked him in every possible way. So there was a video of Grandmaster Ma and Wang Qing. Not only the two of them, but other domestic martial arts practitioners also came out to join in the fun, and even posted videos asking the black boxing champion to come to Qingfeng to watch. This is obviously a trap for the black boxing champion. But when the black boxing champion who had been clamoring knew about these videos, he really set his sights on King Fengagwen. Holy shit, I'm just sitting at home, why do I have trouble coming from the sky? Guo Lin was speechless. As a cultivator, he can't compete with these martial arts practitioners. Guo Lin now just hopes that the black boxing champion will not come here to torture him like a fool. He was not in the mood to waste time with the other party. People who can be boxing champions shouldn't be so stupid, right? But in an international boxing gym in Guangzhou, a black man was already yelling, "Shit, shit, these cowards, they can shut up when I challenge King Fengagwen." This curse was naturally made by the black boxing champion. He just took a fancy to a woman at the scene. What was wrong with him? Didn't those women always come to your door in the past? He can play whatever he wants. It was all played by them, and he was still pretending, and besides, there were so many people scolding him. Thinking about it, he asked the boss of the event organizer next to him, "Have you booked the flight tickets for me?" "Mr. Levi, I have already booked your flight tickets. I believe you can beat the people at King Fengagwen to the ground." The boss of the event organizer, a middle-aged man, replied with a smile. "Very good." Levi nodded with a sneer, and then walked out. The middle-aged boss just looked at it, and the secretary next to him asked, "Boss, why don't you tell him how scary that Daistgwa is? You might as well show him the video of Daistgwa smashing the bluestone with one palm." The middle-aged boss sneered, "In that case, this guy still dares to challenge Dao Kangwa? If he doesn't challenge, how can he be beaten to pieces? How can he know that in our huge country, even the world boxing champion has to fight? Shrinking your neck and being a human being. Boss, did you do this on purpose?" The secretary reacted. "I also have a wife and a daughter." The middle-aged boss said coldly. How could he tolerate the black boxing champion's remarks about domestic women? Even for the sake of his wife and daughter, he must let the other party know what is good and what is good. Anyway, the activity has been completed, and it won't have any impact if the other party's legs are broken by the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin was very helpless and turned off the short video news. Sometimes we are so helpless. If you don't look for trouble, trouble will still come to you. But it doesn't matter. This world boxing champion is looking for death, so he doesn't need to take action. He doesn't have the time to pay attention to the opponent. Xie Qingyan can take action. Anyway, he has already developed energy in his danshan, and his strength has increased a lot recently. Think about it, Yushid world boxing champion was defeated by an old Taoist priest from King Fengagwen. How explosive would that scene be? Guo Lin thought about it in open leisure Shushan, intending to play the game, but unexpectedly another call came in. It's a strange phone call. He frowned and pressed answer, and a voice came from the other side. "Is this Dea Zengwa?" "I am, are you?" Guo Lin asked doubtfully. The person on the other side said, "Taoist Master Gua, I am Li Cheng, the president of the Taoist Association. I also found Taoist Director Gua's phone number through the message of the president of the Yushan Taoist Association." It turns out to be President Li. Guo Lin then remembered that he had become the president of the Yushan Taoist Association inexplicably. He filled in the information and left his number, but why did the president call him? President Li's voice came again, "Taoist Master Gua, your Qingfeng Temple is not going to hold a sutra transmission meeting, but you also say that you want to teach the real Qingjing Sutra. All Taoist colleagues know that this Qingjing Sutra is the inheritance of Lejun Hall. 1. The rhetoric of King Fengagwen is somewhat inappropriate, and Master Sanjiao of Lojintang has some opinions. We all share the same Taoism, so, Taoist Gua, can you change the content and pass it on to other Taoist scriptures? In addition, after all, this matter has provoked Master Sanjiao and involves the inheritance of Lojintang. I think the Qingjing Sutra you got here is also a fake, as is Taoist Gua. After all, the inheritance cannot be fake, right? So, deist Master Gua, can you apologize to Master Sanjaya? No. Guolin replied directly and decisively. He understood what was going on. It seemed that the Jingjing Sutra had aroused the dissatisfaction of Lo Jintang, but his Jingjing Sutra is not fake as the other party thinks. His revised Jingjing Sutra is the real one and can no longer be true. The other person is fake but doesn't know it, thinking he is real. But it is also the same principle, just like a person who has been smoking fake cigarettes, and suddenly one day he buys a pack of real cigarettes, he will think that the real cigarettes are fake. Isn't he in a similar situation now? Chairman Li obviously did not expect that Guolin would refuse so decisively, and immediately reminded Taoist Master Gua, Sanjaya Tianchi is a senior after all, and the status of Lejunhal is not low. With your attitude, I am afraid that the other party will follow your Qingfeng Guanluo Qingjing Sutra. It may be a little ugly to distinguish the true from the false, and it will also have an impact on your nomination for the position of Heavenly Master. His last sentence was put euphemistically. If Master Sanjaya really discussed Taoism, the only thing that would be ugly would be Qingfeng Temple. Even though King Fengiguan is very popular on the internet now and has many hot spots, is it all just a means of publicity? Lo Jintang must think that the only advantage of Qingfeng Temple is that Taoist Gua knows real Kung Fu. Therefore, he really didn't want Taoist Gua to cause too much trouble with Master Sanjaya over the Qingjing matter. President Li, the Taoist Association is waiting for Master Sanjaya to arrive. Guolin couldn't understand the underlying meaning of President Li, but he was really not afraid that Master Sanjaya would come to discuss Taoism. There would only be one result if he came, and that was to discover the magic of his Jingjing Sutra. I believe that Master Sanjaya will still have self-doubt at that time. At that time, whether he talks about Taoism or not depends on whether Master Sanjaya has the courage. Anyone who can become a heavenly master is not stupid. As for the celestial master nomination mentioned by President Li, he didn't care at all. Are you kidding me? After some time, when the spirit gathering tower is built, spiritual energy will appear in the sex station. At that time, King Fengiguan will be the real immortal sect, and it will be the only immortal sect in reality. What else would he care about the position of the heavenly master? So, after saying that, he also hung up the phone. This obviously makes President Li on the other side very angry. This young junior is a bit arrogant. It would be better to let Master Sanjaya teach him a lesson. Thinking about it, President Li made another phone call to Lejunhal and informed Lejunhal of the situation at Qingfeng Temple, especially the attitude of Taoist Gua. Soon after, Master Sanjaya also learned about King Fengiguan's attitude from Taoist Master Lo Jintang. Tianchi Sanjaya suddenly laughed, and laughed for a long time, and then his expression calmed down, and he very calmly ordered, "Bring our treasure Jingjing Sutra Inheritance Original. It seems that this trip, we must go to Qingfeng by observing and discussing the Tao. Let the other person know what the true Jingjing Sutra is." The Taoist priest next to him nodded quickly. He knew that the calmer the heavenly master was, the angrier he became. If he went to Qingfeng Temple to discuss Taoism, he would make the other party pay for his offense. On the last day, since the author is still typing at 3 o'clock, I'll give you the monthly ticket. Alas, I couldn't get up the next day, couldn't change my schedule, and the update was still so late. I feel uncomfortable and want to cry. Chapter 173. This old Taoist priest is so awesome. A high-speed train stopped. When Master Sanjaya came out of the station with two Taoists, he attracted a lot of attention. "Tianchi, when you arrive in Yushan, you can take a taxi to Qingfeng Temple," a Taoist said respectfully. Master Sanjaya nodded. These two people were sent by Lo Jintang to accompany him. Yushan railway station is particularly busy today, because from time to time, some people saw Taoist monks getting out of the train. They were wearing Taoist robes that were too obvious, and there were also some believers who were wearing Taoist items to identify themselves. Naturally, they came here for the Qingjing Sutra. The believers may have come because they knew that Qingfeng Temple was famous, or they were invited by believers such as Lin Ziyin and Wan Yang. Those who practiced Taoism did so entirely because they received the news that Sanjaya Tianchi would come to Qingfeng Temple to discuss Taoism for the sake of the Qingjing Sutra. The emergence of a heavenly master is a rare event in Taoism, so many Taoists came. In fact, they also felt that Qingfeng Guan had been deceived by getting a fake Qingjing Sutra, and it was a mistake. Master Sanjaya met several Taoists when he came out. "Master Tian, I didn't expect to see you at the station. I've seen the heavenly master." Meet the heavenly master. When several cultivators saw Master Sanjaya, they were also respectful. A heavenly master has a respected position in the Taoist sect. I've met fellow Taoists. Master Sanjaya returned the favor, chatted about some Taoist rituals, and then took two cars to head to Qingfeng Mountain together. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The first thing they saw were the luxury cars and the billboards in front of the cars asking for blessing rice and road signs. Qingfeng Temple's blessing rice and Taoist tablets have become very famous recently, said a Taoist practitioner. If you buy a Taoist plaque for 500,000 yuan, there must be something fishy in it. Another Taoist cultivator said with suspicion, knowing that no one wanted to buy the Taoist plaque from his Taoist temple. Master Sanjaya did not speak, but looked at the Qingfeng temple that was vaguely visible on the top of the mountain. At this time, several cars stopped and a group of people walked out, some of them holding filming equipment. The group thought these people were believers who were here to film the discussion, but something was wrong from their conversation. The latest news is that the black man Levi has arrived in Shushan. This guy is too arrogant. Yes, he actually looks down upon our domestic women so much. I really want to see him taught a lesson. Grandmaster Ma did a good thing. He led someone to trick the other party into coming to Qingfeng Temple. He dug a good hole. I must take pictures this time. Yes, Levi should be taught a lesson if he dares to insult our sisters at home. Sanjaya Tianchi and others seemed to understand that there was a foreign black boxing champion who insulted and belittled domestic women. Everyone was angry, and someone tricked him into coming to King Fengiguan for a fight. Master Sanjaya said in surprise, I didn't expect Qingfeng Temple to be very popular in terms of martial arts, which is surprising. The group of people didn't pay much attention to this matter, and walked towards Qingfeng Mountain together. When they arrived in front of Qingfeng Temple, they found that there were many people gathered there, densely packed. Moreover, these are not Taoist disciples, but they are all attracted by that black boxing champion. I didn't expect that a foreign alien could attract such a big attention. Sanjaya Tianchi sighed with emotion. If their Taoist sect also had such a big attention, it would not be in decline. There are even so many Taoist temples that have cut off their inheritance and have to start from other places. Send someone to be the abbot. The key is that his discussion with King Fengiguan has become a foil, which is very uncomfortable for a heavenly master, and makes him look a bit like a clown. Several other Taoists who met were equally surprised. They also didn't understand that even though their Taoist temple, which they usually carefully promoted, didn't have many believers, this time a black boxing champion came to choose, but so many people came. Some Taoists even rolled their eyes and had an idea in their minds. If they could teach the black boxing champion a lesson before Qingfeng Temple, it would definitely have a great publicity effect for their own Taoist temple. After all, Baguazhang routines, Tai Chi sword routines, and Sankei boxing routines have all been practiced very proficiently. Almost at this moment, there was a noise at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. Sanjaya Celestial Master and the others looked over and saw a tall black man coming up arrogantly, followed by a group of people who were filming him crazily. They knew that this should be the black protagonist. Levi came up and saw the people gathered around him, which made him smile. There were so many people. When there are more people, when he beats the other person, it becomes more sensational and can shut up those who abuse him. Levi walked up to Qingfeng Temple arrogantly, like countless black people who were confused about the situation in the country. He still knew some Chinese, and when he arrived at the temple, he shouted, "Go inside and call out that Taoist priest Gua, and tell me that I want to prove how vulnerable your kung fu is." Just as he finished speaking, a Taoist priest appeared and shouted, "You are a swaggering foreign black slave. Let me see what you are capable of." When this man came out, the people around him couldn't help but pay attention. Wearing a Taoist robe and meticulous Tai Chi temples, he really looks like an immortal. "Who are you?" Levi frowned and looked at him. The Taoist sneered and said, "The poor Taoist Qingsong Temple, Shushan." When Shixuan announced the words Qingsongwen, his voice was deliberately louder. In fact, those Taoist temples in China do not believe in the popular and well-known Taoist temples on the internet. They have always wanted to learn it, but they do not understand the internet hype at all. Even if they learn it according to the routine, it will not cause any waves on the internet. Even if they learn these things, even the Taoist approach won't work. Shixuan knew that today was definitely a very good opportunity. According to what he knew, as long as he could teach the black boxing champion a lesson, he would definitely be more popular than Dao Kanghua and Dao Kangchen. Thinking about it, Shushan demonstrated a set of palm techniques, which was Baguazhang. Moreover, it was smooth, and very handsome. This seems like a masterstroke. But after the fight started, everyone was dumbfounded. The smooth and silky routine just now was completely gone, and it completely turned into a street fighting king's 8 punches. Then, the black boxing champion threw a left hook, a right hook, a lower hook. After a set of combos, the master fell down. Everyone around was embarrassed. This black boxing champion is already arrogant, and now he wants to kill him. Doesn't this encourage the opponent's arrogance? Master Sanjaya felt embarrassed when he saw this, but he also saw that this Shixuan's purpose was probably for fame and fortune. Sometimes people who practice Taoism cannot avoid this kind of thing. After Levi defeated Shushan easily, his face became even more arrogant. Is this all your kung fu? And that Taoist priest Gua can come out and get beaten. At this moment, everyone noticed that another old man wearing Taoist robes came out of Qingfeng Temple. Xie Qingyang also saw the people gathered outside, as well as the very obvious black man. This should be the world boxing champion that his senior brother asked him to greet, right? Xie Qingyang also walked directly in front of Levi and said directly, "Are you going to challenge our Qingfeng Temple? I will be your opponent." This scene stunned everyone. Who is this old Taoist priest? And what did he say? He wants to fight Levi? It's incredible. Is it possible that King Fengiguan, an old Taoist priest, can still confidently defeat a world boxing champion like Levi? It's absolutely impossible rationally. At this time, Levi also looked at Xie Qingyang in astonishment, and pointed at himself in astonishment. You want to fight me? Are you kidding me? At your age, I stand and let you punch me twice. Tickle. Ah. Xie Qingyang didn't expect the other party to say that, and then he said politely, "Then please stand still." Levi was dumbfounded. Did he mean this? He clearly said that he didn't want to fight with such an old man because he was afraid of hurting the other person, but who knew that the other person actually took it seriously? However, it was already like this, and he didn't want to refute this. What would happen if the old man was given 2 punches? As mentioned before, the other party was just tickling him. On the contrary, you can also mock the other party, make the other party feel embarrassed, and make everyone laugh. Old man, let me see if you can give me a massage. Don't break your hand with a punch. Levi snorted coldly, and his whole body had tensed up with exploding muscles, which obviously didn't bother Xie Qingyang took it seriously. Seeing this, how could Xie Qingyang be so polite? He directly activated the energy developed in Danshan, then used Qingfeng Fist and punched Levi. After all, he is the world boxing champion, so he still has a serious attitude. But at that moment, Levi's eyes widened, and then his body flew away from the ground. Puff! Levi even spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, then hit the ground hard and let out a wail. Levi's mouth was full of blood and he was stunned. He struggled to get up, but felt severe pain in the area where he was hit, and immediately fell to the ground with a look of horror on his face. Xie Qingyang looked at his blow in surprise. World boxing champion, so weak? Is this vomiting blood? I should have known better. But the atmosphere around him was completely wrong. Everyone stared blankly at Xie Qingyang's old face. What did they see just now? World boxing champion Levi was punched by this old Taoist priest until he vomited blood and lay on the ground unable to get up? He thought that the old Taoist priest might end up like Grandmaster Ma. In addition to Taoist Master Gua, there is such a powerful old Taoist priest in Qingfeng Temple? But think about it, it doesn't seem strange that there are Taoist priests from the same Taoist temple. Now I really don't know how to explain to foreigners that their country has no real kung fu. Otherwise, how could an old Taoist priest of this age defeat a world boxing champion? The key point is that the old Taoist priest is actually surprised why Liwei, the world boxing champion, is so weak. Isn't this murderous and heartbreaking? Is the world boxing champion weak? It's definitely not weak. It's the only one of this magnitude in the world. The other party is only so weak in the hands of you, the old Taoist priest. People around him couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and start taking pictures of Xie Qingyang. There is no doubt that the old Taoist priest King Fengiguan will be more popular than Taoist priest Qin on the internet tomorrow. After all, those Taoist priests on the internet have never competed in public, let alone defeated a world boxing champion. Now this old Taoist priest has directly knocked out a world boxing champion in front of everyone with one punch. The key point is that this old Taoist priest is still shocked that the world boxing champion is so weak. This is simply the shock of an unborn master taking action for the first time. Master Sanjaya couldn't help but look at the old Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple with admiration. At least in this aspect, he was ashamed of himself. He had also learned Taoist martial arts before, but his talent was limited and he failed to achieve success. It can be seen that Qingfeng Guan is really powerful in terms of martial arts, but this does not prevent him from discussing Taoism with Qingfeng Guan. After all, it is related to their Qing Jing Jing. Cough, cough. Levi coughed. There were blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and he looked at Xie Qingyang in disbelief. At the same time, there was deep fear in his eyes. As a world boxing champion, he had never experienced this kind of failure, but he knew very well how terrifying the old man's power was, and he couldn't resist it at all. He climbed up with difficulty, looked at the pointing fingers of the people around him, his face was filled with shame, and he staggered down the mountain with his head lowered. This completely caused cheers to ring out from all around. Does this crazy black boxing champion know how powerful he is now? Xie Qingyan looked around at this time, and took the opportunity to say, "Dear believers, donors, and fellow believers, today we at Qingfeng Temple still have members from the Sutra Transmission Association. Our elder at Qingfeng Temple will personally teach you the Qingjing Sutra. Everyone can come to Qingfeng Temple." Got this opportunity. After that, he walked straight towards Qingfeng Temple, leaving only his back to everyone. The tourists around him were immediately attracted and started to make a noise. They were attracted by Levi's story at first and had no idea about the Bible preaching meeting, but after what happened just now that the old Taoist showed great power, they became very interested in this sutra preaching meeting. As for those cultivators, they looked at each other. This was their main concern. Many of those who recognized Master Sanjaya subconsciously looked at him. Master Sanjaya didn't say a word and walked straight into Qingfeng Temple. When he got inside, he saw a special futon platform erected in the main hall. This is the preaching platform. At that time, the person who preaches the sutra will sit cross-legged on it and teach the sutra to everyone. In the double courtyard outside the main hall, there are also ordinary pavings, and the front position has been occupied by some people. These people all carry Taoist signs, showing their identity as Taoist believers. Master Sanjaya was naturally familiar with this, and the remaining futons are reserved for fellow Taoists or other believers. So, he also walked up and sat on one of the seats. But his move surprised other cultivators. They thought that Master Sanjaya would get into trouble as soon as he came in, but who knew that this master actually sat cross-legged and listened to the other person preaching the scriptures. Master Sanjaya didn't care what others thought, so they sat cross-legged and closed their eyes to rest. Even if he was discussing Taoism, he would first listen to how outrageous the other party's Qingjing Sutra was. Only in this way can he argue with the other party in the best possible way when discussing Taoism. As Master Sanjaya entered the Qingfeng Temple, the news that Levi was knocked out instantly by a punch quickly spread across the internet. Now is the internet age. As long as it is attractive and exciting enough, anything can spread quickly throughout the internet. The fact that Levi, the Black World Boxing Champion, was punched by an old Taoist priest from King Fengiguan was enough to be exciting and attractive. Xie Chong is paying attention to this matter. He has been very busy recently, and the company has signed several big orders. Therefore, after the old man joined King Fengiguan, he could only pay attention to the news about King Fengiguan. "Mr. Isn't it normal to provoke Daoist Gua?" Xie Chong said, clicking on the video, and then opened his mouth in shock. "This is normal." Then, there was only one thought in his mind: is this my dad? But since when did the old man become so awesome? Not only Xie Chong, but people on the internet were also shocked. I thought that the world boxing champion could fight with Dao Kangwa and have a fierce collision. Who would have thought that before Dao Kangwa made a move, Qingfeng saw that an old Taoist priest had killed Levi, the black boxing champion? Who would have thought of this? And Qingfeng Guanzhong, Guolin is playing leisure Shushan in the waiting room. He naturally knew the news about the arrival of the black boxing champion, but when Xie Qingyan took action, he didn't care anymore and continued his game. It's just a pity that after completing a task, there is still no reward. Not long after, Xie Qingjiang's report came from outside. "Brother, the black boxing champion has been solved, and now the sutra teaching meeting can begin." Got it. Guolin also controlled the game character to accept another mission of the first decisive battle, then hung up and automatically completed it, then walked outside the office. The mission content of this first decisive battle is probably about the first decisive battle between the Ime sect and the Southern Demon Cult. The Ime sect has basically figured out the situation of the Southern Demon sect and is about to take action against the green-robed ancestor. Also, starting from this first decisive battle, the green-robed ancestor will gradually go from a powerful overlord state at the beginning to a miserable state where anyone can beat him. This is also one of the main tasks, but I don't know if I will get a reward if I complete the task. When he got outside, Guolin saw Xie Qingyan with a hint of excitement on his face, and asked, "How is it? It feels good to defeat a world boxing champion, right?" The opponent was too weak, so I withdrew some strength, but still defeated him with one punch. As Xie Qingyan spoke, the excitement on his face became even more difficult to conceal. After all, this world boxing champion allowed him to experience how powerful the power of cultivation is. No matter how strong a mortal is, even if he is the world boxing champion, he can only do that. This is a change in mentality. Let's go, Guolin said to Xie Qingyan and walked towards the main hall. The main business today is the Bible preaching meeting. When Guolin came to the main hall, he obviously attracted everyone's attention. Dao Kangwa is here. The old Taoist priest followed behind Taoist priest Guo respectfully. This shows that Taoist priest Guo is more powerful than the old Taoist priest. Master Sanjaya also looked at Guilin for the first time. The first impression he gave him was that he was young, even younger than those seen in the videos on the internet. But it is precisely because of his youth that he lacks the heart to cultivate Taoism and is a little frivolous, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to just get a Taoist scripture and think it is true, causing such a misunderstanding. Guilin didn't know what Master Sanjaya was thinking, and he didn't even know which Master Sanjaya was at this time. He went straight to the sutra preaching platform and sat down. He waved his hands in a salute to the tourists, believers and cultivators around him, and said, "Today is the Qingfengguan Sutra preaching meeting. The Qingjing Sutra will be passed down. I hope that everyone will not be disappointed." Disappointment. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Xie Qingyang next to him shouted loudly, "Quiet." Following this shout, believers and cultivators immediately fell silent. This is the order of preaching they know. The tourists attracted by Levi didn't know this, but the scene when Xie Qingyang defeated Levi, the black boxing champion, had already impressed everyone. Therefore, when he said the word quiet, everyone subconsciously became quiet. This is probably prestige. "Your Majesty, please recite the Qingjing Sutra." Xie Qingyang looked at Guilin and spoke again. At the same time, Guilin began to recite the Qingjing Sutra. As the voice came out, Master Sanjaya frowned. The melody is wrong. The rhythm is wrong. The content is wrong. The beginning is not the content of the Qingjing Sutra. Sure enough, the other party made a mistake. "Hey, what's going on?" Master Sanjaya just had this thought, but a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. He looked at Guilin in disbelief. What is this special feeling under the sound of the other person chanting sutras? Not only Celestial Master Sanjaya, but also followers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang, as well as everyone around him, all showed expressions of disbelief at the same time. Because of the special effect of the Qingjing Sutra, it stimulates the energy chanting, and the attributes of the listener's troubles are eliminated +3, the mind is not distracted +3, and the concentration is +3. Xie Qingyang and Xianyun both looked at their senior brothers in shock. They have recited the Qingjing Sutra and know the effect of the Qingjing Sutra so that they can experience that special effect when reciting it. But there is no way they can make each other effective by reciting the Qingjing Sutra. Now that the senior brother is reciting the Qingjing Sutra, they also have this special effect while listening to it. The key is that this effect is even stronger than when they recite it themselves. This can be easily felt. This was true for both of them, not to mention the people around them, especially the tourists who were attracted. After hearing the chanting, they felt that all their worries were gone instantly, and their psychology was not disturbed by any external objects. "I feel clearer and more focused than ever before." As Guilin chanted, the feeling became even stronger. Until his chanting ended, everyone felt that they were in the best state. The feeling was very strong, very wonderful, and very good. I don't know how long it took before tourists and believers started to express their shock. Did you feel it? That special feeling? Well, it's incredible. This long chanting can actually make me feel so comfortable. Yes, in my current state, I feel like I can do anything easily. There was also a look of shock on the faces of those cultivators. They have all practiced Taoism for a long time and have recited many Taoist sutras. Naturally, this Qingjing Sutra is also familiar to them. They have recited the Qingjing Sutra themselves and heard others recite the Qingjing Sutra, but they have never had such incredible and strange effects. Moreover, the special effect produced by Master Guo of Qingfengguan when he recited the Qingjing Sutra is exactly the same as the rumored effect of the Qingjing Sutra. The Qingjing Sutra circulated from Lao Jun Tang does not have this effect at all, but now the Qingjing Sutra recited by Qing Feng concept does. It seems clear who is real and who is fake. This was completely different from what they expected. When they came, they all thought that the Qingjing Sutra by Qing Fengguan was fake. Thinking of this, those cultivators also looked at Tianchi Sanjaya who was still sitting there. You must know that this person is here to discuss Taoism with Qing Fengguan for the sake of the Qingjing Sutra. How to discuss this now? At this time, Master Sanjaya's body was trembling, and he was shocked, and his eyes were even more unbelievable. Moreover, he heard clearly that the other party's Qingjing Sutra was more than 70% different from the content of their Lo Jintang, but more than 20% of them were the same. Could this be related to the incident in the records of Lejun Hall, in which rebel soldiers broke into Lejun Hall? As if he had caught the attention of the cultivators around him, Master Sanjaya suddenly got up and walked to the sutra preaching platform. He watched Guilin perform a Taoist ceremony with great respect, and then asked Sanjaya of Lejun Hall, "Please give Taoist Master Guo of Qingfeng Temple the real Qingjing Sutra, and let Sanjaya take it back to Lejun Hall and hide it in the Sutra Tower, to comfort our ancestors of Lejun Hall." This move immediately made those cultivators look at him. What's the situation? Isn't it about talking about Tao? Why did you suddenly become convinced? But thinking about it, everyone felt strange. After all, after listening to Taoist Guo reciting the Qingjing Sutra, there was no need to argue who was true and who was false. The Qingjing Sutra of King Fengedwen is the real thing. If it is not a true Taoist scripture, how can it be recited and people will have such a special feeling after listening to it? And the Qingjing Sutra is one of the inheritances of Lo Jintang. Now and Master Sanjaya should be eager to take this Qingjing Sutra back, right? If this news spreads and everyone knows that Lo Jintang is the inheritance of Taizhang Lejun, and even this basic Qingjing Sutra is fake, then the reputation of Lo Jintang will be greatly damaged. Are you Sanjaya? Guolin looked at Heavenly Master Sanjaya with a smile. This was not beyond his expectation. After seeing the efficacy of his Qingjing Sutra, it was strange that the other party still had the courage to discuss anything. Heavenly Master Sanjaya hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes, I am under Sanjaya. We, Lejun Hall and Qingfeng Temple, had a misunderstanding before. Please forgive me, Taoist Master Gua. Actually, our Lejun Hall has always known that our Qingjing Sutra is fake." During the chaos, rebel soldiers rushed into Lejun Hall and burned many scriptures. Therefore, some of the scriptures in our Lejun Hall now are from those times, completed from memory. When those cultivators heard this, they all looked confused. The Taoist 1, the Taoist 2, the Taoist 3. They all looked at Master Sanjaya with strange expressions on their faces. Is he sure he knew this all along? It seems that they don't know that Master Sanjaya is coming to discuss Taoism. How did the Heavenly Master manage to say such words without blushing? Guolin couldn't help but smile when he heard Master Sanjaya's words. Obviously, this master's mind was very flexible. However, Heavenly Master Sanjaya tried hard to hide his embarrassment and once again paid homage to Guolin. I would also like to ask Master Gua to do it. From now on, Lo Jintang will watch the horses lead with Qingfeng. Perhaps among the scriptures passed down by their Lejun Hall from Taizhang Lejun, the only truly mysterious one is the Qingjing Sutra. Therefore, if he could bring this Qingjing Sutra back, it was not an exaggeration at all. They would even thank Qingfeng Guan for helping them find their true inheritance. Therefore, his invitation was very sincere. On the other hand, the Taoist cultivators around him also realized that they could no longer see the Taoism. But in this sutra transmission meeting, didn't Master Gua of King Fengedwen want to teach the Qingjing Sutra? Thinking of this, they all respectfully bowed to Guolin. Please ask Taoist Master Gua to pass down the Qingjing Sutra. Please ask Taoist Master Gua to pass down the Qingjing Sutra. Naturally, what happened in Qingfeng Temple quickly spread among the Taoist sections. Taoist Association. President Li's anger has not gone away. The man at King Fengedwen was so ignorant that he didn't even give him any face, which made him very upset. Thinking about it, he put a piece of information on nominating the Celestial Master into the Crusher. It can be seen that the information on it belongs to King Fengedwen and Guolin. As the president of the Taoist Association, there are very few people in the Taoist sect who would not give him face. Doesn't the other party know that Qingfeng Temple has to judge the position of Taoist priests, and the other party's Celestial Master nomination can be controlled by the association? If you can get nominated by the association, there will be no problem in getting the Celestial Master certificate after a few years. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to achieve the Heavenly Master's attestation for the rest of your life. I don't know what happened to Master Sanjaya. He should have finished discussing Taoism and taught the other party a lesson. Someone hurried in and reported, "President, the results are out at Qingfeng Temple." "How is it? Did Master Sanjaya win?" President Li asked hurriedly. It was he who arranged for the other party to pay attention to Qingfeng Guanluo. The man immediately said, "President, there is no discussion at all. The news is that Taoist Guo recited the Qingjing Sutra once, and then Master Sanjaya worshipped him. Please also teach the Qingjing Sutra and tell him in the future only Qingfeng watches the horse's head and follows it." What? President Li was dumbfounded and hurriedly grabbed the piece of information that he had just smashed. Is Master Sanjaya playing with him? They were the ones who had objections to Taoist Gua, they were the ones who protested, and they were the ones who spoke out. It was precisely because of this that he would question King Fengedwen. Now the Sanjaya Heavenly Master has directly worshipped Qingfeng Guan? Do you still want to watch the horses lead with the breeze? You are noble and noble, you obey me, you follow your lead. It's simply a scam. Then why should he nominate the Celestial Master Guadao Kang of King Fengedwen now? If you give it to the other party, he has already threatened you. Does he still have any face? Wu Yang, you celestial being. President Li hurriedly cursed. In the end, he was the only one who offended King Fengedwen and had conflicts with him? President Li complained about Master Sanjaya and Lo Jintang in his heart. If this is the case, why come to the association to complain and appeal? Afterwards, he sighed and hurriedly printed another copy of the information on the computer. He also figured out that it was also because of Master Sanjaya, otherwise this matter had nothing to do with him. Now that Master Sanjaya and Lo Jintang have slapped him in the face, why is he still bothering about this matter? Taoist believers, please be more relaxed. Nomination by a celestial master does not mean certification of the celestial master. President Lee thought about it and opened the Taoist college information again. A group of Taoist college students were about to graduate, and distribution was another problem. Students who graduate from Taoist academies are generally assigned to serve as intern Taoist disciples in various Taoist temples across the country, or as abbots in rural Taoist temples that have lost their inheritance. They can also be assigned to work in various Taoist associations. But the problem is that as one class of students graduates after another, it will always be saturated. After that, places will be very tight and competition will have to rely on competition. The more well-known Taoist temples, the more intense the competition. This also results in many Taoist college talents wandering into society every year. This year, Yushan Association can send 2 people there, and Qingfeng Temple accepts a trainee Taoist disciple, right? When the time comes, send the student information to Qingfeng Guan. President Lee thought and looked at the information of this year's graduating Taoist disciples. He didn't expect that there would be several female students this year. In the past, female students were rare. In front of the main hall of Qingfeng Temple, whether it was Master Sanjaya or those who practiced Taoism, they all paid homage to Taoism. This Jingjing Sutra is so miraculous that it can be said to be the only proven true Taoist sutra. Think about it, if they can recite this Jingjing Sutra when facing believers in the future, they will definitely be able to shock those believers. This is of great benefit to spreading Taoism and morality. Believers such as Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang also experienced the magic of the Jingjing Sutra with expectant eyes, and they also wanted to learn it. This is their chance to get in touch with Suankai. At this time, Guolin was sitting on the sutra teaching platform, looking at Master Sanjaya with a half smile. Although I had already guessed that the other party would bow down after hearing him recite the Jingjing Sutra, the speed of his bowing was really unexpectedly fast, without any struggle or hesitation. Master Sanjaya looked embarrassed when Guolin saw him, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "Please, Taoist Master Gua, teach you the scriptures." Guolin smiled and nodded. Today's sutra sharing meeting is originally intended to teach the Jingjing Sutra, so that everyone can promote the Tao Sutra together, strengthen my Taoism, and improve the situation of the Taoism's weak situation. These words were obviously righteous and very beautiful, which made Master Sanjaya and those who practiced Taoism stunned for a moment. Did it turn out that Dao Kangwa actually had such a grand wish? If they had heard this before coming, they would have sneered at him, and would have thought that this person was just trying to gain fame. Moreover, by using the Jingjing Sutra to do this, he was treating others as fools. But now that they know the magic of the Jingjing Sutra, they don't doubt this at all. If Taoist Master Gua didn't have such a grand wish, no one would be willing to take out such a Taoist scripture to teach it in his own Taoist temple. At least they are absolutely unwilling to collect this scripture and use it to their advantage. After all, they only know this one such scripture. Therefore, now that Taoist Gua wants to spread this scripture, his words are naturally very convincing. Brother Taoist's heart is admirable. A Taoist cultivator couldn't help but perform a Taoist salute. Brother Dao's heart is admirable. Brother Dao's heart is admirable. For a time, all the Taoists paid homage to Guolin. In fact, each of these cultivators is much older than Guolin. But the saying Taoist brother is not about age, but the admiration of these cultivators, which can also be said to be the sudden reputation. At least in front of these cultivators, Guolin instantly gained a very high reputation. Even Heavenly Master Sanjaya saluted him again solemnly. Guolin was naturally satisfied with the effect. No matter what his main purpose was, it was always good to earn some additional reputation sometimes. Moreover, looking at these people in front of me, I can earn a lot of willpower. Thinking about it, he then said, the inheritance of this Jingjing Sutra is entirely due to the blessing of the God in Guanzhong. Before passing on the sutra, please thank the God in Guanzhong and pray a few times with me. No one refused Guolin's reminder, not even Master Sanjaya, who felt that this was the way it should be. Pray for blessings. Guolin also turned around, faced the main hall, and began to lead the prayers. Master Sanjaya and those cultivators immediately followed and prayed together. In an instant, the sound of praying and chanting rang out all around. This time there were many believers, as well as many cultivators. When the sound of neat prayers and chants rang out, the tourists around were a little shocked. To be honest, as we enter the age of ending Dharma, it is really rare to see such a scene of people from many sects praying and chanting sutras together. Some people have never seen it once in their lives. When the first blessing was over, rows of system prompts appeared in Guolin's mind. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willpower. These reminders of willingness made Guolin couldn't help but smile on his face. This wave of prayers alone increased 623 points of wish power. The total number of believers and cultivators who came here provided more than 200 vows. If all these people's willpower is exhausted, a large amount of willpower income can be obtained. If it weren't for the preface of the sutra preaching meeting, he would have wanted these people to pray for a few more days. But this would be regarded as tampering with the order of the sutra transmission meeting. He thought it didn't matter, but to a Taoist person, this was treason or arrogance. He is not the number one person in the Taoist sect of an era, so he is not qualified to do such a thing. Otherwise, even Zhang Sanfan, a Taoist master of his era, would be criticized for changing some Taoist order. At least, he is currently not qualified to do such a thing. But he soon realized something was wrong. The highest level of willingness is only 3 points? It shouldn't be right, because Master Sanjaya is here. Is the piety level of a heavenly master only 3? It can't be that low, right? You must know that Xuanyan had 5 piety points before entering Qingfeng Temple. Is the other party a heavenly master embarrassed? But soon he was relieved. After all, modern celestial masters are really different from ancient celestial masters. In the past, celestial masters relied on cultivation to enhance their abilities and reputation in the Taoist sect before they could become celestial masters. Nowadays, the title of celestial master is nominated by the Taoist Association, and then voted by the Taoist Association, and finally the celestial master certificate is issued. Theoretically, it is possible for a person without any piety or even any Taoist ability to become a heavenly master. Guolin figured it out and no longer struggled. He continued to pray twice with the believers and cultivators, and the total wish strength increased by 623 points. In other words, this wave of willingness directly increased 1,246 points. Guolin then ordered Xie Qingyang and Shenyang and Xuanyan, pass the copy of the Qingjing Sutra to all your colleagues and believers. After passing on the scriptures, take all your colleagues and believers to enjoy the baptism in the quiet room. A wave of blessings has refreshed 1246 willpower points. Naturally, we need to make good use of the quiet room, which can also refresh 1246 willpower points. This alone is enough to meet half of the willpower requirements to upgrade. When Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan heard Guolin's words, they responded with a Taoist salute. Then they took out boxes of copies of the Qingjing Sutra that they had prepared yesterday and distributed them to Master Sanjaya and those who practiced Taoism. You can see that on the cover of the Taoist scriptures, in addition to the 3 words Qingjing Jing, there are also the words Qingfengguan preserved edition. This copy of the Tao Sutra is specially given to Taoists, so that they can take it and put it in the Sutra Pavilion. Moreover, due to the rules of teaching scriptures, the person who teaches the scriptures is not allowed to modify the content without authorization, and the contents must be kept intact when entering the scripture collection pavilion. This is to completely mark the Qingjing Sutra with the Qingfeng concept. The same goes for the version that was later passed on to believers and ordinary tourists via mobile phones. Then this Taoist Sutra is linked to Qingfengguan. Anyone who sees this Qingjing Sutra will also think of Qingfengguan. Especially when those believers recite the Qingjing Sutra, the words Qingfengguan will flash across to some extent, which will provide the power of vows no matter where they are. After sending copies to those who practice Taoism, Xuanyan took out his mobile phone and taught the Qingjing Sutra to those believers and ordinary tourists. It would be easy to teach it to believers and tourists, just let them scan the code. After all, keep up with the times. Xie Qingyang divided the work and cooperated, and invited Tianchi Sanjaya and those who practiced Taoism. Comrade Shan, please follow me to the quiet room. Celestial Master Sanjaya and others have heard of the Qingfeng Temple, but there has never been any mention of the quiet room in their Taoist temples. Therefore, after they heard about the Qingfeng Temple before, they discussed it with the people in the temple and thought that the Qingfeng Temple was just a Taoist fake temple, trying to please others. But how can they still have such thoughts now? Instead, he became a little curious about this quiet room. Taoist master was specially arranged for them to go to the quiet room, which obviously had deep meaning. Master Sanjaya and some cultivators were the first to enter the quiet room. Xie Qingyang also stepped into the chanting position and recited the Cleaning the Dust Sutra. Master Sanjaya and these cultivators suddenly showed doubts. Could it be that Jingxi was the one who wanted to recite sutras to them? This made those cultivators look at Master Sanjaya with strange expressions on their faces. After all, the Celestial Master is present on all occasions in the Taoist sect, and it seems that people from other Taoist sects are not qualified to recite sutras to the Celestial Master. But when the sutra of cleansing the dust rang out in the quiet room, the faces of Master Sanjayo and those from the Taoist sect suddenly widened their eyes. The feeling of being suddenly washed away from the body and relaxed mentally was too shocking. King Fengiguan's true Taoist scriptures are more than just the Qingjing Sutra? Celestial Master Sanjayo and others were shocked, and at the same time, they also had a look of anticipation on their faces. Taoist leader was specially arranged for them to come to the quiet room to let them know this Taoist scripture. Based on Taoist Master was wish to make the Taoist sect stronger and change its weak status. If they pray for this scripture, they might be able to take this Taoist scripture back with them. The other side. After Guolin told Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan about the scriptures, he also returned to the office, intending to see if the task of the first decisive battle that he had hung up on had been completed. Who knew before he took out his mobile phone, the game system prompt appeared. Congratulations to you, you have completed the first decisive battle mission, helped the Ime sect defeat the green-robed ancestor for the first time, and obtained a magic weapon from the southern demon sect, the magic fragrance bead. The magic fragrance bead is a treasure used by the southern demon cult to confuse the minds of ordinary people. It is an evil thing. However, this bead was refined by Li Yingxing of the Ime sect to eliminate the evil nature. However, the refining failed and became a defective product, leaving only a basic phantom fragrance function. In Shushan Swordsman, the southern demon sect is located in Baiman Mountain, and its leader, the green-robed ancestor, is also a very impressive person when he first appears. In the background of the game, the green-robed ancestor was also a big boss in the early stages, at least until the first showdown. As a demon sect, the southern demon sect is naturally good at evil and bewitching methods, and can make people willingly become the dogs of the demon sect. It is impossible for the patriarch in green robe to do this kind of thing himself. He would leave it to the people in the sect. Among them, the magical fragrance pearl is a magic weapon specially refined for this purpose. The southern demonic cult can use the magic fragrance pearl to create a special fantasy fragrance, which can bring out the memory images that people care about most, making people lose their mind. Then, through the evil effect of the fantasy fragrance pearl, people can fall into the devil's path and be willing to be driven. Guolin also didn't expect that he would get something like this after completing the first decisive battle mission. But what he got was the magic fragrance bead that Li Yingxing failed to refine. If you're not good at refining this girl, don't refine it. Although the evil ability of the magic fragrance bead has been eliminated, the magic fragrance bead has also been destroyed. Now it only has the function of making fantasy fragrance. But even so, Guolin immediately closed the door of the waiting room, and then entered the game with an idea. No matter what, even if this magic fragrance bead is incomplete, it is still a magic weapon. Think about the evolutionary Bagua disc. Just one fragment has that kind of evolutionary function. Entering the game's residence, he also saw an extra transparent bead on the table. There were visible runes moving inside the bead. It is this rune that gives the magic fragrance bead its special effect. Guolin picked up the magic fragrance bead and immediately saw the note information on the magic fragrance bead. Fantasy fragrance bead, incomplete. This is a magic weapon that has been destroyed by refining. It has only one function that can be used to make special fantasy incense. The magic incense produced can only be produced within the scope of the sect's residence with a pious heart. Ignite it, and you can fall into an indistinguishable real illusion, and create the scene you most want to know or care about in your memory. Guolin also learned about the efficacy of this incomplete phantom fragrance bead through this remark. As long as you activate this magic fragrance bead, you can create a special magic fragrance. This kind of phantom fragrance effect is quite awesome in reality. For example, a person misses his deceased wife very much, but it has been too long and he has even forgotten what his deceased wife looked like. If he lights this phantom fragrance, he will fall into the illusion of memory. When you see your wife, you can even relive the beautiful scenes you have experienced with your wife. Moreover, the illusion will be so real that it will be like reliving that memory. It's amazing. Guolin was surprised. This phantom fragrance is absolutely magical under certain circumstances, such as enlightening people's hearts, curing memory diseases, restoring missing memories, etc. Guolin suddenly became very eager to make this fantasy fragrance. As time went by, his image of the old Taoist priest began to become blurry, even though his memory of the old Taoist priest was still profound. Therefore, he really wanted to see the old Taoist priest again and experience the days of living with the old Taoist priest again. In the past, this was just a pipe dream. Now that he can make this phantom fragrance, it is different. It allows him to realize his wish in another way. Guolin is very familiar with the process of making incense. After all, he and the old Taoist priest used to make the incense used in King Fengiguan by themselves. The process of making magic incense is similar. The only difference is that making magic incense requires not only the magic weapon of magic incense beads, but also a special incense. While picking up the magic incense beads, Guolin also learned how to make the incense. He immediately took the fantasy fragrance pearl out of the game with a thought. Making incense generally requires raw materials such as wood powder, binding materials, aromatics, and additional materials. The incense produced by different raw materials is different. Naturally, in the process of making incense is the core material, which gives the incense its aroma, efficacy, grade, etc. The other is the required wood powder, which can be agar wood, sandalwood, cedar, pine, etc. Just wood. These are naturally the requirements for general incense, but for fantasy incense, the two most important materials, incense and wood, have special requirements. Among them, the wood needs to be old wood that is more than 100 years old, which can initially conduct energy, and the incense medicine also needs to use medicinal materials of a special age. When the incense meets the energy of the magic incense beads, it can catalyze a special effect. When the incense is ignited, this effect will also be released. As luck would have it, the licorice and angelica needed to make the fragrant medicine were grown in the medicine fields, and he could use them now. Guolin walked out of the dressing room and went to the medicine field first. When passing by the main hall, he saw Heavenly Master Sanjayo and those cultivators. These people were sitting cross-legged on futons, studying the Qingjing Sutra, and had even begun to recite it in a low voice. Followers like Lin Ziyan and Wan Yang were also reading the online version of the Qingjing Sutra on their mobile phones. Even with all their concentration, they didn't see Guolin passing by. However, most of the tourists attracted by Levi left. These tourists are just ordinary people. To be honest, even if you give them the Qingjing Sutra, they will not be able to understand the melody, rhythm, let alone the chanting. There should be only a few people who are interested and learn quickly. Guolin went to the medicine field and dug some angelica dehurica and licorice. The two medicinal materials were washed and matured when they were condensed in the medicine field, and they were at least several decades old. After digging these two medicinal materials, he went to another place, which was the place where the ancient Huangshan pine tree stood. There are two special requirements for making magic incense. One is angelica dehurica and licorice that are old, and the other is wood that is hundreds of years old. Pine wood can be used to make incense. This Huangshan pine is an ancient tree that is hundreds of years old. When Guolin arrived here, there were no tourists. He also saluted the Huangshan pine. I need to get some branches to make incense today. After all, we have to take other people's wood. The seven sages' ancient tree was washed by spiritual energy, so it must have some spirituality. The next moment, he took out the silver needles from the magic bag and planned to use the sword skills to use the silver needles to cut off the branches of Huangshan pine trees. The energy is added to the silver needle, and combined with the sword control technique, it is very easy. But before he could take action, there was a sudden movement in the tree, and dead branches fell one after another and fell to the ground. Guolin looked at the fallen dead branches in astonishment, and there was no need for him to do anything. After that, he silently put away the silver needle in his hand. Dead branches are actually better for making wood powder than new branches, and they are easier to burn when made into incense. If it is a new branch, it will need to be dried again, which will take more time. Guolin picked up these pine branches and took angelica dehurica and licorice back to his closet. Then he took out the drying tray, placed angelica dehurica and licorice on it, and took it outside the barn to dry. The first step in making incense is to dry these materials. Naturally, these are not the only materials for making incense, but there are also other materials. However, there are no special requirements for those materials. They are available in the King Fengedwen warehouse and can be used as soon as they are taken out. Guolin also went to the warehouse, took out other materials and grinding tools, and began to grind those materials into powder, as well as the pine branches he retrieved. During this process, because Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan led people to baptize in a quiet room, Guolin's mind was constantly filled with reminders of his willpower. When everything calmed down again and it was already evening, Master Sanjayo and others provided 1,246 wishes again in the quiet room. The total strength of the sect has also reached 2,618. This is only a little over 1,300 short of the 4,000 willpower required to upgrade the sex station. But because of a sutra preaching meeting, the sex station should be upgraded soon. After Guolin ground the pine branches into powder, he also took all the materials into the closet and spent some time mixing the materials in proportion. If you want incense to burn evenly and thoroughly, the proportion of these materials is still very important. In this way, you only need to wait for the angelica dehurica and licorice to be dried and ground into powder to make incense, and then mix it into it to make the magic incense. Angelica dehurica and licorice are both easy to dry medicinal materials, and they can be dried in the sun for 3 days. Guolin saw that the sun hadn't set yet, so he took out his mobile phone and planned to play Leisure Shushan again. Maybe if he was lucky, he could get a reward? Unexpectedly, as soon as I picked up the phone, a call came in. There was no note on the phone number, but the number looked familiar to him. It took him a moment to remember that it was the number from the Taoist Association. The other party asked him to apologize to Lo Jintang and Sanjaya Celestial Master before. I don't know what it's for this time. Guo Lin had some unpleasant conversations with President Li of the Taoist Association before. Who knew that when he pressed the answer button, President Li's pleasant voice came from the other side? Taoist Master Guo, am I not disturbing you with this call? I wonder what President Li has ordered. Guo Lin said, but he was complaining in his heart. Did the other party not care whether it disturbed him or not? Don't call if you're afraid of disturbing me. This kind of person is the most hypocritical, and there are many such people in reality. If you call and ask like this first, it is 100% that he has something to ask of you. I just have a purpose and insist on asking if I am bothering you. If you know it is bothering you, just be smart and don't hit me. Generally speaking, this kind of person is definitely not a so-called friend who has a good relationship. A true friend will either be too embarrassed to talk to you and won't call you, or else he will trust you to help and resolve the issue directly. President Li then said, Master Guo, what happened before was a misunderstanding. I am making this call today because I want to trouble you. Well, we at Qingfeng Temple don't seem to have anywhere to help you, President Li. Guo Lin sighed, and that was indeed the case. Really, anyone who calls like this will inevitably get into trouble. President Li hurriedly explained, Taoist Master Guo, I also heard that you have a wish to increase the reputation of your Taoist sect, so you preached the Qingjing Sutra. Your wish is the same as ours. Think about it, we have a Taoist academy in order to build up the reputation of the Taoist sect. Now a group of Taoist Academy students are about to graduate and will be assigned to various places. Among them, some students want to go to Shushan Taoist Association, and some want to go to Qingfeng Temple. So, Taoist Master Guo, please see if you can interview some of them. Shushan will leave 2 students, and King Fengagwen will also leave an intern Taoist disciple, so that they can have the opportunity to follow in your footsteps and learn Taoism from you. Guo Lin now understood what the other party meant. He said it so nicely, and showed empathy, and everyone wanted to increase the reputation of the Taoist sect, acting as if no one knew the current situation of the Taoist Academy. However, he did not refuse. After all, he and Xie Qingyang are the only 2 members of the Shushan Taoist Association. Even if Xuanyan is asked to register information later, it will only be a small addition. The existence of the Taoist Association is sometimes necessary. For example, when Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan joined Qingfeng Temple, they needed to register with the Taoist sect. When Xuanyan entered Qingfeng Temple, he had not yet taken the time to register with the Taoist Association. In addition, if Qingfeng Temple wants to do something, it must apply for approval from the Taoist Association. This is a requirement of the modern social system. Even if he is the president of the Shushan Taoist Association, it would be troublesome to run around by himself. Therefore, it would not hurt if the Shushan Taoist Association had 2 more errand boys. After all, the Taoist Association's recruitment has no impact on King Fengagwen, and the salary is also approved and paid by the Municipal Taoist Association. By the way, he, the president of the Shushan Taoist Association, also has a salary, 2,500 yuan. On the other hand, if students want to join the monastery as intern Taoist disciples, they can refuse or accept it, depending on the circumstances. If there is a good student, it is okay to let him come to Qingfeng to do odd jobs. With the development of Qingfeng Temple, the number of tourists and believers coming every day has increased, and the 2 old men Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan have become busier and busier, so it is good to have someone to share the burden. It's amazing to think of this trainee Taoist disciple as a long-term resident believer like Lin Ziyan. After all, Lin Ziyan is just borrowing followers and cannot take advantage of them as they should. The situation is different for intern Taoist disciples. Naturally, this also requires a prerequisite, that is, one must have a pious heart. As there are more and more rumors on the internet about Taoist priests and masters who have Ferraris and beautiful women, Taoist colleges are not only filled with students who sincerely study Taoism, but also opportunistic people who think that they can make a lot of money by becoming a monk. Thinking about it, he also said to President Li, let's take a look at the students then. President Li was obviously very happy to receive the reply, and immediately said, okay, I will send the information to the Shushan Taoist Association's email address, and then ask the students to go for the interview together. After hanging up the phone, Guo Lin shook his head, then picked up his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan to play the game. Unfortunately, he gained nothing overnight. When he got up the next day, Guo Lin checked the Taoist Association's official website and found that the preserved version of Qingfeng Guan Xingjing Sutra had been circulated. In other words, this Jingjing Sutra is completely linked to Qingfengguan. After that, whoever recites this sutra will inevitably have the word Qingfengguan flashing through his mind. In this way, one of the goals is achieved. Afterwards, he ate the refined rice with spiritual energy and returned to the brewery to absorb the spiritual energy. Reminders of his willpower sounded in his mind one after another. Congratulations on getting 5 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 3 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Needless to say, it must be Xie Qingyang who led people to pray again. Something is wrong, because praying this time directly increased Guolin's willpower by 195 points. Qingfeng Temple, together with followers like Xie Qingyang, originally only had more than 10 people, so it was impossible to increase their willpower so much. Are those cultivators not leaving, and coming to Qingfeng Temple early in the morning? Guolin was not in a hurry when he thought of this. He waited until Xie Qingyang and others finished praying before leaving the closet. After praying, he got 390 wishes again. Today I gained 390 points of wish power just from praying. After that, Jingxi can earn 390 points of willpower, and the total willpower can reach 3,402, which is less than 600 points short of the 4,000 required to upgrade the sex station. It can be said that this time will be the fastest upgrade of the martial arts station. Sure enough, events still need to be held in order to quickly increase the willingness power. When Guolin arrived at the main hall, he saw Heavenly Master Sanjaya as expected, and the people around him were all Taoists, presumably because of the Jingjing Sutra. The only people who can master the Jingjing Sutra in one night are those who have been chanting it for many years. When Master Sanjaya and the others saw Guolin coming out, they all looked over with a hint of respect in their eyes. They indeed mastered the Jingjing Sutra in one night, and the mysterious feeling they felt when chanting it was so amazing. The effect is much weaker than when Taoist Gua chanted it. What's more, when they chant, they can't have that mysterious effect on the people listening next to them. You must know that when Taoist Gua recites, everyone around him can be under that mysterious effect. That was the real shock. Naturally, they want to ask for explanation. There is also the Cleaning the Dust Sutra in the Qingfeng Guanjing room. They also want to know if they can get it from Taoist Gua. Greetings to Taoist Master Gua. Master Sanjaya hurriedly paid homage to him with a respectful attitude. He was like this, and so were the other cultivators. They all bowed respectfully. Since Guolin knew the purpose of these people, he also asked with a smile, "Do you have any doubts that you want to ask?" Master Sanjaya nodded immediately. Taoist Master Gua, we have learned the Jingjing Sutra and verified it with each other, but we can only enjoy miraculous effects on ourselves, but have no effect on others. It is not as magical as when Taoist Gua recited it. I really don't know why. Please ask Taoist Master Gua to clarify your doubts. This question made those cultivators look at Guolin. Even Xie Qingyun and Xian Yun are like this. They were the first to learn the Jingjing Sutra. At first, they thought that chanting it could only be effective for themselves. But after my senior brother recited it, I realized that reciting the Jingjing Sutra can also have effects on others, but they also studied it for an entire night and found nothing. This can only be solved by senior brother. Guolin guessed that these people would ask this question, so he compiled, "Everyone, what are we practicing Taoism?" It is nothing more than Taoism. When we practice with moderation and have the energy of Taoism, we will naturally recite Taoism scriptures as well. Divine help, the effect is stronger. These words directly made Master Sanjaya dumbfounded. Those cultivators also looked at each other, and the scene was a little quiet for a while. Taoism is naturally something that Taoists have always talked about, but they have practiced Taoism for so long, and to be honest, they really don't know what Taoism is. It is said that the modern era is an era of lawlessness, but in fact it is more correct to say that it is an era of lawlessness. They cannot feel the existence of the Dharma at all, let alone the energy of the Dharma. Taoist energy can only exist in legends, right? Such as Zhang Tianxi, Taoist Sanfen. But they couldn't say this at all. Doesn't saying that mean that he is practicing a false path? Could their Taoist sect really be able to cultivate that ethereal and void thing? Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun understood something clearly after hearing what their senior brother said. They seemed to know what it was. Xie Qingyang sat down cross-legged and began to activate the energy in his danshan, chanting the Jingjing Sutra. As the chanting started, everyone looked at him. Celestial Master Sanjaya and others also recognized it. It was the Jingjing Sutra. Moreover, the melody, rhythm, and content were exactly the same as what they had learned, but the next moment, they were all stunned. They felt the mysterious feeling of the Jingjing Sutra. This time, it was not Taoist Gua who was reciting it, but the old Taoist Xian Yang who was reciting it. At this time, Master Sanjaya and others were completely shocked. It is true, it is really possible to cultivate Taoist energy. Otherwise, how can we explain that only the Taoist master of Qingfeng Temple can have this effect when chanting the Jingjing Sutra in the same way, and they can't? Even Master Sanjaya is like this. Believers such as Lin Ziyan and Wang Xiang began to look at these Taoist people with scrutiny, especially Sanjaya Celestial Master. It's no wonder that this is the case. After all, in cultivating Taoism and preaching the Dharma, why is it that now only the Taoist master of Qingfeng Temple is successful in Taoism and can cultivate Taoism energy? None of these people can do it? Doesn't this mean that the Taoist priest of King Fengguan is the master of Taoism, and all these people are inferior? Guo Lin saw that those people were shocked by the rhetoric he made up, and then smiled and said, "Comrades, you must be dedicated to cultivating Taoism, your heart must be pure, and you must be pious." To be honest, these Taoist cultivators are quite devout. Even someone with a status like Sanjaya Celestial Master only has 3 points of piety, and even a believer like Wang Yang is not as good as him, which is a bit unworthy. It would be strange to say that they devote themselves to cultivating Taoism and have pure beliefs in their hearts. Sure enough, Celestial Master Sanjaya and others bowed their heads in shame after what Guo Lin said. This scene confirmed what Lin Ziyan and other believers had thought. Sure enough, only the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple was the master of Taoism. What happened today is destined to greatly increase the reputation of King Fengguan. Knowing that it was his fault, Master Sanjaya also put aside the matter of the Jingjing Sutra and asked again, "Taoist Master Guo, yesterday I felt the magic of the Chinchin Sutra in the quiet room. I wonder if this Chinchin Sutra can be passed on to us. Is there another one? The true scriptures can also strengthen the Taoist door." Guo Lin couldn't help feeling that these people were really greedy and even borrowed what he said yesterday. However, he smiled and said, "Comrades, the Cleansing Sutra belongs exclusively to Qingfeng Guan. It is effective only in the Qingfeng Guanjing quiet room. It will have no effect outside the quiet room." Master Sanjaya and others were stunned, with disbelief on their faces. How could such a thing happen? It's just a Taoist sutra. How can reciting it not be reciting it? Is it possible that this sutra can also identify the place and identify the Qingfeng contemplation room? It's the same as the fairy tales in the Taoist scriptures. But in the blink of an eye, Master Sanjaya and others were stunned. What if that's the case? Is it possible that the mythical stories in the Taoist scriptures are true? The heartbeats of people like Master Sanjaya accelerated inexplicably, so fast that they were suffocated. "Celestial Master, fellow Taoists, will you follow me to the quiet room?" Xuanyun made a Taoist invitation at this time. How could these cultivators object at this time? They subconsciously followed Xuanyun to the quiet room. Master Sanjaya was still the first group to enter the quiet room. As Xuanyun chanted the Cleaning the Dust Sutra, the mysterious feeling of being washed away from the body appeared again. This time, the impact he received was too great, so while feeling the mystery, he stood up and walked towards the quiet room. His actions attracted the attention of several other cultivators, who understood his intentions and followed him out. When they stepped out of the quiet room, the mysterious feeling in their bodies disappeared instantly. They took another step back to the quiet room, and Xian Qi appeared again. At that moment, they were completely dumbfounded, then shocked, and finally looking in the direction of the main hall, their faces full of fear. It turned out to be true. How is this different from a myth? What kind of magical existence is King Fengguan? As time went by, Sanjaya Celestial Master and others completed the quiet room baptism one after another, and then everyone could not hide their shock. Is there really a Taoist scripture that is only valid in one place? What kind of magical existence is King Fengguan? This. After the baptism in the quiet room, Master Sanjaya and others hurried out of Yushan and left Qingfeng Temple. The impact they received here was too great. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Now they just wanted to go back and concentrate on practicing Taoism and cultivate Taoist energy. Naturally, no one from them told the outside world about the Taoist energy. Knowing that they can really cultivate Taoism, they know very well that if this news spreads, it will cause changes in Taoism. If they don't cultivate Taoism energy, they spread it and let others cultivate it, which will be embarrassing. Time passes and the day passes again. The next day, Guo Lin found that Song Yu Tinchi and the others had not come again, and had obviously left. Otherwise, if he had to spend another day to refresh his willpower, the sect's headquarters would be upgraded. What a pity! However, as Xie Qingyang and others finished their round of prayers, he suddenly received a call from Chen Hong. This made him stunned for a moment, and he quickly looked at the date. I almost forgot that the time to teach Chen Hong's nephew the boy's body is tomorrow. Now invite the believers to watch the ceremony, and tomorrow the sex station can be upgraded again. Seeing the scene of taking the box out of the air, No matter whether it was the people brought by Chen Hong or the believers who came to pilgrimage for the Qingjing Sutra, they were all uneasy. You can be sure that there is absolutely no rope pulling it. They saw it clearly. Only believers like Qin Hong, who had seen Taoist Gua summon his sword from afar, were a little calmer. This is fundamental to Dao Kangua. Guolin took out the birthday horoscopes from the box, and then used his sword control skills. He saw the box and a bunch of hair inside fly out, and landed accurately on the ritual altar. I was born on the Xinyu day of Gamawiyavya. My surname is Pingan. I have a good relationship with the Taoist sect. I will now give the boy a urn. Guolin looked at the birth date and read out the horoscope. Taoist priest Kingshu was shocked by the method of retrieving objects from the air, but before he could recover, he saw an incredible scene. Taoist priest Guo waved his hand again, and the boy's jar on the ritual altar flew up automatically. Then it floated in front of him and opened automatically. You can see that a guardian god has been depicted on it, not a god, more like some kind of spirit. Isn't Tongzilla the 36th general? But that's not important now. What's important is that the boy is floating directly in front of Dao Kangua. How did you do that? Taoist energy? Is it true that qi is introduced into the body? His two apprentices were also shocked. One of the disciples whispered to Taoist Master Kingshu, "Master, don't you want to expose Taoist Master Gua?" Another apprentice also asked in a low voice, "Master, when are you going to take action?" Taoist Master Kingshu fell silent, glared at the two disciples fiercely, and whispered, "Shut up." If given the chance, he really wanted to make a name for himself in Jingshan Hall, but he was not a fool. When the people around him saw Guolin's move, they were completely shocked and dumbfounded. Have they ever seen such a magical scene? Especially the relatives, friends, and workers brought by Chen Hong were all shocked. It's amazing. Is this what Guodeazang does? I suspect he is a god. There is such a powerful Taoist priest in Qingfeng Temple. I must come to pay my respects more often in the future. They had only heard about Taoist Gua from Chen Hong before, but now they saw it with their own eyes and realized how magical it was. Guolin did not dare to waste time. He quickly waved his hand and saw that a pen on the ritual altar was affected by the sword control and flew into his hand. Although there has been some progress in practicing sword control recently, it is still a bit difficult to operate two things at the same time. He also quickly picked up a pen and wrote the name of Chen Hong's grandson Qi Pingan, as well as his birth date on the Lingtian protective urn. This method shocked the people around him even more. After writing the birth date, Guolin waved his hand, and in the box Chen Hong brought, a bunch of hair flew up and fell into Guolin's hand. After untying the red rope and waving his hand, the bunch of hairs flew towards the spirit guardian urn, and then landed on the spirit guardian's head. This is also equivalent to a function similar to recognizing the master. From now on, this guardian spirit will only protect Chen Hong's grandson Qi. Everyone was staring at all this, and when they saw those hairs miraculously integrated into the head of the guardian spirit and imprinted on the book, everyone felt like they were dreaming. How could such a magical thing happen if it wasn't a dream? This kind of thing can only be seen in movies. Master, have you seen what trick the other party is playing? Are you going to take action? A disciple of Taoist Master Kingshu asked softly again. Taoist Master Kingshu hit the apprentice hard on the head without any curiosity, and warned in a low voice, "From now on, you two, shut up. Now let alone the other party who exposed it, I don't even dare to think about it." His two disciples didn't even realize it, and they accepted them carelessly. Thinking about it, even Master Sanjiao and others firmly believe in the energy of Taoism. How could it be false? I actually naively thought I could expose the other party. I really didn't expect that the Taoist saying about drawing qi into the body is true. Then, he became a little annoyed. Since this is true, he had no intention of cultivating in this area before and had been studying talismans, especially the boy's talisman. He was actually complacent because those rich people rushed to let him teach him the boy's talisman. If he devoted all his time to refining qi, maybe he would have Taoist energy now. But who dared to believe this was true before? Because no one in the entire Taoist sect has ever cultivated it. But Taoist Kingshu and the people around him didn't know that what was even more shocking was not just that, because they couldn't see that the figure of the guardian spirit had condensed on the spiritual heaven protective urn, emitting spiritual light. This is a scene that ordinary people cannot see. Of course, there are exceptions. Xie Qingyang, who had accumulated a lot of energy in his danshan, looked at the Lingtian guardian urn in surprise and murmured in a low voice, "Brother, this is the real boy's urn. There is something on it. I can sense it. It should be it's the guardian spirit." Xuanyan heard this murmur and subconsciously looked at the boy's urn floating in front of his senior brother, but he couldn't feel anything, which made him even more annoyed. He has not yet succeeded in channeling energy into his danshan. The child's voice also sounded at this time. It was Qi Pingyan who was held in Qin Hui's arms. He stretched out his little hand in the direction of the guardian spirit amidst the surprised eyes of the people around him. This was naturally something I felt. He could even see the guardian spirit, even though his eyesight was not yet perfect at the time of his birth. But because of that tuft of hair, he had this connection with the guardian spirit. Not only him, but also Qin Hui, who was holding him, looked in the direction of the guardian with wide eyes. Old husband. Although she couldn't see it, she felt it. Mother and son are connected. Qi Pingyan's tuft of hair gave her some sense of the guardian spirit. Honey, what's wrong? Qi Qing looked confused. Qin Hui whispered, there is something on the boy's basket. I can't see it, but I have a strange feeling. Qi Qing was stunned when he heard this. Qin Hong's face was full of surprise and he said, quiet, don't talk. He has studied the boy's urn. According to ancient legends, the guardian angel on the boy's urn can gather spirits and appear to protect children. This shows that the boy's urn made by Gua Deazang is just like the one in the legend. It can definitely protect his grandson's safety, and it also has other benefits. If a truly capable person like Deazang Gua waits for his grandson to go to school, and then asks him to teach his grandson the art of Wenchanglu, will his grandson not become a top student in the future and a good one among others? What does the nephew's 985 mean? Maybe my grandson can clear the north. At this time, Guolin also returned the pen in his hand to the ritual altar. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the Lingtian protective urn fell into his hands. Afterwards, the spiritual heavenly protective urn was awarded to Qin Hong's family, and the conferment of the urn was over. Therefore, Guolin also took the Lingtian protective urn to Qi Pingyan and said, Qi Pingyan, take the urn. Naturally, it is impossible for Qi Pingyan to take over, which requires the help of Qin Hui, a mother. But when Qin Hui took the Lingtian guardian urn, she was stunned. At that moment, she felt that the boy's urn in her hand was vibrating, and she even felt a heartbeat beating on it. Even though she knew that Taoist Guo was a divine figure and the boy's urn he awarded was definitely extraordinary, she could not calm down at this time. Giggle. The child's voice sounded again. The child stretched out his hands in surprise, as if to grab something around him, which aroused the surprise of the people around him. It seemed like something was really happening. Taoist priest Kingshu also watched this scene, and he became more and more certain that the boy's urn painted by Taoist priest Gui and King Fengiguan must really be able to condense the guardian spirit. Xie Qingyan said with emotion, Xian Yun, can you sense it? There is an energy that is playing with the children. Xian Yun suddenly felt resentful. Isn't senior brother Xian Yang disrespecting him? He can't sense anything. This made him want to channel energy into his Danshan even more. Otherwise, he would not be able to sense many mysteries. It's really uncomfortable. At the scene, only Guolin could clearly see that after Chen Hui took over the spiritual guardian urn, the guardian spirit condensed and was floating around the child Qi Pingyan, seemingly teasing him. This also has a nanny function. Think about it, this is still an incomplete version of the Lingtian protector. What would it be like if it were the full version? Even though he drew it himself, he still felt surprised when he saw it. How did the Ine sect create such talismans? At this time, Xie Qingyan also shouted loudly again, the boy's urn has been given to the boy. The relatives who gave the urn and the believers watching the ceremony stood up to pray and respectfully invite the gods. Following his words, Qin Hong also hurriedly led others to get ready to pray, as did the surrounding believers. In an instant, Xie Qingyang led the prayers. After the round of blessings, Guolin got another prompt from the game system. Willing power increased by 2 points. Willingness increased by 1 point. Willing power increased by 2 points. Willingness increased by 1 point. Obviously, after the second blessing, these people's wish power had dropped a lot. Guolin asked Xie Qingyang to lead people to pray again. This time, the wish power prompts were all at 1 o'clock. This also means that the boy's urn ceremony is over. Xie Qingyang also shouted again, on the eve of the lunar month of the year Gamal, on the day of Renshin, the burial ceremony is completed. Thank you, Taoist Master Gua. Qin Hong stood up and hurriedly saluted Guolin respectfully. He knew very well that it was impossible to ask for someone like Taoist Gua to teach a boy, and his family would definitely be extremely lucky. Therefore, he cherishes this blessing. Qi Qing also hurriedly took his wife Qin Hui to salute and thank him. It could be seen that the piety on Qin Hui's face was even stronger than that of Qin Hong and Qi Qing. Because of the child, she felt more deeply about the Lingtian protector, and she could even feel that something was beside her to accompany the child. No need to be polite. Guolin smiled and saluted back. At this moment, Taoist priest Kingshu also stepped into the main hall, and he couldn't help it anymore. His 2 apprentices immediately looked at each other when they saw this. Master is finally taking action. I don't know what flaw the master saw. I just looked at it for a long time and couldn't find any flaw. I almost thought it was real." The two apprentices looked at their master expectantly. Taoist priest Kingsu also quickly entered the main hall and came to Guolin. "Meet Taoist priest Gua." "Who is the Taoist priest?" Guolin looked at the Taoist priest in front of him and asked with a salute. Snap! Kingsu suddenly knelt down in front of Guolin. "Today I saw Taoist Master Gua's teachings, and my heart is full of yearning. I hope I can enter the Qingfeng temple." This scene directly dumbfounded the two expectant apprentices behind. Disciple 1. Disciple 2. What is the master doing? The two disciples of Taoist Master Kingsu were obviously a little slow in their reaction. They never expected that their master did not go to expose the other party, but knelt down directly and wanted to join Qingfeng temple. Then, the two apprentices seemed to realize something, looked at each other, and started talking quietly. "If master joins Qingfeng temple, there will be no elders in Jingshan Hall. I think I can do it." "Why you?" "I think I can do it too." The two immediately looked at each other angrily. Guolin also looked at Taoist priest Kingsu in surprise. He didn't expect that someone would actually bow before him. But think about it, with the game system, Qingfeng temple will become more and more magical, and more people will definitely want to join in the future. Even Taoist priests and celestial masters from other well-known Taoist temples may want to change their sections. Will Qingfeng Guan be accepted? It is definitely not possible to accept, even if you enter the temple and become an ordinary Taoist disciple, unless the other party's piety is really extremely high, such as Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan, who can reach more than 6 points. This can be considered. Such a level of piety shows that the other person is a true Taoist. This type of person has little utilitarianism and greed, and is dedicated to practicing Taoism. Unlike ordinary Taoist people, they will have a sense of belonging and loyalty to Taoist temples. Therefore, if your piety is high enough, you can consider becoming a Taoist disciple. Pray for blessings. Guolin did not immediately reject the Taoist in front of him, but instead said, "What if this Taoist's piety is high enough?" Taoist Master Kingsu didn't know what Taoist Gua meant by asking him to pray, but he immediately started praying to the statue of Sanking. Congratulations on getting 1 point of willpower. When Taoist Master Kingsu finished praying, Guolin also received a wish reminder. Only 1 point of willingness. If the other party followed the enshrinement ceremony to pray for blessings before, it means that the other party's piety level still has 3 or 4 points. If the other party did not pray for blessings before, then it only has 1 piety point. Is this still a true Taoist person? Guolin decisively said to Taoist Master Kingsu, "Fellow Taoist, you have no chance of joining our Qingfeng temple." Taoist priest Kingsu suddenly became anxious. "Taoist priest Gua, why?" Guolin frowned and said, "Do you still need to ask, fellow Taoist? If you don't even have enough piety to believe in Taoism, how can you talk about entering Qingfeng temple?" Ah! Taoist Master Kingsu's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. Can the other party even see this? What kind of magic power is this? He suddenly became a little depressed. In the beginning, he was actually devoted to Taoism, but after decades of practicing Taoism, he achieved nothing. He became less and less convinced of the legends and mysteries of morality. Later, he was sought after by the rich because of the Tangzilu. Seeing those rich people being respectful to him and willing to spend a lot of money to teach him the Tangzilu, he became addicted and enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. But he never thought that the Taoist mystery really existed. Now that he had seen the mystery of Qingfeng temple, he sincerely wanted to join Qingfeng temple to practice Taoism. It's just that his past seems to have been seen through. The attitude of this Taoist Gua has been very obvious. He is not qualified to enter Qingfeng temple. Fellow Taoist, please come back. As long as you practice with concentration, you can achieve success anywhere, not necessarily at Qingfeng temple. Guolin said again, which was equivalent to an eviction order. In fact, after meeting more and more people who practice Taoism, he felt that apart from the pressure from the outside world, could there be no problems within the Taoist sect? To be honest, it seems ridiculous that a person who has been practicing Taoism for decades would be less pious than a believer. But it happened. He didn't know if such a situation existed in ancient times, but this kind of thing was just not normal. How can we guide believers if we are not pious enough? Taoist priest Kingsu understood Guolin's underlying meaning, so he could only get up and bow to Guolin, and then walked out of the main hall dejectedly. He is really regretful now. If he had known 10 years earlier that Taoism can really cultivate mysteries, then maybe things would be different now. Taoist Master Kingsu came to his 2 disciples and said, "Let's go back to Jingtang Mountain." He seemed to see the regretful expressions on the faces of the 2 disciples, and said with a wry smile, "As a teacher, it's not just that I failed to join Qingfeng temple. You too don't have to regret for me. Taoist Master Gui is right. As long as you practice with concentration, you will be able to practice quietly. The same goes for Shantang. The two apprentices looked at each other when they heard this and couldn't help but sigh. After Taoist Master Kingxu left, Chen Hong stepped forward again and said respectfully, Taoist Master Gua, the ceremony is over. I will take people down the mountain first. Relatives and friends will accompany them up. I always have to express something. Our family will be here someday. Come to Qingfeng Temple to pray. Guolin nodded, but did not forget to remind Donor Chen, please remember to burn incense for that boy's jar every day to maintain its energy. Chen Hong nodded immediately when he heard this and remembered it in his heart, not daring to slack off at all. Guolin said again, Giver Chin, before going down the mountain, let's take others to enjoy the blessings of the quiet room. It's not in vain to come up to watch the breeze. This is naturally to allow these people to refresh their willpower before leaving. After all, the sex station is about to be upgraded. Thank you, Taoist Master Gua. Chen Hong's eyes lit up. He has experienced the quiet room and knows how magical it can be for the body. Xuanyan also stepped forward at the right time and invited, fellow believers, please follow me to the quiet room. Chen Hong immediately led people to follow Xuanyan, and at the same time he did not forget to introduce the magic of the quiet room to his relatives and friends, which surprised them. The believers around him were also curious and followed suit. Xie Qingyang asked believers like Lin Ziyan to help and began to remove all the ritual altars in the main hall. Guolin also went back to the dressing room, and after a while, the reminder of his will sounded again. This is when Xianyan led people to start the quiet room baptism. He returned to the closet and took out the Huangshan pine wood powder and other materials that he had ground before and turned it over several times. Otherwise, you won't be able to make incense right away, and it will easily become damp if stored for a long time. After that, he took the licorice and angelica he had dug out before and took them to the balcony of the restaurant to continue drying them. You have to wait until these two medicinal materials are dried before you can make the medicinal powder required for the magic incense. After finishing, Guolin took out his mobile phone again and logged into Leisure Shushan to continue playing. Because there is no spiritual energy in reality, he has failed to successfully build the foundation after trying again and again. In addition to hoping that the spirit gathering tower will be built, the game may also give surprises. After all, there are many strange flowers and fruits in the Shu Mountain in the game world, and there are also things like foundation establishment pills. After logging into the game, he also looked at the task board. 2 new tasks for the day caught his eye. One is that Xiao Litzi from Yuhangyan is going to the Miao border with his wife. He needs to prepare some things. It is a task of collecting materials. One is about Yu Xianju, a poor girl from Sangxiang. Yu Xianju's heart is twisted and perverted because of her 6 imperfections. Now she has stolen a prescription that can make up for her own shortcomings from a Taoist priest in Yinei. This task is also to help collect it. Material. Guolin was interested in both tasks and accepted them both, and then controlled the game characters to take action. Unfortunately, the mission of the poor girl in Sangxiang did not give any reward. Instead, after completing the mission of helping Xiao Litzi collect, a game prompt suddenly appeared. Congratulations on getting a piece of Zhao Linger's clothes. Guolin was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there something wrong with this little plum? It's not like you can't get a reward for completing a task. Can't you just give it to Wan Jianju, Bacchus, Heavenly Sword, and Sword God? But think about it, Xiao Litzi in this period did not have these, but this is not the reason why he used his wife's clothes as a mission reward, right? After a while, Guolin entered the game world and looked at the light green elegant ancient costume in astonishment. At this time, a piece of Zhao Linger's daily clothing is also her favorite set of clothes. After wearing it, it has special effects, ornamental +2, charm +2, self-cultivation +2, comfort +2, ancient style +2. Dressing requirements, no limit to men and women. Guolin was speechless when he saw the note information on this dress. It had exactly the same attributes as Miss Lin's dress before. Even the conditions for men and women are the same. Is the game system trying to prompt something? The key is to give clothes to Miss Lin first, and then to Zhao Linger, and who will they give them to later? Female snitch? Colorful clothes? He suddenly couldn't complain about the game system. The key point is that King Fengiguan doesn't even have a female crown now, so we can't give away these two things. Guolin had no choice but to take the clothes out of the game, put them into the magic bag, and then continued to pick up the game on his mobile phone, until the game system prompts in his mind stopped, and no new wish prompts appeared. This was because Xuanyan had also led people to the quiet room for baptism last night. He also immediately looked at the wish information of the sex station. Upgrading requires willing power, 4,000, total willing power 3,951. When he saw this number, Guolin was a little distressed. He was only 49 points away from being able to upgrade, but he stopped here. But it doesn't matter. Xie Qingyang and the others will be able to upgrade tomorrow morning after praying for blessings. The Qingfeng Guanjing room became quiet again. The people brought by Chen Hong also felt the magical effect of the quiet room, and everyone was radiant and incredible. Chen Hong, this quiet room is really as magical as you said. Yeah, I feel comfortable all over. The same goes for everyone, you can tell by looking at their faces. It's not surprising that Chen Hong was surprised at the people he brought. After being baptized in the quiet room, it would be strange not to be surprised. After that, he also led people out of Qingfeng Temple again. Outside Qingfeng Temple, Lin Xianhong was scrolling through videos boredly on his mobile phone. His uncle would not let him enter Qingfeng Temple, so he could only wait. When his uncle came out, he must prove it to his uncle and correct his superstitious ideas. He and his mother have been favored by his uncle since he was a child. He really can't watch his uncle being deceived and being defrauded of money by this Taoist temple. When he saw Chen Hong and others coming out, Mr. Lin went up to greet him. "Uncle, is this a boy's urn?" He saw what his cousin Chen Hui was holding. Almost at that moment, he reached out to the boy's rug in Chen Hui's hand. The cousin held the boy's basket just right, and the other party held the child so that he could hold the boy's basket. But just when Mr. Lin's hand was about to touch the boy's rug, he felt a blur in front of his eyes for no reason, as if something had hit him halfway between his eyebrows. "Did you see a ghost?" Lin Xianhong was shocked for a moment as he looked at the shining figure of an evil creature that appeared in front of him, staring at him fiercely. At the next moment, he found that the figure disappeared again. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his vision went black and he fell to the ground. This scene shocked Chen Hong and others, and they had no idea what was happening. Yushan County Hospital. Chen Hong stood in front of the hospital bed and looked at his nephew with a frown. He used to think that his nephew was very smart. Originally, he had no son, only 2 daughters, and he wanted to hand over the stone factory to his nephew in the future. After all, his 2 sons-in-law had their own careers and were not interested in stone. But as his nephew went to college, he realized more and more that his nephew's emotional intelligence was very low. "Just because I went to a good university, I thought I knew everything. I wanted to intervene in everything and express my opinions, but it was all just talk on paper and unrealistic." There was even a dinner party where he gave fake tea leaves to some leaders in the county. The real price was 20 yuan, but the price tag was several thousand yuan. The nephew stupidly told the table that it was fake tea leaves and said he wanted to find it. Tea shop trouble. It's as if he doesn't know it's fake and the leaders don't know it's fake either. Lin Xianhong opened his eyes in confusion at this time. Where is this? Can't the hospital tell? Chen Hong said angrily. When the doctor next to him saw Lin Xianhong wake up, he also said, "The patient has nothing serious, he just has heat stroke. It should be due to lack of exercise. Young people today are just too weak." When Lin Xianhong heard this, he felt wronged and hurriedly said, "Where am I weak? I have been playing basketball for exercise, and I am famous in the class for my good physique. Damn it, there is something wrong with that boy." Chen Hong was obviously taken aback by these words. "Mr. Chen, let me ask the nurse to give your nephew a glucose test." The doctor smiled like he understood. What the hell, there are ghosts in this world. However, young people who are willing to admit that they are physically weak will find a reason to cover up, such as seeing a ghost. Lin Xianhong seemed to understand the doctor's smile when he saw it, and was speechless. He was just a quack doctor. The doctor had already gone out and diagnosed Lin Xianhong as a young man with a weak body and heat stroke. After the doctor left, Chen Hong asked anxiously, "You said you saw a ghost just now. What's the matter with the boy's body?" Lin Xianhong seemed to have betrayed himself in order to prove that he was not weak. "Uncle, I see you are so superstitious. I want you to know your way back, so I want to tear up the boy's body. Who knows, I haven't done it yet. When I met the boy's urn, I saw a ghost. He looked a bit like a spirit." Lin Xianhong kept describing, but Chen Hong was stunned, because what the nephew described is somewhat similar to the guardian spirit on the boy's urn awarded by Taoist Gua. He did not doubt his nephew's words because his nephew never entered the Taoist temple and did not see the guardian spirit on the boy's urn. In other words, this nephew approached his grandson with ill intentions, so he fainted after being attacked by Tang Zilu? Chen Hong was completely horrified. It is said that Tang Zilu can protect the safety of children, but no one in the outside world has seen such a thing, right? Even though he knew that he was a boy's urn awarded by Taoist Gua, it would be magical, but he never thought that it would be so magical. His nephew, an adult, actually fainted after being attacked. "It's amazing," Lin Xianhong said anxiously. "Uncle, believe me, it's true, there is a ghost in that boy's jar." When Chen Hong heard this, he immediately hit Lin Xianhong's head and said angrily, "You still say that you are not weak and suffering from heat stroke? Where in the world does this ghost come from? A college student is still so superstitious? You must believe in science." Lin Xianhong was so stupid? Is his uncle teasing him here? Who is superstitious? At this moment, a nurse came in and gave him an infusion with weird eyes. "Sister nurse, don't look at me like that." Lin Xianhong suddenly felt helpless. "I'm really not weak. Exercise more," the nurse warned. Lin Xianhong. Chen Hong quickly left the hospital. Naturally, he also deliberately denied his nephew that he was destined to obtain Dea Zhanggua's boy's urn, so he naturally did not want to cause trouble to Dea Zhanggua. With his nephew's character and his ability to hide secrets, the matter might be spread out soon, so he might as well let his nephew continue to believe in science. Chen Hong went to his son-in-law's house as quickly as possible. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his son-in-law and daughter's faces full of surprise, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Chi-Ching explained with surprise on his face, "Dad, you may not believe it, but there were several mosquitoes targeting your grandson just now, but before they could land on him, the mosquitoes kicked him to death with their legs." Chen Hong suddenly thought of what his nephew Lin Xianhong said, "If a person can be easily knocked unconscious, then what is killing mosquitoes?" Chen Hui was playing happily next to the crib. When Chen Hong came over, she said, "Dad, look at this water." They saw her holding a water cup and dropping a drop of water on the child. However, she saw something covering the child, and the water dropped on it and slid to the side. "Then how are we going to give him a bath?" Chen Hong asked subconsciously. This situation was strange without the protection of a guardian spirit. No wonder in Taoist legends, so many people want to get a boy's rug for their children. Who wouldn't want this kind of soul-protecting effect? Chen Hui took out the baby's basket from the crib, put it aside, and then took out the water again and dripped it towards the child. This time it dropped accurately into the child's hand. "It's amazing." At this time, Chen Hong looked at the boy with a look of awe on his face. He remembered Dea Zhanggua's words, and quickly picked up the boy's basket respectfully, and then placed it on a table next to him. After that, he found some incense candles for worship, took his daughter and son-in-law, and worshipped the boy together. He remembered that Taoist Gua said that this could maintain the energy of Tong Zilu. The three of them were naturally very pious at this time. After all the encounters, they may not necessarily have much piety towards the Taoist sect, but they absolutely sincerely believe in Taoist Master Gua and are extremely pious to what Taoist Master Gua has given them. But after putting on the incense, the three of them saw an incredible scene. They saw that the smoke from the incense candles all floated towards the boy's urn. It was as if there was something in that boy's jar absorbing the smoke. Chen Hong quickly took his son-in-law and daughter to pray at the boy's basket. Their family was extremely lucky to be able to get this boy's urn. Otherwise, who could get such a magical boy's jar? As the people brought by Chen Hong and the believers who came to make pilgrimages for the Jingjing Sutra left, the Taoist temple also became quiet. As the sun gradually set, Guolin also brought the Angelica de Hurica and licorice dried outside into the closet. As soon as I entered the lobby, I received a call, again from President Li. It should be about the Taoist Academy students. After pressing answer, Guolin heard President Li's voice, "Taoist Master Gua, won't I disturb you, right? I'll send you an email with information from the Yushan Taoist Association. You can take a look at it when you have time. I'll take the test later. The Taoist Academy will let the students come over, you can interview them, and if they don't stay, they will be sent back to the Taoist Academy." Guolin knew that this was the case, so he hung up the phone and continued playing with Angelica de Hurica and licorice. After a while, he forgot what President Li said. During dinner, Guolin found that something was wrong with Xian Yun's mood. He wanted to ask, but Xuan Yun himself didn't say a word, and he didn't speak either. After dinner, he immediately returned to the dining room and ran the Nine Heavens Mysterious Sutra to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice. After that, he continued to operate the technique and tried to build the foundation. The energy in his danshan started to circulate instantly, exited the danshan, flowed along the Zhoutian meridians, and then entered the spiritual veins. After repeating this cycle several times, Guolin tried to build the foundation again, and at the same time, the energy in his body began to be consumed rapidly. It wasn't until the energy was exhausted that he sighed heavily. There is still no way to build the foundation. In this situation without any spiritual energy, cultivation cannot increase energy quickly. When building the foundation, the subsequent energy recovery cannot keep up. There are currently no conditions for foundation building, so no matter how hard he tries, there is no way to pray for success. He could only hold out hope for the Juling Tower. According to the construction speed of Ma Tao and his men, the Juling Tower should be completed soon. By then, there should be an opportunity for successful foundation building, and by then he will also be an immortal recognized by the mortal world in Shushan swordsman. When Guolin was thinking about it, he heard Xuanyun's voice outside. Brother, Xuanyun wants to ask you something. Guolin went out in confusion and saw Xuanyun. Looking at his confused look, he asked, Xuanyun, tell me, what are your doubts? Xuanyun said anxiously, Senior brother, when I direct energy, I always fail to do so. The energy dissipates when it does not enter the danshin. No wonder he was anxious. After all, every time something mysterious happened, Senior brother Xianyang could sense something, but he couldn't. Xianyun, you have to calm down about cultivation. Don't be impatient. If immortals are so easy to cultivate, why wouldn't everyone in the world be an immortal? Guolin could only enlighten in this way. He himself was troubled by this aspect. After all, he himself had never been able to successfully build a foundation. Xianyun was suddenly stunned when he heard his senior brother's words. What the Taoist master just said was about cultivating immortality, not Taoism. Cultivation? This is obviously an absolute difference in meaning. The more he thought about it, the more shock and excitement appeared on Xuanyun's face, and he quickly bowed respectfully to Guolin. Brother, I understand. Guolin was stunned. Do you understand now? He doesn't even understand it himself. Xuanyun had already turned around and left, his face no longer a little impatient. As my senior brother said, if it were so easy to cultivate immortality, wouldn't everyone be an immortal? Precisely because it is not easy, it also means how deep his blessing is? Guolin also turned around and went back to the dressing room. The night passed quickly. The next day, Guolin got up early in the morning, because the sex station was about to be upgraded, so Xie Qingyang just led a round of prayers. He also got dressed early and went to the closet to see believers like Xie Qingyang and Lin Ziyan arriving one after another. Sure enough, as Xie Qinjiang's willingness to lead Shinxian came one after another, the sect's desire to upgrade the station was finally achieved. Almost at that moment, Guolin saw streaks of incandescent light flying from all around Qingfengguan again, and then converging over Qingfengguan. Finally, just like before, they condensed into an incandescent light mask that enveloped the entire Qingfengguan. Inside, the incandescent light shot in, making the still dim Qingfengguan suddenly bright. Congratulations, your sex station has met the upgrade conditions, your sex station has been upgraded. Congratulations on the upgrade of your sex station, the level 1 secret realm Kinkan is being upgraded. Congratulations on upgrading your sex station, you will receive random rewards, and the special conditions for the ancient ginkgo tree of 7 sages are now open. Congratulations on upgrading your sex station and receiving a special reward. One of the 5 elements trees is reviving, the incarnation of the immortal family is reviving. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. In the backyard of Qingfeng Temple, Xuanyun and Xie Qingyan came here after dinner to practice Qingfeng Fist together. They dare not slack off when they step into Suankai through Qingfeng Fist. This is also their daily life. Xuanyun, in particular, practiced even more carefully. After all, he heard the words of cultivating immortals from his senior brother, which made him more aware of what kind of blessing he had received. Xie Qingyang felt much more relaxed. After all, he had already introduced energy into his danshin, and now it was a process of accumulating energy. Suddenly, Xianyun's face suddenly showed a happy look, and then he became extremely serious and tried his best to control that trace of energy. It's almost close to danshin. This was the first time he was so close to success. Before this, the energy had been integrated into his body and disappeared. Successful! Xuanyun said excitedly after a moment, and finally a trace of energy was guided into his danshin. He could feel that the trace of energy entering his danshin did not dissipate like before, but started to swim in his danshin. Xuanyun hurriedly continued to practice Qingfeng Fist. The second and third energy appeared and were introduced into the danshin one after another. Because it was successful the first time, the next 2 times were almost complete. Xuanyun also stopped immediately. Because the prayer rice eaten no longer produces energy. Senior brother Xianyang, my energy has been introduced into the danshin. Xuanyun couldn't help but share the good news with Xie Qingyang immediately. Junior brother Xuanyun, congratulations. Xie Qingyang can naturally understand Xuanyun's mood. He was not like this before. He channeled energy into his danshin and hurriedly went to find his senior brother. After Xuanyun successfully introduced energy into his danshin, he felt as if a stone had disappeared from his heart and his whole body felt much more relaxed. However, when he inadvertently raised his head, he was stunned for a moment. There was nothing in the sky. Although it was dark, it could be seen that the sky was good, but he seemed to vaguely feel something above him. Senior brother Xianyang, above. Xuanyun said subconsciously. Xie Qingyang said with a smile, no need to make a fuss, there should be an energy above that we can't see at all and can only vaguely feel. This is not the first time. It is either the method of senior brother or the method of a certain god worshipped in the temple. Swan-Yun's face was full of surprise. He couldn't feel it at all before, but now he can feel it as soon as the energy is introduced into his danshan. Finally, he doesn't have to worry all the time next to senior brother Xianyang. In the closet, Guolin also finished absorbing the spiritual energy of the blessing rice, stood up and walked out of the closet, looking at the incandescent light shield above. This upgrade will not only upgrade the level 1 Secret Realm Kinkan to the level 2 Secret Realm Kinkan. Moreover, there are 2 rewards. One is about the ginkgo tree, but he doesn't understand what the special condition upgrade of the ancient ginkgo is open, because it is still open. The other one is the incarnation of an immortal, one of the resurrections of the 5 elements wood. Just looking at the literal meaning seems very impressive. It's just that this immortal incarnation is still recovering, and he also doesn't know what's going on. Now I can only wait for the prompts from the game system. Then, he went to check the dried licorice and angelica again. They were almost done. After 2 more days of drying, they could be ground to make medicinal powder and then made into incense. As soon as he thought, a bead appeared in his hand. This bead is the magic fragrance bead that was obtained by helping the Ime sect defeat the southern demon cult in Green Robe in the first decisive battle. Only with these beads can you create fantasy incense with special effects. As long as the fantasy incense is successfully produced, he will be able to meet the old Taoist priest again, even in the memory illusion created by fantasy. But for some people, even if they can see each other again and see each other's voice and smile, that is the most anticipated thing. Guolin looked at the magic fragrance bead, mobilized the energy in his body, and input it into the magic fragrance bead. In an instant, he saw the runes in the magic fragrance bead swimming and condensing chi, and then condensing around the bead. As long as this rune pattern is printed into a special incense, you can finally get the fantasy incense. After a while, the talisman pattern also dissipated, and the magic fragrance pearl returned to normal. Without a special fragrance, this thing won't work. Just when he was putting away the magic fragrance bead, the game prompt sounded again. Congratulations, your sect resident is level 1 and your body is level 2 in the Kinkan Secret Realm. Level 2 Secret Realm Kinkan, the average expansion of the overall area within the sect reaches 60%, and the outside world cannot observe, photograph, or explore, without any abnormalities. Congratulations, the special conditions for the ancient ginkgo tree of the 7 sages have been opened. For specific information, please see the sect's resident information. Congratulations, one of the 5 elements trees in the sect's residence has been resurrected. The incarnation of the immortal family has been successfully resurrected. The successive prompts immediately attracted Guolin's attention. He almost subconsciously looked at the ground beneath his feet. Level 2 Secret Realm Kinkan has expanded its area by 60%, which is equivalent to an increase of 30%. The property area of 30,000 property rights has become 48,000 property rights, which is still invisible from the outside. Even if the country mobilizes the most advanced satellite scanning, Qingfeng Temple still covers an area of 30,000 square meters on the map. If you increase the area by another 30%, if you know it in advance and look carefully, you will definitely find abnormalities. Guolin looked at the ground, and even used the lines drawn on the soles of his feet as markers. Sure enough, after a moment, he saw that the drawn line had moved forward. The area has increased. Swan-Yun and Xie Qingyang also walked out of the yard after practicing Qingfeng Fist. The relationship between the two is still very good. After all, there are only 3 of them and their senior brother in Qingfeng Temple. In addition, they are very old. Moreover, one has been seeking Taoism for half his life, and the other has been pursuing mystery for decades. Now that we have entered Qingfeng Temple together and get along day and night, we are not only brothers, but also confidants. The 2 walked side by side and stepped towards the steps in front. Almost as they raised their feet, their eyes widened in shock. Their feet had clearly crossed the steps, but the steps seemed to be avoiding them, and they ran out of the way. Small cut. The 2 looked at each other in shock. Senior brother Xianyang, have you seen it? Seen. The 2 of them realized that this was another increase in the area of the secret realm. After Guolin confirmed that the secret realm of Kinkan had increased, he immediately looked at the information on the headquarters of the Brain Sect and the information on the Tree of 7 Sages, Ginkgo. The sect's residence, King Fengedwen. Level 5, Sect Station. Effects, Sturdy +2, Simplicity +2, Ornamental +2, Solemnity +2. Upgrade requirements, 1. 3.2 million merit money, 7.2125 million usable merit money. 2. 8,000 wish value, 135 usable wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the Sect Station can be recovered and turned into a Sect Station construction card. The effect level of the Sect Station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guolin, Xianlin. Among the monks, Xianyang, Suanyun. 7 sages, 3/7. Special ginkgo, spring. Special effect. 1. Inspire the trees to sing. Pleasant listening +2, physical and mental relaxation +2. Requirement, the special 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree meets the spirit. 2. The special effects are not activated. Activation requirement 0/1000000. When the special condition of this ginkgo was turned on, he was a little confused. Now it seems that this is to give this ancient ginkgo another special effect. I can only say that this ginkgo is very lucky. After all, the game system prompted that this was a random reward, so it fell on Gu Ginkgo. It's just that the new effect of ancient ginkgo has not yet been activated. Special conditions are required to activate it, and the number 0 is followed by the number 1 million. But what is the requirement for this 1 million? The game system didn't give any prompts at all. Moreover, this thing needs to be increased by 1 million to stimulate this effect. Guolin became more and more confused and couldn't figure it out after studying for a long time. This also allowed him to put aside the ancient ginkgo matter for the time being. After all, there was something he was more concerned about, and that was the incarnation of the immortal. Just the literal meaning of it excited him. Everyone knows about immortals. It goes without saying that there are existences and incarnations that fly around in the sky. Anyone who has watched the TV series and movies about immortals should know what they are. Now that the game system has given such a reward, how can he not be excited? He immediately looked at the light curtain in his mind again, especially at the information about the incarnation of the immortal. One of the 5 elements of wood revival, immortal incarnation, has been revived and distributed. Special effects, healing the soul +2, ornamental +2, romance +2, shock +2, and would attribute effect assistance +2. Guolin was obviously stunned when he saw this note information. Has it been distributed? Where was it distributed? He immediately checked his status and found that there was no information related to the immortal incarnation at all. Shouldn't the incarnation reward him? Why couldn't he feel it at all? Guolin was directly depressed. I don't know how to stimulate the effect of an ancient ginkgo. Now the immortal incarnation is also playing this trick for him, and there is also the would attribute effect +2, which makes him completely confused. Moreover, judging from this remark, this so-called immortal incarnation may be different from what he thought. Brother! Brother! Suanyun and Xie Qingyang rushed to Guolin and greeted him respectfully. Senior brother, I have successfully introduced energy into the Danshan. Suanyun couldn't help but share his joy again. Well, don't slack off from now on. Guolin nodded and said, when the energy in your Danshan is enough, let Xianyang teach you how to make the calming talisman. Yes, senior brother. Xianyang immediately responded excitedly. Xie Qingyang also reported, senior brother, the area of Qingfeng Temple has increased again, it should be the secret realm Qinkan. Yeah. Guolin nodded without explaining, letting Xie Qingyang guess. After that, the 3 of them started chatting, mostly about Qingfeng Temple. After all, there were only 3 of them in Qingfeng Temple. The 3 of them chatted for a while, and then the sky turned completely dark. Hey, these are. Xie Qingyang suddenly looked at the stars in the yard in surprise. Almost the next moment, Lin Ziyan hurried in and reported to Guolin, Dea Zhengua, please go out and have a look. It's so shocking and incredible. This is confusing. Guolin also took Xie Qingyang out of Qingfeng Temple. When he saw the scene outside Qingfeng Temple, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He also immediately thought of a metaphor in Taoism. What does the so-called immortal incarnation mean? At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, as darkness fell, the county engineering team came out from Fengyuan Temple. Perhaps it can no longer be called Fengyuan Temple, but should be called Yushan Qingfengguan Tourist Service Center. Because the weather is hot in summer, it is impossible to work most of the day. The county's engineering team only started work in the evening, and then stopped at about 7 o'clock now when the sky turned completely dark. The workers each took a big gulp of the mineral water provided at the construction site and prepared to take a rest after get off work. But suddenly, a worker pointed to the top of Qingfeng Mountain. Look there, what is that? The workers all around looked up one after another, and then everyone showed shock. Who would have thought that they would see such a surprising scene in the dark night today? Under the whole night, the top of Qingfeng Mountain was actually lighting up with a strange fluorescent light. The fluorescent lights gathered together looked like long fluorescent dragons, which looked very spectacular. The key is that the fluorescent dragons are gathering together, even when viewed from a distance, it is full of viewing pleasure. The key is that the fluorescent dragons are flying and enveloping, which is even more shocking. The fluorescence even illuminated the entire mountain, making it look more like a fantasy world. It's so spectacular and shocking. What happened in Qingfeng Temple? A worker asked in surprise. Another worker nodded approvingly. It must be, otherwise how could it be so spectacular? That's Qingfeng Temple. But what is that? Another worker asked. It should be fireflies. A worker said subconsciously. This surprised the workers around them. They naturally knew about fireflies. When they were young, they had caught fireflies and even put them in glass bottles and used them as fluorescent lamps. But the fireflies were all dead the next day. I don't know when they started, but they never saw fireflies again. Over the years, this kind of thing that gave them beautiful memories has basically disappeared. So, how could there be so many fireflies on Qingfeng Temple? It almost covers the entire top of Qingfeng Mountain. The workers' faces were full of doubts and disbelief, and then they hurried towards Qingfeng Temple one by one. They wanted to find out. Qingfeng Guanqian. Believers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang were also shocked by the scene in front of them. How did these appear? It was obviously useless before, it just seemed to appear suddenly. Everywhere you look, the mountain is filled with fluorescent light. This is a scene that can only occur in the world of movie special effects, right? Moreover, they had never seen such a night in their lives. Especially for Lin Ziyan, who is from the city, it was really the first time in his life to see fireflies, and he saw so many at once. He now understood why people often regarded fireflies as romantic objects. At this moment, he really wanted to call his girlfriend over and have a romantic date with her on this magical night. Guolin was also shocked as he looked at the fireflies flying in the sky in front of him. Everything around is shrouded in their fluorescence, as if it is a magical fantasy world. The firefly is a creature in the yin-yang and five elements theory. It belongs to the attribute of fire, but it also has the attribute of wood. In some stories of Taoist tradition, fireflies are often regarded as the incarnation of immortals or immortal creatures. So, this is the incarnation of the immortal family? So what does this wood attribute effect of +2 mean? Not long after, Guolin's face showed an incredible look, finally knowing the attribute of wood attribute effect +2? This attribute is awesome. Because of the upgrade rewards, the game system directly spawned those fireflies. Almost within the area where Qingfeng Guanmen sect is stationed, you can see it everywhere and it is very spectacular. It didn't take long for Guolin to know what the wood attribute's auxiliary effect +2 was. Because he has broken his spiritual veins, he is very sensitive to the surrounding environment and climate changes. He could clearly feel that the air around him was slowly getting better, and his breathing seemed to become easier. Ordinary people may not be able to feel it, but if the pulse is successfully broken and the spiritual vein is unblocked, they can definitely feel it. In other words, with the appearance of these immortal incarnations, the surrounding air has changed. He observed some fireflies around him, especially the few fireflies that landed on a weed in front of him, and suddenly discovered something. The fluorescence emitted by the fireflies seems to have a special effect on the weeds, releasing something. It seems to be oxygen, but not just. Is this why the air is getting better? Photosynthesis? Guolin immediately thought of a term. Can the fluorescence of these fireflies allow plants to perform special photosynthesis? He squatted down and grabbed 2 fireflies. Through the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xinjing, he found that the fluorescence of the fireflies seemed to be different, with some kind of fluctuation. It is for this reason that those plants can produce special photosynthesis. Guolin walked around Qingfeng Temple. As time went by, he could clearly feel that the air was getting better and better. When he returned to King Fengedwen, the game prompt appeared again. Congratulations, the immortal incarnation has begun to take effect, and the wood energy has begun to increase slightly. When the wood energy reaches the extreme, there is a chance to transform the wood attribute environment, and the wood attribute environment will be able to produce wood aura. The number of immortal incarnations is limited by the influence of the sex station. If the number exceeds the load, it will not be increased. This is the true role of the fireflies spawned by the game system. No wonder it's called the incarnation of immortal. The energy of wood is a special energy in Taoism. This energy has great benefits for wood-type creatures. There are even rumors that if nourished by this kind of wood energy for a long enough time, it can even produce spiritual intelligence. Naturally, this wood energy contains special substances and cannot be refined and absorbed by humans. However, if the wood energy is extremely rich, there is a chance that the wood attribute environment can be transformed, and the wood spiritual energy can be produced. This wood spiritual energy can be absorbed by monks, and it is even more advanced than simple spiritual energy. If there is a wood attribute cultivation method, it will be awesome. But unfortunately, the aura of wood is not so easy to generate. The wood energy in front of me has just begun to increase slowly. The Jishin Xianjing basic qi refining method can't even sense the wood energy, let alone the spiritual energy of wood. Moreover, this wood energy is produced by the immortal incarnation, and I'm afraid it will take a long enough time to become an immortal incarnation. The game system also reminds that the number of immortal incarnations will not increase the load, and the influence range of the sex station is limited. To create a wood attribute environment and produce the aura of wood, more immortal incarnations may be needed. Qingfeng Mountain. The workers in the county also walked quickly towards the mountain, and soon arrived at the King Fengiguan boundary monument. From a distance, they saw the fluorescent dragon flying in the mountains. Looking closer, it was even more gorgeous, dazzling and incredible. It's really a firefly. A middle-aged worker was surprised. The others also nodded, with inexplicable memories in their eyes. At their age, they lived in the countryside when they were young. At that time, there were a lot of fireflies in the village. There were no cars or high-rise buildings at that time, and everything was so peaceful. At that time, they were carefree and loved nothing more than chasing fireflies. Is this really a firefly? It's the first time I've seen it, and it's so beautiful. A young man said with surprise. This made everyone else look at this young man. Some people are pitiful because they have never seen fireflies in their lives, and childhood without seeing fireflies should be impure, right? There seems to be a very mysterious rule of fate. After watching Firefly's childhood, it was really carefree at that time, with no sorrow, only simple childlike fun. It seems that after fireflies are hard to see, newborn children lose this carefreeness and have more impetuous comparisons. Comparing with what kind of car my father drives, and comparing whose family is richer, I became addicted to mobile games, and even competed for my skin while playing games. This seems to be a very strange phenomenon, and there is some kind of rule influence. But it's really been a long time since I've seen fireflies. Why did so many suddenly appear on Qingfeng Mountain? It was obviously not there a few days ago. If there were these fireflies, they should have been seen before. They couldn't have appeared suddenly, right? Really, the scene of fireflies flying together was very shocking and spectacular. It was like a fantasy fairy tale world. They had never seen such beauty in their lives. But they soon saw something strange. One of them said in shock, "Have you noticed that those fireflies don't seem to fly outside? That is the boundary monument of Qingfeng Temple. They only fly within the scope of Qingfeng Temple." These words attracted the attention of others. It seems to be true, they are within the boundary monument. What's going on? Is it possible that they still recognize the place? Perhaps, if you look at it from a distance, it seems that there are no fireflies below the top of King Fengiguan Mountain. Indeed, the top of the mountain is reflected in a fantasy, but down below it is extremely silent, no different from usual. The workers were increasingly shocked by these findings. They also thought of some legends about King Fengiguan. Many people in Shushan are saying that Qingfeng Temple is very spiritual and seems to be a real god. However, they have only heard about it and do not believe it at all. Seeing this now, hairs ran down their spines. Maybe the legend of King Fengiguan might be true. Otherwise, why would these fireflies be like this? Immediately afterwards, these workers took out their mobile phones and started filming. After all, the thinking of modern internet society is, don't panic when something happens, take a video first. In this situation, if you take a video, whether it is posted on Moments or uploaded to a short video platform, it will attract a lot of attention. Not only these workers, Qingfeng Mountain can still be seen from some locations in Shushan County, such as Tianyun Temple. Master Yunyuan suffered a stroke after being knocked out by Qingfeng Temple. Now his condition is getting more and more serious. He has to be helped by the practicing monk to move around and exercise every day. Tonight, when he was about to walk a certain distance and rest, he looked up and saw a mountain in the distance. He would now stare at that mountain every day, because that's where Qingfeng Temple is. What happened at Qingfeng Temple? A fire. Master Yin Yuan looked at the top of the mountain and said excitedly. The monk also looked at the top of the mountain and saw something that seemed to be lit up on the top of the mountain. It doesn't seem to be a fire. In many other places in the county, they also saw the situation on Qingfeng Mountain, but they had no idea what was going on with that sudden light. It wasn't until a few hours later that some spectacular videos began to circulate in Yushan's circle of friends. The videos were scenes of very spectacular fireflies. The fireflies that gathered together and looked like a long dragon shocked everyone who saw it. There is also the fluorescence emitted by fireflies all over the sky, which makes the surrounding environment very mysterious and not very attractive. Ma Yan was having a gathering with a few of her best friends. Because her family was wealthy and free, they didn't have the daily worries of other women. When they had time, they could have a refined and elegant gathering between sisters. Unlike these sisters, Ma Yan became a believer in Qingfeng Guan because she had enjoyed the baptism in the Qingfeng Guan Jing room. Moreover, not only had she been baptized once, her whole body was radiant and younger. Suddenly, one sister said in surprise, "It's incredible." "What's wrong?" Ma Yan asked doubtfully. The sister said in disbelief, "Look at this circle of friends, it's so spectacular and shocking, it just looks so romantic." Ma Yan and others looked over and were indeed attracted by the video. "It's really spectacular. Where is this? It's been a long time since I've seen fireflies. Let's take some time off and form a group to go see them." "No need to ask for leave, this is Qingfeng Temple." "What? Qingfeng Temple? Is Qingfeng Temple so spectacular at night?" Not only people like Ma Yan were like this, but many people who saw this video were incredible. They even went to Qingfeng Temple overnight, which made Qingfeng Temple lively most of the night. They had been in Yushan for so long, and no one knew that the night at King Fengiguan could be so amazing. The other side. Chen Like just came out of the shower when he received a call from Sun County. He didn't dare to hesitate and answered the phone immediately. If the leader called so late, there must be something important. As soon as the call was connected, Sun Xian said, "Look at the video I sent you. Go to Qingfeng to see what's going on in person. Find out more about it. Let's meet for a meeting tomorrow morning." "Okay, leader." Chen Li heard that it was related to Qingfeng Temple and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately opened the video sent by Sun County and saw the video of fireflies flying in the sky. "Is this King Fengiguan?" Chen Li's eyes widened slightly. He had recently investigated a lot of information about Qingfeng Mountain, and he could confirm that Qingfeng Temple had never recorded any records about fireflies. If there had been such a firefly seen in Qingfeng Mountain before, it would have been famous long ago, let alone no record at all. Then there is only one possibility: these fireflies appeared suddenly. This must have something to do with King Fengiguan or Taoist Gua. Chen Li immediately told his family and hurried out to drive to Qingfeng Temple. Soon, Qingfeng Mountain became lively. On this night, many people in Yushan rushed up the mountain after seeing the video. I can only say that people are too busy. Time passed by and the next day came quickly. Guo Lin got up early in the morning and walked out of the closet. When he got outside, he was surprised to see the scene outside. Lin Ziyan, Wan Yang and other live-in believers had also gotten up early and ran towards him in surprise. "Dea Zhangwa, Qingfeng Temple is incredible today." Yeah, it suddenly became foggy. It didn't happen before. This morning the entire Taoist temple was completely shrouded in fog. Indeed, Qingfeng Temple is surrounded by a hazy mist, even the courtyard in front of the main hall is filled with mist. When people walk, they can touch the mist and the mist disperses. This is an abnormal situation, because it is summer, and there may not be fog condensed even in those deep mountains and old forests. Besides, Qingfeng Mountain is not high, even in winter, the fog will not condense too much, not to mention it is summer now. Guo Lin immediately understood that this was the mist produced by the condensation of wood energy, but the scene here seemed to make the whole Qingfeng Guanxian dim. Guo Lin subconsciously led people out of the Taoist temple. Outside the Taoist temple, especially in the woods, there was mist, like a fairyland. At this time, if you look at Qingfeng Mountain from a distance, you will be even more shocked, because you can clearly see that the top of King Fengiguan Mountain is shrouded in a layer of mist. The misty appearance is like a fairy mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. As time passed, something even more surprising emerged for believers like Lin Ziyan and Wan Yang. The fog is easy to disperse. Even if the fog condenses in the morning, it will disperse quickly after the sun comes out. Therefore, even for those scenic spots that are famous for their foggy scenery, you must go early to enjoy the foggy scenery, otherwise you will not see anything. But believers like Lin Ziyan and Wan Yang discovered that as the morning sun came out and shot into Qingfeng Temple and the surrounding mountain tops, the fog at Qingfeng Temple and the top of the mountain did not disperse. In other words, the fog did not dissipate so quickly, even under the sun it dissipated very slowly. The fog that appears in Qingfeng Temple seems to be different from ordinary fog. Moreover, when the sunlight shines in and is refracted in the mist, a strange rainbow is magically produced. A normal rainbow is like an arch bridge, with 7 colors stacked on top of each other, very beautiful. But the rainbow reflected in the mist in front of me is scattered and intertwined, as if it is like a strange 7-colored light, like the spiritual light of immortals and Buddhas. That scene was no less shocking than the fireflies last night. Moreover, when you walk out of Qingfeng Temple, you will find that the entire top of Qingfeng Mountain is shrouded in dense fog, which also makes the entire top of Qingfeng Mountain seem to be shrouded in scattered rainbows. The splendor is no longer enough to be described in words. Such a spectacle alone, even if it does not require Taoist Gua's holy power, can let people know that Qingfeng Temple is definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could such a magical scene appear in Qingfeng Temple? Yushan County. Sun Xian also arrived at his office early in the morning to process documents. As soon as he sat down, he saw Chen Li coming in a hurry. How? Sun Xian immediately asked. He is very concerned about the Qingfeng Temple now, not to mention that such a spectacular scene happened in Qingfeng Temple again. He could confirm one thing from all aspects of information, that is, there was no record of this kind of firefly before Qingfeng Temple. In other words, this firefly just appeared. As for why it appeared, he even had some guesses. When Chen Li heard the question, he hurriedly explained, Sun County, I personally went to Qingfeng Temple to observe it. The video is true. Those fireflies did appear in Qingfeng Temple. It was very shocking to watch. If this can be developed into a tourist attraction, it will definitely become a very attractive project. Unfortunately, I can confirm that these fireflies are definitely related to Daokangwa and Qingfeng Temple. At this point, he sighed, because like the ancient ginkgo, they have no way to develop it. Are you sure? Although Sun County had some guesses, he still asked. Chen Li nodded and explained, it is basically certain that those fireflies will not leave the scope of Qingfeng Temple at all, but will fly within the property rights of Qingfeng Temple. This is absolutely abnormal. It can only be something done by Daokangwa. Sun County nodded. Indeed. Fireflies are just bugs. How do they know the scope of property rights of Qingfeng Temple? It is impossible to only recognize the scope of the wind view without flying outside. When this happens, there is only one possibility, there is some special energy influence. That is definitely related to Daozangwa. So, we have no way to develop it. Sun County sighed. Chen Li suddenly said, Sun County, no, maybe we still have a chance. When I went up the mountain, I unexpectedly discovered that the fireflies are not outside the property rights of King Fengiguan. They will still appear in the flower garden of the three girls, which is on the mountainside. Moreover, they will only appear within the scope of the flower garden, and they will not leave the flower garden at all. Sun County was stunned when he heard this and said quickly, what's so special about the flower garden? Chen Li nodded again and said, I went to Director Lu early in the morning to investigate. The flower garden is actually a property owned by King Fengiguan Holdings. Sun Xian understood, that's why the fireflies entered the garden. This has something to do with Shi Chui and Daozangwa. In that case, if we contract the Wild Botanical Garden project of Qingfeng Mountain to King Fengiguan, is that okay? Sun Xian didn't explain clearly what he said later, but Chen Xian understood what he meant and said, Sun Xian, there is no such thing as contracting for Taoist temples, only merit industry. So, we have to find a roundabout way. We can say that the county's people have limited capabilities and the wild plant forest project is a mess. But we found that the three girls Zhao Moxin did a good job, so we wanted to cooperate with them. I can go to Daokangwa and ask him to get in touch, saying that I want to use the wild plant forest project to cooperate with three girls and let them control the wild botanical garden project. Isn't that equivalent to the wild botanical garden being controlled by King Fengiguan? When Sun County heard this, he looked at Chen Li in surprise. Chen Li, you are such a talent, you have thought of all this. He didn't refuse the offer to send a wild botanical garden, because wouldn't it be a good idea? When the time comes, those fireflies fly all over Qingfeng Mountain, which is equivalent to adding a buff to the wild botanical garden, and can be used as a super tourism project to promote. In modern society, fireflies are almost extinct, and countless people can only watch them on TV and movies. Such a large and spectacular firefly paradise far exceeds the top 10 firefly scenic spots. You must know that sometimes only a few sparse fireflies in the top 10 scenic spots can attract countless people. Once tourists come, especially at night, they will not only come to see the fireflies, but they also need to stay, right? You need to eat and spend money once you stay, right? That all costs money, right? It all promotes their city's economy. This is also the reason why they have been vigorously developing tourism. Attracting people to visit scenic spots is not the purpose, but getting them to pay for it is. From the beginning, they developed the wild plant forest to attract tourists. They even promoted B/U0026BS in nearby villages to develop people's livelihood economy. The number of tourists brought by Qingfeng Temple alone is very impressive, and a small market has appeared at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Go to Qingfeng Temple immediately and settle this matter. Sun County also immediately ordered. He knew very well that if what Chen Li said could be realized, how beneficial would it be? Chen Li nodded and immediately drove out to Qingfeng Temple, but he was stunned when he saw Qingfeng Mountain from a distance. What is that? He actually saw that the entire top of Qingfeng Mountain was shrouded in misty clouds. But the key point is that the sun has already come out, so why is there still fog? It should have dispersed. And, what happened to the fog? It even exudes 7 colors of color, like auspicious clouds in a fairyland. When did the top of Qingfeng Mountain have such a spectacular scene? He was also certain that this was not the case before. If this scene had not been discovered at the top of Qingfeng Mountain, then everyone in the tourism bureau would have been laid off. You must know that the strangely shaped rocks in a scenic spot can attract tens of thousands of tourists a day, not to mention such a spectacular sight in front of you. Even if tourists are only allowed to look at it at the foot of the mountain, there will be people flocking to it. Chun-Li quickly speeded up and drove towards Qingfeng Mountain. In this situation, not only can you start a project using fireflies, but also watching the spectacular scene of Qingfeng Mountain surrounded by fairy mist this morning can become a project. King Fengiguan. In the waiting room, Guolin was sitting cross-legged, already running the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, sensing the wood energy in the air. Originally, he thought he could condense so much mist, and thought that after one night, there would be a lot of wood energy. But with the induction of the movement technique, he was wrong, it was not the case. The wood energy he could sense was still very rare, or extremely rare. It's no wonder that some stories and legends say that places with spiritual energy have fairy mist floating all year round, and one breath can make people live longer. Now seeing that the extremely thin wood energy can condense into such a mist, the story and legend are obviously not nonsense. Guolin sighed. When he woke up in the morning and saw the foggy scene, he was still looking forward to the aura of wood. If there was aura of wood, it would be even more exciting than the spirit gathering tower. It's a pity. According to the increase of this wood energy, how long will it take to create a wood attribute environment? According to the description of the energy of the 5 elements in basic qi refining method of Jushin Xianjing, it will take a long time. Unless the number of immortal incarnations can increase without limit, that is impossible. The game system is limited and the load will not increase. In other words, these fireflies will no longer reproduce, unless it increases the scope of influence of the sect. Otherwise, King Fengiguan would only have the scope of property rights of 30,000 yuan, plus the scope of influence of a flower garden. Guolin stood up and took the angelica and licorice outside to warm them up. By this time, the fog had dissipated a lot. Although the mist condensed by the wood energy dissipates slowly, it is not impossible to dissipate. When he finished drying the angelica and licorice, another round of wish prompts appeared in his mind. It was Xie Qingyang who led the believers to complete another blessing. A moment later, Xuanyan came in and reported, "Brother, Mr. Chen from the county is here." "Why is he here so early in the morning?" Guolin was a little confused, but he went out to meet Chun-Li as soon as possible. After all, he got along quite happily with him and the relationship was pretty good. When Chun-Li saw Guolin, he immediately said, "Master Gua, I came here today because I have something I want to ask for help from you." This is the art of language. It is obviously a benefit, but it is forced to use the word begging. It's like this. Dao Kangwa should be unable to refuse, right? As expected, Guolin asked in confusion, "Mr. Chen, I wonder what's going on." Chun-Li immediately explained, "Dao Zhangwa, you know that the county is developing a wild botanical garden, but something happened in the county, and the person in charge doesn't know much about the wild botanical garden, which makes Sun County angry and vomiting blood. In addition to the fact that the county couldn't spare any time, the flower garden created by Miss Zhao on the mountainside of Qingfeng Mountain was very good. Now the top quality flower plants of Qingfeng Garden are very famous on the internet. So, our county wants to cooperate with these 3 people, let them use their management skills to become shareholders, control the wild botanical garden project, and make this project a success." Guolin was obviously stunned when he heard this. Why do I have the feeling that this county is going to give away projects? It shouldn't feel wrong, right? Then, he realized that when the fireflies appeared, the county came to visit him at this time, and the purpose was self-evident. It is said that letting Hui Aiwen hold the controlling stake is different from turning it into a meritorious industry of King Fengiguan. It shouldn't be difficult for the county to find out that the flower garden is a meritorious industry of King Fengiguan, right? The key point is that when the county sends projects to your doorstep, do you know that those fireflies can only appear within the property rights and influence of King Fengiguan? Chen-Li seemed to be aware of it and increased his efforts. Taoist Master Gua, by then the visitor center of Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain will also be included in the flower garden, and it will be the center that serves the entire project. How could anyone in the county not know about the feud between Fengyuan Temple and Qingfeng Temple? After all, they settled the matter. Therefore, turning Fengyuan Temple into the property of King Fengiguan will make Taoist Gua excited, right? Guolin was indeed moved when he heard about Qingfeng Temple. Turning the original Fengyuan Temple into King Fengiguan's property and a service center is simply murderous. When the time comes, you must tell the old Taoist priest and make him happy. Please also ask Dao Zhangwa to contact Miss Zhao and the other 3. Chun-Li said immediately. Guolin looked at Chun-Li with a smile when he heard this. This gentleman said this without blushing, which is really admirable. It seemed like they couldn't contact Zhao Moxin's 3 daughters. The most important thing is not to tell him. Li felt a little embarrassed when Guolin looked at him, but he still said sincerely, Deazangwa, please. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. Guolin smiled, took out his mobile phone, and started to contact Zhao Moxin. Dao Kangwa. Zhao Moxin was also surprised when she received Guolin's call early in the morning. Guolin got straight to the point and said, Donor Zhao, Mr. Qin from the county is in Qingfengiguan. He wants to discuss a project with your flower garden. I would like to invite you to come to Qingfengiguan. Zhao Moxin was a little surprised when she heard this, but she immediately contacted the two good sisters, and then went to Qingfeng Temple together. On Qingfeng Mountain, Li was naturally relieved when he saw Guolin finish the phone call. According to this attitude, the matter was at least successful. After all, it was impossible for Dao Kangwa not to understand the meaning of his words, but the other party did not refuse. Guolin put down his phone and was about to tease Li when he suddenly received a prompt from the game system. Congratulations, Ginkgo, one of the 7 ancient trees, has obtained special merits and added special conditions to open the progress. The current progress is 1/1000000. Congratulations, Ginkgo, one of the 7 ancient trees, has obtained special merits and added special conditions to open the progress. The current progress is 2/1000000. Congratulations. Congratulations, 5/1000000. Guolin was stunned. He had been studying the 1 million conditions required for the special activation of Ginkgo before, but he studied many possibilities and found nothing in the end. He was still looking forward to this special effect of ancient Ginkgo. After all, the special effects of the elm tree and elm money were so amazing. The special elm money could even treat gastric cancer. He didn't expect that the game system would suddenly give a prompt today. Is this a double happiness today? Guolin wanted to know what the special merits of this ancient Ginkgo were, so he made an excuse to invite Li, Mr. Qin, Donor Zhao, and the others didn't come that fast. Let's go for a walk first. Li nodded and said, well, let's go. Naturally, as soon as Guolin came out of the Taoist temple, he led Li towards the place where the ancient Ginkgo was, wanting to find out. Li naturally didn't think much and followed Guolin out of Qingfeng Temple. After a while, he saw the ancient Ginkgo tree in the distance. The spectacular sight that caught his eye made him sigh inwardly, because this ancient Ginkgo belonged to Qingfengiguan. If this tree belonged to the county, they would have worked hard to develop it and attract tourists. In particular, the special sound of chirping trees can be heard from a distance, which is very pleasant to the ears. It also makes people feel very comfortable. They feel that their whole body and mind are relaxed, and all the stress at work has disappeared. This alone can make the ancient Ginkgo the king of trees. It is a pity that the popularity of ancient Ginkgo was only on the hot search in the beginning. Because there was no publicity, it gradually lost its popularity on the internet at all. Li couldn't help but ask, Deazangwa, have you ever thought about developing this ancient Ginkgo? With the conditions of this tree, it can attract many tourists. Well, I've thought about it, but I haven't implemented it yet. Guolin nodded. He had previously thought about making a wish card project for this Ginkgo tree. It's just that the conditions have never been mature, but now we can look for opportunities to get this project started. After all, if the sect is upgraded, it will cost 3.2 million merit money, and if it goes to the next level, it will cost 6.4 million merit money. The merit money required for this upgrade really made his liver ache. However, thinking about the accounts to which the money was transferred, it was indeed a meritorious deed, and I felt somewhat better. In previous upgrades, the money donated by Xie Chong for the construction of the 7-star tower and Merit Hall was pre-used. There are other buildings in Qingfengiguan. If we don't find a way to earn merit money through some merit-based industries, we won't be able to pay for the project in the future. The two quickly arrived under the ancient Ginkgo tree and saw 5 people sitting quietly under the tree, listening to the trees singing attentively. Could it be that these 5 people provided that special merit? But there should be people coming to listen to the sound of the ancient Ginkgo tree in the past 2 days. Why is there no reminder of this special merit? There must be a reason for this. Li also sighed when he heard the sound of the trees chirping. Deist Master Gua, the sound of the trees chirping is really unique. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe that there is such a thing. At this time, the 5 people also got up under the ancient Ginkgo tree and discovered Guolin and the others. One of them saw Guolin and immediately came forward respectfully. I have met Deazangwa. I am Chu Qing, a doctor in the psychiatry department of Mingxi No. 1 hospital. The 4 of them are my patients. They all have mania. I have been treating patients with various drugs before. I unexpectedly made a trip to Qingfeng Mountain and heard the sound of the chirping trees. I felt a very peaceful feeling at that time, so I thought the sound of the trees could have an effect on this kind of disease. If my guess is correct, then there is no need to treat these patients entirely with drugs. These drugs are not without their disadvantages. So, this time, I invited 4 patients to listen to the sound of this tree at my own expense. Although I have had an examination, I can still tell that the sound of the tree can make the 4 patients feel calm. Indeed, it's effective. Guolin was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the sound of the tree chirping could have such an effect. Perhaps this is what adds special merit. Does the listener truly need help, or is truly grateful for the results? Or both can be increased. But no matter what, this Chuqing gave him inspiration. And, how many people with mania are there across the country? I remember one figure said it was more than 7 million. If his conjecture is correct, it does not necessarily apply to manic patients. For other people, such as college students, if they are too impatient before an exam and cannot calm down, will the same be true when listening to the sound of the tree chirping? There should be many such people. Therefore, if all these people can come to listen to the sound of trees, then it will obviously not be difficult to get 1 million. But the key point is that there are always only a few people who can come to Qingfeng Temple, and these people may not necessarily come. There is no doubt that even if you tell these people that the sound of tree chirping has such an effect, they may not believe it and may even sneer at it. After all, this matter is indeed difficult to explain scientifically. Instead, tell these people that you can earn 30,000 yuan a month in the north. There must be many people checking the national borders, as long as you can come up with deception that conforms to scientific explanations. Isn't there a movie based on a true story in the news recently, in which a computer champion was tricked into going to Beijing to engage in fraud and was beaten up every day? And there was also a movie about a beautiful woman who was tricked into being dealt cards by a real dealer? Although it is just an adaptation of a true story, to be honest, these people will believe these deceptions, but they will not believe that the singing trees of Qingfeng Temple can cure diseases, because one of them still has some inherent cognition, and the other doesn't even have any inherent cognition of theirs. Chen Li was even more surprised when he heard this. Does this ginkgo tree actually have this effect? This can definitely be used as a publicity hotspot, but it is Dao Kangwa's business and it is not easy for him to interrupt. After Chuqing said hello, he also left with the 4 patients who got up. After Guolin and Chen Li listened to the sound of the trees for a while, they also received a call from Zhao Moxin. 3 girls arrived. Therefore, he and Chen Li went back to King Fengiguan, where 3 girls were already waiting in the yard. Dea Zhangua, Mr. Chen. When the 3 girls saw the 2 of them, they hurriedly greeted them respectfully. They also knew Chen Li's identity. Zhao Moxin asked at this time, Deist Master Gua, I wonder what your order is for calling us here in such a hurry. Guolin immediately smiled and said, I'm not looking for anything from you, it's Mr. Chen and the county who are looking for you. Zhao Moxin was stunned and said subconsciously, Mr. Chen and the county are looking for us? Is there something wrong with our garden? Obviously, she was still a little nervous. After all, the flower garden was a meritorious property of the Taoist temple. She did not want the Taoist temple to have problems and disappoint Taoist priest Gua. Chen Li immediately said, Miss Zhao, it's not that there is a problem with the garden, but that your garden has done a great job, so we have something to do in the county and I want to entrust you with it. Zhao Moxin was stunned. If you have something to do with the county, do you want us to ask it? Chen Li immediately said, Miss Zhao, you should also know that there is a wild botanical garden project in Qingfeng Mountain, but the county's progress in handling this project has not been good, and the relevant people in charge lack the ability. So, seeing how well you did the flower garden, Miss Zhao, we wanted to entrust you with the wild botanical garden project. The project in which you invest in the management plus flower garden and then control the wild botanical garden can be regarded as helping our county. Ah, this. Zhao Moxin was shocked when she heard this. Zhao Linlin and Zhao Yun also looked surprised. Naturally, they have heard of the Qingfeng Mountain Wild Botanical Garden project. This project is not small, and most of the Qingfeng Mountain area is included in this project. Now the county actually wants to hand over this project to Wei Aiwen Holdings? They were startled. To be honest, they are aware of their abilities. Even the flower garden is thanks to the spiritual spring tank. This allows them to control the development of the Wild Botanical Garden project. How can they have this ability? They will definitely delay the county's affairs. Thinking of this, Zhao Moxin said hurriedly, Mr. Chen, I'm very sorry about this. Our abilities are really very limited. We don't know how to manage the Wild Botanical Garden at all. We will definitely make a mess. So, please ask Mr. Chen and the county to find a capable person to manage this Wild Botanical Garden. Chen Li was stunned when he heard this. He naturally knew that a girl without any experience would definitely not be able to handle the Wild Botanical Garden here. But is this important? It's just that he didn't expect that the other party would refuse so decisively, which made it impossible for him to continue singing in the subsequent scenes. However, this also shows that these three girls are kind people. Therefore, Chun-Li had no choice but to say, "Miss Xiao, you can rest assured about this. If you are not good at this, the person in charge of our county can also help you. His ability is still very strong." "What?" Zhao Moxin asked in surprise. "Mr. Chen, didn't you say that the person in charge made everything very bad, so you had to replace him?" Chun-Li was stunned for a moment. Was he being general? "Mr. Chen, you guys can talk about the next thing." Guo Lin wanted to laugh when he saw Chun-Li's wonderful expression. After saying this, he walked towards Qingfeng Temple. He came to Guyin again to investigate. When he arrived, more tourists came to listen to the sound of the trees. This time, no special merits were added. It shows that the guess is correct. These tourists do not need help and will not be truly grateful, so there is no gain. In the Taoist temple, Chun-Liz was helpless. He also wanted Dao Zhangwa to help. Dao Kangwa left immediately, leaving him at a loss. Chun-Li had no choice but to start giving various hints to Zhao Moxin and the three girls. After all, their thoughts in the county could not be told to outsiders, nor could they be known to the outside world. Otherwise, this is a bit like reselling state-owned assets. The three girls, Yao Moxin, were a little confused at first. They even said righteously that they could not harm the county and that their abilities were limited. But they were not stupid. After Chun-Li explained again and again, they finally realized something. The county did not value their abilities at all, but because of Dao Kangwa. This made them blush with embarrassment when they thought of their righteous rejection. Afterwards, they did not insist. Since Dao Zhangwa called them to talk to Mr. Chen, Dao Zhangwa obviously acquiesced. Therefore, they didn't say anything else. They just said whatever Chun-Li said. In the end, the county cooperated with the Wild Botanical Garden as a shareholder, allowing Huai Garden to control the Wild Botanical Garden project and signed a contract. Under the leadership of Sun County, several department heads completed the process as quickly as possible, and no one dared to slack off. Afterwards, Chun-Li and the three girls Zhao Moxin found Guo Lin. "Dao Zhangwa, thank you for helping us sign a contract with Miss Zhao's flower garden." As soon as Chun-Li saw Guo Lin, he walked up to him with a smile and said without blushing, as if he didn't even know, "I know that the flower garden is a meritorious industry of King Fengiguan." Guo Lin said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, maybe you can pay more attention to Qingfeng Mountain at night." Naturally, he seemed to have something to say. After all, he knew that the county was here for those fireflies, and a reminder had already appeared in his mind. Congratulations, the area of influence of the sex station has increased to 34 square kilometers. It is equivalent to saying that the entire Qingfeng Mountain is now an indirect merit industry of Qingfeng Temple, so the area of influence of the sex residents has also been affected. In this case, those fireflies will not be limited to the top of Qingfeng Mountain, but will fly into the entire Qingfeng Mountain. However, I imagine that the fireflies will be diluted at first, and then quickly become saturated again. This firefly is not an ordinary firefly. After all, it is a fairy incarnation given by the game system. Its fluorescence itself has special effects. Therefore, it not only reproduces quickly, but also has tenacious vitality, but there are limitations. Due to the game system, the number of areas affected by the sex station will not increase due to load. Chun-Li's eyes lit up when he heard Guo Lin's words, because he understood the prompt. Isn't this the purpose of their county? Dao Kangwa really understood. Therefore, he went down the mountain immediately, found Sun County, and reported the matter to Sun County. Dao Zhangwa really said that? Sun County asked in surprise. Chun-Li nodded and said, "Yes, so we should pay close attention to Qingfeng Mountain at night." Night fell quickly. After Sun Xian and Chun-Li got off work, they did not go home today. Instead, they asked the driver to drive and headed to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain together. After parking the car, the two got out of the car and started chatting. The driver was a little confused. He didn't understand what the two of them were doing if they didn't go home so late. After all, it was getting dark. Is it to see the fireflies on Qingfeng Temple? The firefly scene has been quite popular these past 2 days. Sure enough, not long after, many cars appeared. These were people coming to see the fireflies, and there were quite a few of them. Within a moment, the driver saw stars starting to appear on Qingfeng Mountain, and then there were more and more stars, making the top of the mountain look very magical. The tourists who had just arrived around also saw it, but later, they saw that the light strips began to fly towards Qingfeng Mountain in dense numbers, not just at the top of the mountain. Didn't you say that this firefly will only be within the range of Qingfeng Temple? Didn't it fly out? Yes, some people are deliberately fabricating the fantasy. Hey, life is full of scams. Sun Xian and Chen Li smiled when they heard this, and only they knew the reason. Sure enough, the abnormality of the firefly before was due to Dea Zhangguo. Dea Zhangguo must have used some magical ability to make the firefly only recognize the top of Fengshan Mountain. Dao Kangguo's power is really terrifying. To say he is a god is not an exaggeration, right? After that, the two of them also left Qingfeng Mountain. From now on, with Qingfeng Temple and these fireflies, the Qingfeng Mountain Wild Botanical Garden project will be launched. Just using fireflies as a gimmick at night can attract countless people. The next day, the two of them got together when they arrived in the county, still discussing the follow-up of Qingfeng Mountain. At this time, Chen Li also received a call from Li Menjiao, Chapter 130 Bureau Chen, you asked us to record the tree before. The finished product of Ming Zion's high-precision pure music is ready, would you like to come and take a look? We have the finished product, how is the effect? Chen Li said in surprise. He heard the sound of trees singing before, so he planned to record the sound of trees to improve the accuracy and see the effect, and then place it around Yushan. Then by then, everyone who comes to visit Yushan will be affected and feel happy. This is very beneficial to a tourist city. Li Menjiao's voice came, Chen Bureau, the effect is much better than before, but it's still not as good as hearing it with your own ears at Qingfeng Temple. Great, I'll come right away. Chen Li said immediately. On the other side, Li Menjiao also played the recorded sound of the trees again, which made the group she managed immediately start listening carefully. Qingfeng Guolin looked at the game prompt again. Congratulations, Ginkgo, one of the 7 ancient trees, has obtained special merits and added special conditions to open the progress. The current progress is 7/1000000. Congratulations, Ginkgo, one of the 7 ancient trees, has obtained special merits and added special conditions to open the progress. The current progress is 8/1000000. From the very beginning, the special merits of this ancient ginkgo tree have been increasing. He hurried out of the Taoist temple and went to the ancient ginkgo tree, but found no one under the tree. Guolin frowned slightly as he looked at the empty scene around the ancient ginkgo. There is no one here, so how does the special merit increase? Almost when he was confused, another game prompt sounded. Congratulations, Ginkgo, one of the 7 ancient trees, has obtained special merits and added special conditions to open the progress. The current progress is 11/1000000. No, it has been added again, but there were no people around at all. What a hell! He hurriedly studied for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he had no choice but to go back to the Taoist temple. In Yushan County, Chen Li and Sun Xian also arrived at a multimedia room. As soon as I entered, I saw Li Menjiao leading people to listen to the recorded sound of tree names. The two of them also immediately felt the effect of the sound of the name of the tree. Moreover, they all heard the effect of the sound of the trees in Qingfeng Temple with their own ears, and this recording was much worse. However, after this recording was processed with high precision, the effect is also very good. After hearing this, Sun County immediately ordered, hurry up and reproduce the sound quality, find a place to test it, and see if it has any effect on a large scale. If it works, install the playback equipment at Qingfeng Mountain first, and then promote it throughout Yushan. Okay. Chen Li nodded and immediately arranged for someone to handle it. This task was naturally given to Li Menjiao. After all, she has always been responsible for the work of Sound of Trees. She also quickly made plans. The largest square in Yushan is the Western Commercial Plaza, because Yushan radio and television station is here and plays some music every day, and everyone in the square can hear it. Therefore, the high-precision recorded sound of tree chirping can be played in this Western square. If there is an order from the county, even if Bureau Chen just makes a phone call to say hello, that will be enough. Chen Li naturally supported this plan, so he immediately called Yushan Radio and Television Station. Yushan Radio and Television Station can be regarded as a small department in Yushan. To be honest, in the internet era, it is difficult for TV stations in first-tier cities to survive, let alone TV stations in small counties. No one watches them at all. Therefore, after Chen Li made a call, the TV station people also cooperated carefully and prepared to broadcast the sound of trees at 4 o'clock in the evening in the Western Commercial Plaza. Because this is the time when there are the most people. At around 4 o'clock in the evening, many people get off work, especially those who work in the Economic and Trade building next to the Western Commercial Plaza or several other buildings. They will go to the shopping mall to take a look. This is the case for Lu Feng, whose company is located in Jin Mao Tower. To be honest, he was quite irritable today. After all, a lot of things in the company had not been finished yet, but his girlfriend wanted to drag him to the supermarket. But can he not come? The girlfriend I just made is only 20 years old, 10 years younger than him. She has a good temperament, a good figure, and a pretty face. She must be coaxed, and some squeamish and pretentious people will naturally have to be spoiled. However, this would make him more and more irritable. It seemed that he would go to Qingfeng Mountain another day to listen to the sound of the trees. As a believer in Qingfeng Temple, he naturally knows how magical the sound of the trees in Qingfeng Temple is. Just when Lu Feng was thinking this, he suddenly froze when he heard a familiar voice coming from his ears. This is. Lu Feng was surprised. This was the sound of trees chirping, and he couldn't hear it wrong. After all, he and Qin Hong had gone to Qingfeng Watch many times. But why does the sound of trees appear here? This seems to be a recording. Does recording also have this effect? He could feel the irritability in his heart disappearing quickly, and his whole body and mind became calm and comfortable. The sound of trees chirping is still so magical. The girl was also surprised and asked Lu Feng, "Husband, what kind of light music is this? I feel so calm after listening to it, and I feel very comfortable physically and mentally." Lu Feng explained, "This is the sound of trees, the sound made by the ancient ginkgo tree in Qingfeng Temple." Isn't it possible? The girl's face was full of surprise. She naturally knew about the ancient ginkgo tree. Before she and Lu Feng got together, she and her ex-boyfriend went there to see it. But the ancient ginkgo tree was beautiful, and she had never heard the sound of the tree chirping at all. Now this new boyfriend actually told her that the sound came from that ginkgo tree? Is there such an incredible thing? Not only Lu Feng and the two people, but also the people around him suddenly heard the sound of the trees chirping, and their faces also showed surprise. Everyone listened and felt the mysterious feeling. Really, after a day of work, everyone will be tired, physically and mentally exhausted, but now when they heard this pure music, they felt physically and mentally relaxed. My mood has also become calmer, and this situation feels really good. What music is this? It's amazing. It is said that music can adjust the mood. Now that I hear this music, it is true. I broke up with my girlfriend. I should be very irritable and in a very bad mood. Why are I so calm now? The buzz that rang out all around was heard by Qin Li and Li Menjiao, who were among the crowd investigating. Bureau Qin, I feel the effect is very good. Li Menjiao said with a smile. Yes. Qin Li nodded, which could be seen from the reactions of those around him. Therefore, this recording of the sound of trees can be used on a large scale. If it is played throughout Yushan, it will at least make the tourists feel happy and comfortable both physically and mentally. As long as you can play in a happy mood and feel comfortable physically and mentally, are you worried that no tourists will come in the future? Qin Li immediately ordered, I'll go to Qingfeng Mountain later. You go back and prepare the playback equipment. Then report to Sun County and ask him to convene people to promote it all over the city overnight. By the way, let people go to Qingfeng Mountain first. Install. Okay, Bureau Qin. Li Menjiao responded immediately. At the same time, King Fengaguen, Guolin has already put the licorice and angelica that he had dried before into the closet. These two medicinal materials have been dried in the sun. You only need to grind them into medicinal powder, and then you can make magic incense together with the previous materials. Grinding medicinal powder was not difficult. Guolin completed it quickly. After that, he took back all the Huangshan pine wood powder ingredients and began to prepare it. But at this moment, the game prompt appeared in his mind again. Congratulations, Ginkgo, one of the 7 ancient trees, has obtained special merits and added special conditions to open the progress. The current progress is 11/1000000. Congratulations, 7 Sages Ancient Tree. Current progress 65/1000000. What's going on? Guolin put down what he was doing. The inexplicable increase in special merits yesterday made him confused. He couldn't figure it out after researching for a long time. Who knew that it suddenly increased again today? Moreover, it suddenly increased to 65. There won't be any tourists at the ginkgo tree this time, right? Thinking of this, he immediately put down his work, then left the closet and went directly to the ginkgo tree. But when he got here, he was dumbfounded, because at this time, there was no one under the ginkgo tree. So how does this special merit increase? Moreover, in my mind, the game prompts still sounded quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the special merit reached the level of 91. Is it really a ghost? Almost at this moment, the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck suddenly vibrated, and a coldness rushed into his mind. When he received the information conveyed by the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Can it still be like this? Interesting. It really keeps pace with the times. Guolin was really surprised. He didn't expect that the sound of trees recorded in the county had such an effect. If this is the case, what will happen if the sound of the tree is uploaded to the transmission network? Many people across the country were suffering from irritability, and depression before, but they would not come to the ginkgo tree to listen to the sound of the trees. Now I found out that this recording of the sound of trees has this effect. That is really an unexpected surprise. He knew that if the effect of the sound of the tree chirping was posted online, it would quickly become popular, and the special merit of 1 million yuan would definitely be completed quickly. Therefore, the county did him a big favor again. Guo Lin immediately went back to Qingfeng Temple and found Xie Qingyang and Xuan Yun, senior brother. The two of them immediately saluted respectfully. Guo Lin directly ordered, "Mr. Chen from the county will come up in 20 minutes. You guys will receive him and make more blessing rice." The two naturally responded immediately, and then divided the work and cooperated. Xuan Yun went to cook, and Xie Qingyang went out to the Taoist temple to pick up people. He did not doubt his senior brother's words. If the senior brother said it would take 20 minutes, Mr. Chen would definitely arrive in 20 minutes. Sure enough, in about 20 minutes, he saw Mr. Chen walking up the mountain from a distance. Chen Li passed the King Fengiguan boundary monument while panting. The rush all the way up really took a lot of energy out of him, but after confirming the effect of the sound of the tree chirping, he also hoped to get the matter settled right away. When he arrived at the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, he saw Xie Qingyang and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Taoist Master Xian Yang, are you going down the mountain?" Xie Qingyang shook his head and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm waiting for you." "Wait for me?" Chen Li was stunned. Xie Qingyang nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother Guo said you would come up at this time." "That's it." Chen immediately reacted. He knew that Dao Kangwa had the ability to predict the future, so it was not surprising to know that he came up. "Mr. Chen, come with me." Xie Qingyang invited, leading Chen Li towards the dining hall inside. He immediately smelled the alluring fragrance of the blessing rice. Inside, Guo Lin and Xian Yun were already there, and had already laid out the bowls, chopsticks, and spiritual rice. When they saw Chen Li coming, they greeted him, "Mr. Chen, you're just in time, the blessing rice has just been prepared." When Chen Li heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had eaten prayer rice before, so he naturally knew what good food it was. Guo Lin smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, eat first, and we'll talk about the recording later." "Sure enough, I can't hide it from Daoist Gua," Chen Li said with emotion. If Daozang Gua could predict his arrival, he could also predict his purpose. This one is really scary. This blessing rice and the vegetables from King Fengiguan naturally made Chen Li want to eat it. Unfortunately, this kind of delicacy is not something that can be eaten whenever he wants. After finishing the meal, Chen Li said, "Daoist Master Gua, since you know the purpose of my coming here, what do you think of your opinion?" Guo Lin also went straight to the topic and said, "Mr. Chen, there is no problem that the recording of the sound of trees can be used throughout Yushan. However, I hope you can upload the sound of trees to the internet in the future." Daozang Gua, "Of course there is no problem." Chen Li nodded immediately. Once the sound of the tree chirping is promoted in Yushan, tourists will definitely pay attention to it. Even if they don't upload it to the internet, the tourists will probably know it themselves, record and then secretly upload it online. After receiving Guo Lin's answer, Chen Li felt relieved. After eating, he hurried back down the mountain and back to the county. The county had also summoned all the workers. If the county takes action seriously, everything will be done very quickly. Especially after Sun County personally issued the order, no one dared to neglect it. Therefore, when night fell, people in Yushan discovered that workers had put up construction signs everywhere and started construction. These people seemed to be arranging some playback equipment in a unified manner, which made everyone who saw it very confused and didn't know what to do. Obviously, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Little did they know that everyone would be completely shocked by a ginkgo tree tomorrow. The most popular thing on the internet in the past 2 days is the fireflies in Qingfeng Mountain in Yushan. Indeed, many netizens have discovered that Yushan, Qingfeng Mountain, and King Fengiguan have become frequent hot searches. They don't know when they started. Although it is not a super hot search, it is really popular among many people. But this time, the spectacular sight of fireflies suddenly appearing in Qingfeng Mountain became a hot search topic. Fireflies are really a symbol of romance. I don't know how many movies and TV series use fireflies to set off romance. It's a pity that the firefly scenes in TV movies are all fake special effects. The fireflies in Qingfeng Temple are different now. That's true. Moreover, the fireflies flying all over the sky are no worse than the special effects in the movie. Moreover, from the video alone, the fairy tale-like fantasy scene is indeed very shocking and makes people feel romantic when watching it. I don't know how many couples have been attracted to Yushan to watch the romance of King Fengiguan. This is the case for Wang Yan and Li Zong. They have been in love for 2 years and have always wanted to spend their second anniversary somewhere romantic. During this time, the two of them had chosen many places, but they were always dissatisfied. Until the Firefly video of Qingfeng Mountain came out, the two of them were completely attracted and made a decisive decision. Wang Yan and Li Zong got off the train, but as soon as they got off the train, they suddenly heard a burst of music. It seemed to be a piece of pure music, no songs, and, moreover, the tone was strange. But it was this music that made the two of them stop in surprise. Listening to this music, the two of them felt that their tired body and mind from the car ride all the way recovered quickly, and they even became very calm. This feeling is very good. The two of them walked and listened to the music until they took a taxi and left the train station. They had already booked a hotel, and along the way, they were surprised to find that strange music was playing in many places in Shushan. It's really a pleasure to listen to this kind of strange music all the time. To be honest, when traveling in the past, the most anxious thing was when they were on the road, but now that they heard this music, they felt a strange feeling and their anxiety was gone. When they arrived at the hotel they had booked, they found that the hotel also played this kind of music, and couldn't help but inquire about this kind of music. The two got the name of the music, the sound of breeze in Shushan and the singing of trees. Moreover, this music has been uploaded to Gushchang Music and can be searched on Gushchang Music. Wang Yan and Li Zong immediately opened Goose Factory Music and searched. Sure enough, they found this pure music and downloaded it directly. Naturally, the two of them also knew where the sound of the chirping trees came from, and they were even more interested. They planned to visit the ginkgo tree and Qingfeng Temple while watching the fireflies. Not only the two of them, but many tourists who were attracted by fireflies were first attracted by the sound of the singing trees as soon as they got off the train or drove to Shushan. Then they did the same thing and searched for the pure music of the singing trees on the internet. Not only that, after these people heard the sound of trees, they felt the magic, and they would also recommend it in various groups or circles of friends. This made the popularity of the sound of trees continue to increase. Even in Goose Factory Music the rankings are improving rapidly. Qingfeng Guanzhong. Guolin also looked at the game prompts in his mind with joy on his face. Congratulations, the ginkgo of the Seven Sages ancient tree has obtained special merits, and special conditions have been added to open the progress. The current progress is 14921/1000000. After getting up today, the special merits of the ginkgo tree have been increasing continuously. After noon, this special function has increased rapidly. In a short period of time, the number of special merits has reached 15,000. He naturally knew the reason. The county installed broadcasting equipment overnight. Today, the sound of trees was playing throughout Shushan. This has also attracted many people to search for and download the sound of trees, and even help recommend it. News about the sound of trees has appeared on short video platforms. Therefore, in the future, the special merit will increase even faster. When the popularity of the sound of trees uploaded on the internet completely explodes, it is not difficult to obtain 1 million special merits. What he was more curious about was what the special effect of this ancient ginkgo would be, and it actually required 1 million special merits to activate it. Unable to figure it out, Guolin also took out all the materials for making the phantom incense from the workshop and began to prepare it. When making phantom incense, aged wood materials and medicinal incense materials are the most important. Therefore, these two materials must also be prepared in strict proportions. It didn't take long for Guolin to prepare all the ingredients and then started to add the mixture to mix. In the past, he and the old Taoist priest made the incense candles at King Fengiguan by themselves, so making the incense was not too difficult. Soon, he made a stick of incense. However, these incense cannot be used yet, nor can they be modified with magic incense beads. They still need to go through two processes of sun drying and shade drying. This requires a time process. When the two processes are over, you can then completely use the magic fragrance beads to completely turn these fragrances into fantasy fragrance. When Guolin took out the incense he had made to dry it, the sound of the trees chirping in the Goose Factory was noticed by the auditors. Lin Li is a senior auditor of Goose Factory Music. She is a person who loves music very much, otherwise she would not be reviewing the Goose Factory list all year round. Her job is to review some beautiful songs for recommendation, and to arrange recommendations for those songs with explosive data. The most important thing is to review the brush. For many songs to become popular, singers will refresh their data to make their song data better. Her job is to take out these songs and process them. Naturally, there are those that can be processed and those that cannot be processed. The reports that can be processed are almost immediately removed from the shelves. If you can't handle it, you can only watch it and continue to disgust you. For example, she found a song called Cramming before. She didn't even know that it was such an incredible and ugly song that it could reach the top of the list. She discovered that this song had generated a lot of data and was definitely one that needed to be processed. But in the end, the song was not processed and even ranked in the top 3 of the list. Who makes the singer a talent show contestant? Or is it a hot topic that the company behind the talent show has something to do with it? Therefore, Lin always felt that her job was to bully the weak and avoid the strong. She could only kill those who had no background, and she would never tolerate this. People with backgrounds and connections can act unscrupulously. Why do people without backgrounds and connections act so unscrupulously? The world is never fair. Just like what she taught her younger brother, don't always compete with your deskmate. When the other person plays games, you also play games. If the other person fails the exam, you also fail the exam. But others have a father who is the chairman of a listed company. Do you have one? You only have a poor family with a single parent who lost his father when he was young. This piece of pure natural music recorded called Yushan Qingfengguan Shuming also has this kind of data. Lin Li suddenly showed a look of astonishment, because she found a brush, and the data was blatantly brushed. It only accommodates music, which refers to the kind of music that goes to the wild to record various sounds, such as the sound of rain, water, wind, swaying leaves, and the like. It can also be seen from the name sound of trees. Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered music, but the sound does have some merits, and there is no way it can have any good data. How could such a piece of purely natural music have such high statistics now? It must have been brushed up. This brush cannot be tolerated. However, she was also responsible for using a special software to start testing the data of Yushan Qingfengguan Shumingyu. This detection software is the latest software from Goose Factory. It can detect data anomalies of various brushes and then judge them. But something surprising happened to her. The software detected that the sound of the breeze and the sound of trees singing did not refresh the data, and all the data were normal. How can this be? This is the first time that this kind of purely natural music has these data. What the hell? Lin Li murmured to herself, and then subconsciously clicked on the pure music of Yushan Qingfengguan tree song sound. No matter what, you have to listen to what this song is about first. She didn't believe that this song didn't increase the data, it was just perfect. After listening to this song, she would definitely burst the bubble of this song. But when she played the song, she was stunned. A strange music began to play. Under this music, she suddenly had a very mysterious feeling. She could clearly feel that the anger and annoyance she had felt after listening to this music was quickly disappearing, and she felt calm again. Moreover, as she listened to the sound of the trees, her mood became even more joyful. She has really never encountered this situation before. How could there be such magical music? How can a piece of music have such a magical effect? Lin Li couldn't believe it, and immediately tried the sound of the trees again, and then she found to her surprise that she had that magical feeling when she listened to the music, and that feeling disappeared as soon as she turned off the music. It's as if this music has some kind of magic. No, this tree singing sound is so magical, must I recommend it to make it more popular? Lin Li thought and immediately started to operate it. This is why the sound of trees soon became completely popular on the internet, and the number of downloads increased almost geometrically. I don't know how many people heard the sound of the tree and got help, and then provided special merits to Guilin. As the sky darkens, fluorescent fireflies appear again on Qingfeng Mountain. At first, there are still a few stars, then more and more flashing light spots, and finally like a Milky Way covering the sky. They fly freely, like a dream, and naturally attract a lot of people to come at night. Lin Ziyan walked out of the Taoist temple and was attracted by the fairy tale world of fireflies in front of him. He really wanted to call his girlfriend and ask her to come to Qingfeng Temple so that they could watch the beautiful scenery and experience this romance together. But my girlfriend is a national badminton player and is training her physical strength and endurance in seclusion, hoping to make a breakthrough when she competes in the world championships in the future. Physical strength and endurance are her weaknesses. If these two aspects can be strengthened, she still has a chance to become a world champion. It's just a pity that it is very difficult to achieve substantial growth in these two aspects. It takes time, but what her girlfriend lacks most is time. Without enough time, it will be difficult to increase her endurance and physical strength. Therefore, he cannot disturb his girlfriend at this time, and there is no chance for him to watch romantic fireflies with her. At this moment, he saw Ma Tao walking towards the spiritual spring jar. Lin Ziyan actually admired Ma Tao a little. After all, the other party supervised all the construction projects of King Fengguang, and he supervised them all personally. Supervising back and forth between several construction sites also took a lot of energy and made the other party exhausted. You can tell from Ma Tao's appearance that he looks tired when he walks. Ma Tao walked to the spiritual spring tank, took a bamboo ladle and started cleaning it. After cleaning the bamboo ladle, he picked up a ladle of spiritual spring water and poured it into his mouth. Lin Ziyan watched Ma Tao drink a ladle of spiritual spring water in one breath. Not long after, the fatigue on Ma Tao's face disappeared, and he walked towards the Taoist temple as fast as flying. Every day he would burn a stick of incense and sit for a while before going down the mountain. Mr. Lin. Ma Tao greeted Lin Ziyan politely. Designer Ma. Lin Ziyan also hurriedly returned the gift. Looking at Ma Tao, whose face had completely disappeared from fatigue, he suddenly thought of something. The reason why my girlfriend doesn't have enough time to accumulate is because training for badminton players also consumes a lot of energy. Even if she is asked to run long distance to increase her endurance, she will soon become tired from running and there is no way to keep running for a long time. As her physical strength is exhausted, she will be unable to run and needs to rest. If she continues forcibly, it will easily cause problems. After all, there are many athletes who have problems like this. But he suddenly thought of a possibility. What if his girlfriend had this spiritual spring water? As long as you are tired, let your girlfriend drink spiritual spring water to help her quickly regain her strength and then she can continue exercising. No matter how tired you are after exercising, you can continue to let your girlfriend train. In theory, you can let your girlfriend train all the time except during bedtime. There will definitely be very good results. Maybe your girlfriend can really win the world championship. Thinking about it, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed his girlfriend's number. In this way, he can invite his girlfriend over openly. Maybe when night comes, he will always have spiritual spring water by his side. When you feel weak, drink some spiritual spring water, then. There are just some things that cannot be done in Taoist temples. That is disrespectful to the name of the gods enshrined in Taoist temples. But it can't be in a Taoist temple, and the spiritual spring water is only valid within the Qingfeng temple, so what should we do? Lin Ziyan shook the random thoughts out of his mind. One thing he was sure of was that this spiritual spring water would definitely be helpful to his girlfriend. Moreover, this spiritual spring water only has an effect on devout believers in the Taoist sect, which will become his girlfriend's unique advantage. There is no way other athletes can use this water unless those athletes also have a pious heart. But in today's society, with the education those athletes receive, it is simply impossible. After all, after being rescued by the old Taoist priest when he was a child, he and his girlfriend both studied Taoist culture and became devout believers. The national badminton team training base in Beijing, famous in the movie Huang Fi Hung, are located in the same city, covering an area of 300,000 square meters. This training base is jointly invested and constructed by the Badminton Association and the local area. It is a training base integrating training, competition, scientific research, training, leisure, and selection. Lin Ziyan's girlfriend Wang Lu usually trains here. There are many types of athletes trained at the training base, and they are always being selected for training. Most of these people are potential school students or teenagers who have been training in this badminton project since childhood. Another type is athletes who already have an athletic rating. Naturally, these are not the mainstream. The real mainstream is national athletes who can actually compete, especially world champions. The base also has a dedicated area, a dedicated coaching team, and the best equipment to serve this type of people. After all, people bring honor to their country. In the locker room, Wang Lu finished training and looked at the dressing area dedicated to champions, with a hint of hope in her eyes. Her results were actually better than those of the top-ranked veterans, and even the world champion couldn't suppress her at the beginning of the game. But now she can participate in domestic competitions, but it will not be her turn in international super competitions. Given her strength, this seemed unfair. But the real situation is that if the opponent can be ranked higher or even win the championship, that is fair. In an international super competition selection that has a huge impact, even if your results are better than those veterans, the final choice will still be veterans with rich on-the-spot experience. Unless your strength can reach a level that far overwhelms the veterans, otherwise, you can only obey the arrangements. There was once a young athlete who had strengthened connections and used despicable means to qualify for the competition. Finally, he reached the international arena, but because he was nervous about competing for the first time, he made various mistakes and was ridiculed wildly by his old enemy country. In the end, this guy also suffered from depression due to being ridiculed by internet trolls and was under great pressure, and had to retire. Wang Lu naturally knows the pressure of international super competitions. Moreover, she also has a huge shortcoming, which is lack of physical strength and endurance. She will be weak in the second half, so it will be useless no matter how good her skills are. In the first round, she could have a tough fight with the world champion, but in the second round, she would be crushed. In the third round, she was affected by physical strength, and her strength dropped directly to the second rate. If this problem is not solved, she will never be able to compete in the World Super Series, let alone the World Championship. But this requires time to accumulate, and what she lacks is time, because she was too old when she started systematic training. It would have been easier if this problem had been discovered 2 or 3 years earlier. Now she is almost past her prime. The more Wang Lu thought about it, the more melancholy she became, and she couldn't help but sigh. As soon as I opened the locker room, I heard my cell phone ringing, and the caller ID showed a dog head. This is her boyfriend Lin Ziyan's number. After pressing the answer key, she smiled and said, "Guza, why are you free to call me today? Are you still used to living in Qingfengguan?" She did not object to her boyfriend's belief because she herself believed in it. When she first met her boyfriend when she was a child, she was kidnapped and rescued by the old Taoist priest. She and her boyfriend seemed to have formed a fate with Taoism and became believers. She wore a bracelet with the Bagua symbol in her hand and prayed before games. Her teammates kept saying she was superstitious, but they didn't understand. Lin Ziyan said, "Well, Qingfeng Temple is different from those Taoist temples in the past. By the way, have you paid attention to the news about Qingfeng Temple recently?" Wang Lu nodded and said, "I saw it. The fireflies are so romantic and spectacular. I didn't expect that Qingfeng Temple would have such a magical scene. The sound of the chirping trees is also very magical. Who can believe that this kind of music is really produced by a tree? This music is now being played in our training base." Lin Ziyan said hurriedly, "I'm not talking about this, but the spiritual spring tank." Lingquan tank. Wang Lu said in surprise, "I know, there is a lot of noise about this thing on the internet. Everyone says it is just a gimmick, so what is this tank like?" Lin Ziyan hurriedly explained, "Wang Lu, I can tell you for sure that this spiritual spring tank is absolutely magical and can help people quickly recover their physical strength. There is just a limit. It requires a pious heart for Taoism to be effective. And you are a devout Taoist believer like me, so you understand what I mean, right?" When Wang Lu heard this, she was obviously stunned for a moment. She came to her senses and said immediately, "I'll go talk to the coach right away." Of course she knew what her boyfriend meant. If the water in the spiritual spring tank can really quickly restore physical strength and endurance, wouldn't it be able to solve her dilemma? She just doesn't have enough time right now. If this spiritual spring tank really has this effect, then she can drink the spiritual spring water to recover after being tired from training, and then she can continue training immediately. By repeating this, when the next World Super Series comes, she will have enough time to accumulate and solve the physical problem, and then get a quota to compete for the World Championship. It's just that this period is a closed training period at the base. If she wants to go out for training, she must have the permission of the coach. Otherwise, it will be considered a violation. Wang Lu arrived at the coach's office and immediately said excitedly, "Coach Li, I should have a way to solve my physical and endurance problems." "Really?" Coach Li stood up in surprise. Coach Li was responsible for Wang Lu's training, so she naturally knew Wang Lu's condition. She first discovered Wang Lu's talent in an amateur competition, but later she also discovered that Wang Lu's technical talent was very good and could reach the world championship level. But her shortcomings are also huge, that is, her physical strength and endurance are too poor, which is really a pity for her talent. This also makes her often sigh. Why didn't she discover Wang Lu 2 or 3 years earlier? Then she would have a great chance of training a world champion. Now that Wang Lu said she had found a way, she was naturally very surprised. What way? Wang Lu said directly, "Coach, I have to go somewhere first, so I want to apply to leave the base." Coach Li immediately said, "During the closed training period, you also need to report your itinerary when applying to leave the base." "I want to go to Qingfeng Temple." Wang Lu said. "Taoist Temple." Coach Li said in shock, "Wang Lu, are you superstitious again? Our base has found so many scientific methods for you, but none of them work. What do you think the superstitious methods are of use?" "Coach Li, what about the sound of the singing trees?" Wang Lu suddenly said, "This music is also produced by the ginkgo in Qingfeng Temple. You also said that this music can make people feel calm. There is simply no way to explain it scientifically." "Coach Li, time flies. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain is more lively than ever." Zhao Moxin arrived with Chen Li and felt a little stressed looking at the workers coming and going. The Qingfeng Mountain Wild Plant Garden project covers an area of 34 square kilometers, which means that except for their flower garden, the entire mountain is included. Not only that, but also an area attached to the mountain. For example, the former Fengyuan Temple has now become the Qingfengguan Tourist Service Center. To be honest, only Shaolin Temple, Weidang Mountain, Jinhua Temple, those well-known holy places have such a treatment if a Taoist temple or temple even has a dedicated tourist service center. In addition, a large area needs to be built for parking lots, and another area needs to be built for B/U0026BS and various facilities. Naturally, these were not what Zhao Moxin thought. Although Hui Aiwen controlled the project, all this was originally planned by the county. It's just that the county has handed the plan to her now. She doesn't need to do anything, and she doesn't need to be smart and add her own ideas and suggestions. She can just follow the plan. There was one suggestion she made. That is the project that a team of workers is working on at the entrance of the mountain road, Qingfeng Guanshan Gate. This is what she heard from her mother. For a Taoism, the mountain gate is very important. It is the gatehouse and the facade. Therefore, in ancient times, there was the so-called theory of knocking on the mountain gate. Because of this, she mentioned the mountain gate mattered to the county and informed Dao Kangwa. Miss Zhao, if it weren't for your suggestion, our county wouldn't know about the mountain gate. Chen Li looked at the construction workers and said with a smile. In fact, it's not that they didn't know, but that the original wild plant garden project was purely for the county and had nothing to do with King Fengiguan, and it was impossible to build King Fengiguan mountain gate. It's different now, so when Zhao Moxin proposed it, the county naturally agreed and had people build the King Fengiguan gate as soon as possible. A taxi stopped at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Wang Lu and Coach Li got out of the car. Coach Li subconsciously looked at the Taoist temple looming on the top of Qingfeng Mountain. She never thought that the solution Wang Lu said was to come to a Taoist temple. After crossing the mountain gate that was being built, the two of them quickly walked towards the mountain. They are all engaged in sports, so mountain climbing is not a problem. Wang Lu, are you really sure that the spiritual spring vat has this effect? Coach Li still had disbelief on his face. On the way here, she also watched online videos about the spiritual spring tank, but almost 99% of those who visited King Fengiguan on the internet said that the spiritual spring tank was a gimmick, and only a few said it was effective. Instead, it was more like hype. Wang Lu reminded with a smile, Coach Li, the sound of trees playing in the bass. These words made Coach Li silent again. It was precisely because this music had such a magical effect that she agreed to give Wang Lu a try. When the bass wanted to change the music of the tree chirping, a special meeting was held. After all, an official training base like theirs also requires procedures and must pay great attention to this aspect. But after hearing the effect of the sound of the trees, the leaders of the base agreed to change it and reported it for notes. The sound of the chirping trees is indeed very magical, even incredible. The two of them soon arrived in front of Qingfeng Temple. After Lin Ziyan received the call from his girlfriend, he hurried out. As soon as he saw Wang Lu, he smiled like a fool and ran up. Wang Lu, come all the way, are you tired? I'm not tired. Wang Lu shook his head, and then said, Guzi, let me introduce to you, this is Coach Li, she has been responsible for my training. Hello, Coach Li, thank you very much for taking care of Wang Lu. Lin Ziyan also greeted Coach Li immediately. Hello. Coach Li responded politely. Wang Lu, however, couldn't wait and said to Lin Ziyan, Guzi, where is the spiritual spring tank you mentioned? Lin Ziyan immediately led the two of them to the spiritual spring tank, then took 2 ladles of spiritual spring water and handed them to Wang Lu and Coach Li. This is the spiritual spring water. The two immediately took the spiritual spring water. Coach Li tried to put it in his mouth and took a sip. It seemed to be mountain spring water, but it was not as magical as the gimmick said. Is it really a hype? Hey! Wang Lu exclaimed after taking a sip, Guzi, this water is really amazing. Just like what you said, some of the energy consumed by going up the mountain has been restored. Coach Li was stunned when he heard this. Real or fake? Drinking the same water has no effect on itself, but Wang Lu will. Is it really as miraculous as what the stone tablet says, and it only works for devout believers in the Taoist sect? Thinking of Wang Lu's long-standing superstition, she is a devout believer. Just when she was wondering, Wang Lu had already given the water scoop to Lin Ziyan, and she began to do a set of strenuous exercises. This exercise is the latest set of exercises specially designed for badminton players to train their physical strength and endurance. It can quickly consume the athlete's physical strength and endurance, and also promote the recovery of physical strength and endurance. Over time, as long as you can make a breakthrough in this, your physical strength and endurance will be improved. Coach Li immediately took out a watch to calculate. She knew where Wang Lu's limit was. Time flies. Wang Lu was soon sweating profusely and exhausted. When her strength was exhausted, she immediately took the ladle of spiritual spring water in Lin Ziyan's hand and drank it. In almost a moment, Coach Li saw that she had become full of energy and started to do the same set of movements again. It didn't look like she was exhausted at all. Really? Coach Li couldn't believe it. She immediately put the water ladle down and started doing the same action. Naturally, she soon felt tired, so she hurriedly picked up the water ladle and started drinking. But she didn't feel her physical strength recover at all. This was mountain spring water. Coach Li couldn't believe it, but she soon saw that after a round of physical exertion, Wang Lu picked up the water and drank it. She became full of energy again and began to repeat the same set of actions. There is such magical water in the world. It's incredible. Wang Lu's face was already filled with joy. If this continues, her current predicament can be completely solved. The same goes for Coach Li. Wang Lu's skills are at the world championship level. Now if her physical and endurance problems are solved, she can compete for the world championship. Then, she subconsciously looked at the spiritual spring water in the water ladle. If this water could be produced in batches, it would be effective for everyone. Wang Lu, Coach Li, let's go down the mountain and book a hotel for you first, Lin Ziyan said at this time. Originally, he wanted to ask Dao Kangwa to rent it, but after thinking about it, he couldn't just do nothing with his girlfriend, right? It's not suitable to live in a Taoist temple. Wang Lu nodded. Coach Li filled a bottle of spiritual spring water with the finished mineral water bottle. She wanted to see if she could use scientific methods to detect something. After all, drinking water had no effect on her, but Wang Lu had an effect on drinking it. There must be something in it, and it couldn't be just water. When she arrived in the county, she mailed the water directly to Mingxi. At the same time, she called an old classmate in Mingxi and asked them to test the water. Shushan is not far from Mo, and the express delivery will arrive at night. In that case, the old classmate can give her a rough result tomorrow morning. At least it can be easily detected if there is something special in the water. After all, modern science is so advanced. Sure enough, early the next morning, she received a call from her old classmate. Lao Li, did you send me a bottle of water to make a joke? Coach Li asked subconsciously, is it really just water? No other substances. A voice came from the other end of the phone, there are also several minerals. It is indeed a very good mineral water. No, Lao Li, you sent the mineral water yourself, but you didn't count it yourself? Stop making such jokes. Coach Li's heart was in turmoil. Is it really just ordinary water? This is impossible. If that were the case, how could Wang Lu recover his strength so quickly? Could it be possible that the truth has something to do with Wang Lu's usual belief? Is there really such a thing in the world? King Fengaguen. After the sun came out, Guolin took out the fantasy incense and dried it. It's almost enough to dry it for another day today, and then dry it in the shade for a few days. At that time, you can use the magic fragrance beads to completely turn these fragrances into fantasy fragrances. At that time, he will be able to use the special effects of the real illusory fragrance to construct a real illusion with the memory in his mind, and then meet the old Taoist priest and re-experience the past with the old Taoist priest. After drying the incense, Guolin also looked at the sex location information on the light screen in his mind. Mainly depends on the special merits of wish power and ginkgo. Upgrade requirements: 1. 3.2 million merit money, 7.2825 million available merit money, 2. 8,000 willing power, 345 available willing power. 7 sages, 3/7. Special. Ginkgo, spring. Special effect. 1. Inspire the trees to sing. Pleasant listening +2, physical and mental relaxation +2. Requirement: a special 1,000-year-old ginkgo meets the spirit. 2. The special effects are not activated. Activation requirement: 3492721000000. In a short period of time, the 1 million special merits required by ancient ginkgo were almost 350,000. He knows that this is all because the sound of tree singing has become popular in Goose Factory music. It is now number 1 on the list and more people are listening to it. This is the terrifying power of the internet. I believe that this special effect of the ancient ginkgo will be activated soon, but there is one thing that needs to be done, and that is about opening the blessing plaques on the ancient ginkgo tree. There are more and more merit funds required for upgrades, and he must also think about the merit industry and make more money. The current upgrade requirement is 3.2 million, and it will be 6.4 million for subsequent upgrades. The ancient ginkgo blessing plaque is a very good project. He walked into the warehouse, found a piece of wood and carving tools, and started carving. Naturally, he was carving a model of a blessing plaque. With his carving skills, he quickly carved out a very beautiful and grand blessing plaque. After that, he also found Xie Qingyang and handed the blessing card to him. Senior brother's carvings are really like works of art. Xie Qingyang couldn't help but admire. Of course, he was not complimenting him. He had come across the works of many carving masters before, and they were far inferior to his senior carvings. Guolin smiled and ordered, Xianyang, take this blessing plaque down the mountain, find a wood carving factory, and ask them to carve it in batches for our Taoist temple. At the same time, find someone to build a fence around the ancient ginkgo to protect it. Xie Qingyang was a businessman before Zindao, so it was right to leave such matters to the other party. Once the ginkgo tree launches the blessing card project, an area must be isolated around it, and warning signs prohibiting climbing must be erected. Otherwise, given the erratic behavior of some modern people, they might climb, and if they fall, they might be blackmailed. After all, it can even happen that a thief breaks his leg after stealing something and takes the owner to court. Yes, senior brother. Xie Qingyang agreed with a smile, and then went down the mountain with the blessing sign. A moment later, Guolin saw Lin Ziyan, followed by a young woman and a middle-aged woman behind him. Taoist Master Gua. Lin Ziyan came forward and bowed respectfully. These two are my girlfriend and her coach. I will bring them to offer incense. Taoist Master Gua. Wang Lu also saluted in the same way. She is a Taoist believer, and when she enters Taoism and sees the Taoist master, she must bow devoutly. I've met the Taoist priest. Although Coach Li was not a believer, he greeted her politely. After all, the spiritual spring water shocked her greatly. Moreover, along the way, she had learned too much about the young Taoist priest from Wang Lu's boyfriend, and she was really worried. According to those statements, is the young Taoist priest in front of me still a human being? Guolin naturally returned the favor and asked Lin Ziyan to take them to burn incense. To his surprise, Lin Ziyan's girlfriend's piety level reached 3. On the contrary, the opponent's coach did not provide willingness. Considering the opponent's identity and the coach of the national team, it is normal. After Lin Ziyan took Wang Lu to offer incense, they came to Guolin respectfully and reported, Dea Zhengua, Wang Lu is a badminton player, but physical strength and endurance are her shortcomings. Drinking spiritual spring water can quickly restore physical strength. It will be of great help to her in training her physical strength and endurance. She will come to the Taoist temple every day to bother her, so please forgive me. Guolin was obviously shocked when he heard Lin Ziyan's words. Although he knew the effects of spiritual spring water, he really didn't expect that spiritual spring water could be used in this way. What a fantastic idea! He also immediately said, if the spiritual spring water has an effect on donor Wang, it can help her win the honor in the competition, which will be a blessing. Lin Ziyan felt relieved after hearing this, and quickly pulled Wang Lu to thank him. Thank you, Taoist priest. Thank you, Taoist priest. Guolin also nodded, then went back to the waiting room, took out his mobile phone and played leisure Shushan. Unfortunately, he went there early in the morning and gained nothing. Xie Qingyang came back at noon and reported to Guolin, brother, we have found a factory to carve blessing plaques. The cost is 50 cents, and the first batch can be delivered in the next 2 days. According to the price of ancient tree blessing plaques in various Taoist temples and temples, the price is between 20 and 50 yuan. In addition, workers who build protective guardrails for the ancient ginkgo will come up in the afternoon. Guolin nodded and said, Xianyang, from now on this blessing card project will also be a meritorious industry of the Taoist temple, so you should keep an eye on it more. Xia Qinjiang's expression turned bitter. Senior brother, there are more and more things happening in Qingfeng Temple. If this continues, Xuanyun and I will be exhausted. Would you consider recruiting 2 more Taoist monks? You don't need to let them get started. You can just give them the necessary support every month. Guolin nodded. Although it is said not to be taught lightly, recruiting Taoist disciples into Qingfeng Temple does not necessarily require teaching them mysterious things such as Qingfeng Fist or the Calming Talisman. It would be fine to hire 2 of them to do odd jobs, and it would be unreasonable to have 2 old Taoist priests do all the work of a Taoist temple. The monthly support Xie Qingyang mentioned refers to salary, which is only 2,000 per person. It just so happened that President Li of the Taoist Association didn't say that he would send some Taoist college students over for interviews. In fact, this is no different from what the outer sect and inner sect disciples do in the Shushan world. In the world of Shushan, there are many sects of cultivating immortals. In fact, there are not many true inner sect disciples, but there are many outer sect disciples. All kinds of chores are left to the outer disciples, leaving the inner disciples to practice with peace of mind. As for the outer disciples, they can only learn the most basic and rubbish things. Think about it again, the area where Qingfeng Guanmen is stationed in the secret realm Qingkan has increased by 60% after only level 2, and there is also a special scripture building that is not displayed outside. If the secret realm Qingkan continues to upgrade, will there be more spaces like the special scripture collection building that cannot be seen from the outside world? Maybe in the future such a secret space will be as big as Qingfeng Temple, or even bigger. Is that the inner door? Moreover, as the secret realm Qingkan upgrades, the area expanded by Qingfeng Temple will also become larger and larger. After the 7-star tower is built and the merit hall is built, it will have more functions and cleaning will be a big problem. In the future, if the increase is really necessary, it seems that it is not impossible to create inner and outer doors. When Guolin was thinking about it, his cell phone rang, and the number belonged to Chairman Li of the Taoist Association. Seeing this, he also shook his cell phone at Xie Qingyang and said, "This is not someone sending a handyman here." With that said, he also pressed the answer button. "President Li, you called me suddenly, but it's about the students of Taoist Academy." President Li said in a slightly embarrassed voice, "Master Gua, didn't you tell me about the Taoist Academy students before? Something happened, and I want to talk to you here." Guolin asked doubtfully, "President Li, what happened?" President Li said awkwardly, "Taoist Master Gua, I originally thought that not many students would apply to go to your Qingfeng temple. After all, in previous years, most of the students chose Daoist associations in big cities, as well as Wudang, Jinhua, Longhu, these famous Taoist temples as interns. Only. But after your Qingfeng temple's Jingjing Sutra came out, and with the recent hot news, a lot more people chose to go to Qingfeng temple to be intern Taoist disciples, so you have to waste more time during the interview." Guolin understood what was going on and hung up the phone. This also shows that their status and reputation of Qingfeng temple in the Taoist sect has indeed improved. As for the interview, he didn't need to waste time at all. When the time came, he would just ask the Taoist Academy students to offer incense and pray directly in the main hall of the Taoist temple to see how pious they were. Even if you are a Taoist disciple who works as a handyman, your piety must be high enough. In front of the game system, no one can cheat on their piety. Guolin and Xie Qingyang discussed the details of the blessing cards again, then returned to the dressing room and continued playing the game. If you don't get any rewards in the morning, you can't really have no rewards in the whole day, right? Opening the game, a mission on the mission board attracted his attention. The mission was related to Qi Lingyun and was called Exploring the Bloodland. The mission introduction is that after the first decisive battle between the Ime sect and the southern demon cult, Green Robe disappeared, and the Ime sect people have been looking for Green Robe. Qi Lingyun took some people to explore some areas controlled by the southern demon cult, but Qi Lingyun accidentally discovered a blood lake. This blood lake is extremely unusual, with special energy and the growth of demonic energy. Therefore, this mission is to help Qi Lingyun explore the blood pool and see what is abnormal behind the blood pool. When Guolin saw this mission, his heart pounded. Could this be another big villain's mission starting? It's just a game, he doesn't think much about it. The next step is. This task is not difficult, but a task of breaking the mechanism. This kind of mission is similar to a chain mission. You need to run around to destroy the mechanism, which is very troublesome. When all the mechanisms were destroyed to complete the task, Guolin was a little dumbfounded. It seemed that Qi Lingyun had encountered something terrible in the game, and then a burst of energy flew out. Qi Lingyun struck a blow with this energy. In the game screen, the energy impacted all around, directly annihilating everything around him. Qi Lingyun was so frightened that he peed after this blow, and the game character was left behind. Isn't this too unfaithful? After all, the other party is also a disciple of a well-known and upright family in Ine. Fortunately, after Qi Lingyun left, the blood pool only had a few bubbles and then dried up quickly. Nothing happened in the game. Instead, he got a game prompt in his mind. Congratulations on getting the Bagua evolution disc fragment that Qi Lingyun dropped when he escaped. This fragment seems to have a magical effect. Guolin was stunned for a moment when he suddenly received this reward. These things were dropped by Qi Lingyun in panic when he was scared away. They should be the dark history of this Ine disciple. It is obvious from the game screen that Qi Lingyun misjudged something. Nothing happened at all and he was frightened by the air. Moreover, he did not expect that this thing would be a fragment of the evolution Bagua disc. This was something he had already gotten, but he didn't expect to get another piece. But he did not hesitate. He controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence, then closed the door of the room and entered the game. He saw the note information on the fragment of the evolution Bagua disc. This is the fragment left over from the broken Bagua disc of the Ziyun Palace evolution. It has special effects. If you wear it on your body, when the blessing spirit comes, a special deduction effect will be triggered. The direction, result, and target of the deduction will be random. Obviously, the information on the two evolutionary Bagua disc fragments is exactly the same. This would be a bit tasteless. Almost at the same time, he got another game prompt. The test found that two pieces of the Bagua evolution disc can be fused. After the fusion, it is possible to obtain new functional attributes. Do you want to fuse? When Guolin received the prompt from the game system, he naturally chose to fuse the two fragments of the evolution Bagua disc without hesitation. The two evolutionary Bagua disc fragments have exactly the same function, but they can gain new functions after fusion. This is how the magic fragments work in the game. In the game, as long as you find enough magic weapon fragments, you can fuse them into a complete magic weapon. I just don't know if he has a chance to get the complete fragments of the evolution Bagua disc. How awesome is the complete evolutionary Bagua disc? The strongest can evolve things 500 years later. As long as you are strong enough, you can use it without any restrictions. Then as long as he is willing, he can write a book and write down all the things that will happen in the future. If it is passed down like this, it should become an unsolved mystery for people in the future. Isn't this better than the pushback picture? Congratulations on getting 2 fragments of the evolution Bagua disc. The fragments are being fused. After Guolin got the game prompt, he thought that the fusion process would take a long time, but not long after, he got another game prompt. Congratulations, the fusion of 2 evolutionary Bagua disc fragments has been completed, inspiring a new function. This speed is much faster than expected. Guolin immediately looked at the fused Bagua disc fragments. The volume is much larger than before, but it can still be used as a pendant. On the contrary, there is an extra Bagua rune pattern on it, which gives people a mysterious feeling at a glance. He also saw the information about the fused evolutionary Bagua disc fragments. This is the fragment left over from the broken Bagua disc of the Ziyun Palace evolution. It has special effects. 1. Wear it on your body. When the Heart of Blessing comes, a special deduction effect will be triggered. The direction, result, and target of the deduction will be random. 2. Open an opportunity to evolve independently. You can evolve yourself and others. The effect can be restored independently. The remark information of this Bagua evolution disc fragment has changed, and there are 2 special functions. The first effect has not changed. There is an additional function of autonomous evolution, and this opportunity for autonomous evolution can be restored. It can be said that this is a very useful function. Previously, the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc were triggered passively and were completely out of his control. Now it can evolve independently, even if it is only once. It is completely different. With a thought, he directly took the fused evolution Bagua disc fragments out of the game. Then I quit the game as a thought. After fusing the fragments of the evolved Bagua disc and putting it around his neck again, he wanted to stimulate an independent evolution of the fragments of the evolved Bagua disc. But what to deduce? I really didn't know for a while. When can I meet a good-looking and beautiful female champion? After thinking about it, he roughly chose to deduce something related to Qingfeng Temple. No matter it was anything, good or bad, it just had to evolve. In an instant, the fused fragments of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck began to vibrate. Then, a coldness entered his mind, and then a mist appeared, and in the mist was a clear picture. Breeze views the top of the mountain. A man. Fireflies flying all over the sky. Fluorescent romantic forest. Several figures appeared. Guolin gradually frowned as he looked at the information on the evolution of the Bagua card. There is a saying that greed clouds the heart. No matter when, as long as people's greed is not suppressed, anything may lead to greed. I didn't expect that not long after this mortal incarnation appeared, someone would actually have an idea. Guolin murmured inside after the evolution of the Bagua evolution disc fragments was completed. Then, he left the closet and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple. When they arrived at the courtyard outside the parlor, they saw Xiao, a wild boar, walking in with leisurely steps. The 7 auspicious treasures are walking back and forth on its back. I don't know how these pigs and crows play so well together, it's really strange. A few crows seemed to have seen Guolin and jumped up. I've met Dea Zangwa. I've met Dea Zangwa. I've met Dea Zangwa. The shouts of these auspicious treasures also sounded at the same time. After being washed by spiritual energy, the 7 auspicious treasures have begun to transcend the world, and their ability to learn tongue is becoming more and more powerful. When believers and tourists like Lin Ziyan saw him in the Taoist temple, the most common thing they said was, "I've met Taoist Master Gua." Therefore, these 7 little guys will never know when they have learned it, and they will say hello when they see him. Even Ono, the wild boar, raised his head and called to him twice, as if to say hello. Guolin had no time to pay attention to the pigs and crows now. He walked straight towards the outside of the Taoist temple and soon reached the location of Huangshan Pine. Huangshan Pine is one of the ancient trees in Qingfengguan. Its popularity among tourists is second only to the ancient ginkgo, and even behind the elm tree. After all, no one knows the special effects of elm money. Even if it is fallen elm money, Xie Qinyan will pick it up every day and dry it in the sun. Huangshan Pine is different. It has systematic special attributes, as well as the +2 attribute of being in the camera. No matter who took the video, it is very shocking. Therefore, tourists naturally have to check in and take photos when they arrive here. When Guolin arrived here, he glanced at a middle-aged man and walked towards him with a frown. Even when Lian Halan looked at the Huangshan Pine, he couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and start taking pictures of the Huangshan Pine. Looking at the video he shot, he really felt that King Fengedwen really didn't understand promotion. If there were such ancient trees in places like Shaolin Temple and Longhu Mountain, they would have been publicized to the heavens and made up various stories, which would definitely attract a lot of tourists, instead of just this one. The key is that Qingfeng Temple did not even promote this ancient tree before, and it was only recently that people discovered the ancient tree. If he is allowed to run King Fengedwen, he can definitely make King Fengedwen extremely popular. King Fengedwen does not understand any marketing tactics. It's a pity that none of this is in the wild plant forest he invested in. It's useless for him to lament. He can only complain about King Fengedwen's waste of natural resources. The key is that Qingfeng Mountain has many good things, such as the fireflies. In this modern environment, even among the top 10 firefly viewing spots, fireflies are sparse. Isn't there a news that said that tens of thousands of people went to scenic spots to wait to see fireflies, but in the end they were let go by the fireflies? You can imagine how rare fireflies are nowadays, but the fireflies on Qingfeng Temple are unique. He can plan these fireflies, and he can definitely get them into the wild plant forest he invested in. Moreover, he suspected that the fireflies in Qingfeng Temple were different from ordinary fireflies. The number alone was incredible. Lian Halong thought, and when he turned around, he saw a Taoist priest standing in front of him. Isn't it Taoist Master Guo from Qingfeng Temple? It is said that this man has various mysterious abilities. Lian Halong suddenly felt guilty. After all, he had evil intentions. However, he pretended to be calm and said, "I've seen it before, Deist Gua." This greeting also made people around him look over, and they found that Guolin also took out his mobile phone to take pictures. Although this Taoist priest Gui is very low-key, he is indeed an internet celebrity Taoist priest. Guolin looked at Lian Halong and said pointedly, "Mr. Lian, there are some things that cannot be done and cannot be forced. There are some things that are not yours and cannot be taken away." Lian Halong was immediately shocked. How did the other party know his surname was Lian? It was the first time that he and the other party met. The most important thing is that the other party's words clearly meant something, and he immediately realized that the other party knew that he was targeting Firefly. Damn it, how could the other party know? Lian Halong couldn't believe it. He brought people up and his men went to work, but he just wandered around like an ordinary tourist. There was no way he could be exposed. After all, he never told anyone about it. Lian Halong pretended to be calm and denied, "Dea Zhenghua, I don't know what you said." He was extremely nervous when he said this. After all, he really didn't know why Taoist Gui knew his purpose, but he couldn't admit it at this time. But the more this happened, the more frightened he felt, and he didn't dare to stay any longer, so he left in a hurry. Seeing this, Guolin sighed again, returned to Qingfeng Temple, and found the wild boar Xiao and 7 auspicious treasures. "Come here, everyone." Guolin waved. The 7 lucky treasures and wild boar Ono actually fluttered to his feet and stood there quietly, as if waiting for his instructions. After Lian Halong left the Taoist temple, he quickly met 2 men. Both men came over with a transparent bottle, and you could see several fireflies in the bottle. The bottle is specially made with a notch to prevent the fireflies inside from suffocating through the screen window. "Let's go, take them back quickly." Lian Halong's face lit up when he saw these fireflies, and he immediately forgot about Guolin. He came to Qingfeng Mountain this time just for these fireflies. He invested so much money in his wild plant forest. Although the business was good, there was no hot spot. When he saw this firefly on the internet, he felt that this thing could become the hotspot of his wild plant forest. Because he himself had studied entomology and studied insect research, and he brought the fireflies from Qingfeng Mountain back to study and cultivate them, he would surely have the same beauty of fireflies in his wild plant forest soon. That would bring him huge benefits. At that time, his wild plant forest will be the only one besides King Fengedwen with such a firefly landscape. More importantly, he definitely knows better about publicity than King Fengedwen. As long as he is given time, the fireflies he cultivates will definitely surpass King Fengedwen. So, even if Taoist Gui is as powerful as the rumors say, and he brought fireflies back to study and cultivate them, the other party can't do anything with him, right? Wealth are found in danger. Thinking of this, Lian Halong accelerated his pace and ran down the mountain. Not long after, he arrived at the simple parking lot and got into his car. "Drive." Lian Halong immediately ordered someone. The car started and drove away. Lian Halong immediately examined the fireflies in the bottle with great interest. They were crawling on the gauze partition. He also saw that this firefly was obviously larger than ordinary fireflies, and the light-emitting structure of its tail was also different. This firefly is indeed different. No wonder it can survive on such a large scale. It must be cultivated. Lian Halong thought excitedly, but suddenly his expression changed, and he saw that the fireflies that were still crawling around suddenly became motionless at the same time, and all fell to the bottom of the bottle. What's going on? Lian Halong was immediately dumbfounded. He hurriedly opened the bottle and poured out the firefly tests. Then his face became even more ugly. They are all dead. How come they are all dead? The other two men couldn't believe it when they saw this scene. Why is this happening? We were very careful when we caught him. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the bottle, and it won't suffocate. Just now he was crawling with vigor and vigor. Why did they die as soon as they left Qingfeng Mountain? Could it be that they can only survive in Qingfeng Mountain? He said it unintentionally but sounded intentional. When Lian Halong heard this, his eyes widened and he thought of Taoist Gua. The other party obviously came to find him specially. The meaning behind his words was that he knew that he was targeting this firefly and was reminding him. Moreover, Gua Daokang clearly reminded him that he could not take the firefly away. The more he thought about it, the chills ran down his spine. This firefly died when it left Qingfeng Temple. It can't be a coincidence, right? Or how could such a coincidence happen? Even if there is a problem in some aspect and the fireflies die, it is impossible for them all to die, right? It is even less possible for them to all die at the same time. This is wrong even for Patian. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Lian Halong became. No, it will never happen. Lian Halong couldn't believe that he had received a scientific education. What he was thinking was completely contrary to scientific common sense. Boss, what should we do now? Yeah, these are dead. The other two people hurriedly asked. No, I'll catch some more at night. Lian Halong gritted his teeth and decided to take another gamble. If such a damn thing happens when he catches at night, he will stay away from King Fengedwen in the future. After making this decision, Lian Halong also asked the driver to enter Yushan County and take people to book a hotel. After eating, he waited until late at night, then left the hotel and went back to Qingfeng Mountain. As soon as he got off the bus at Qingfeng Mountain, Lian Halong saw fireflies flying in the mountain. Without hesitation, he led his men directly into a forest, intending to catch fireflies from this direction. But just when they arrived at the place and took out their net bags, they suddenly heard something moving next to them. Lian Halong looked there subconsciously and saw a huge figure in the darkness. His eyes widened subconsciously. Damn, what is this thing here? Lian Halong and others looked at the huge figure in the darkness, and their expressions suddenly changed. The figure also made a humming sound, and in the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at them, which was even more terrifying. What is this? One person looked ugly. Such a big body. It's a wild boar, what should I do? Lian Halong and the others finally saw clearly what it was through the fluorescence of the fireflies, and they were even more shocked. In the forest, a wild boar is no less terrifying than a tiger. The bite force of a wild boar can break human bones directly. Especially the one in front of me, not only the size, but also the ferocious fangs are even more terrifying. Almost when Lian Halong and others looked ugly, a few more hoarse voices sounded around. It's not yours. Can't take it away. Leave quickly. Can't take it away. These hoarse sounds made Lian Halong sweat break out on his back. Looking towards the sounds, he saw pairs of scarlet eyes staring at them in the darkness. No one can remain calm in this situation. The people brought by Lian Halong had begun to tremble, and even Halong swallowed his saliva one after another. These things seemed to be waiting for them. He also immediately remembered the words of Taoist Gua. Is this a warning from Daokang Gua? Otherwise, he couldn't think of the reason. Boss, what should I do? One person hurriedly asked, but Lian Halong suddenly turned around and ran out, leaving several others stunned. But they didn't dare to hesitate and ran away in panic. The scene in front of me was too weird. Lian Halong ran out of the mountain in a panic, and was relieved when he got back to the car. It seems that Taoist Gua is really as terrifying as the legend says. He had heard the news. It seemed that the other party could bring bad luck to others. There was a rich man who offended Daokang Gua, and his family was ruined. The other family even has a senior leader in the city. He was greedy for profit before and had no scruples, but now that he has experienced it himself, he knows how to be afraid. Not only was Taoist Gua really able to prevent the fireflies from taking him out of Qingfeng Mountain, he actually knew that he was there at night and even asked a wild boar to wait for him there. Then if you want to give him other lessons, I'm afraid it won't be difficult. No matter how ignorant I am, I'm afraid it won't just be a warning in the future. Boss, are we still going up? An employee asked sarcastically. Go back, don't do this anymore. Lian Halong said quickly. How could he dare to be thoughtful? In the mountains and forests, a boar grunted. The weedy forest is difficult for people to pass, but it is easy for a wild boar of such a large size. Not long after, Ono and a few crows returned to Qingfeng Temple. The key was that they found Guilin. Humph! The wild boar raised its head and shouted at him. Ran away! Ran away! Take a slow shot and these auspicious treasures are jumping and shouting. Guilin naturally understood what he meant. It was the one who scared Lian Haolang away and told Xiao and the others, go to the mountains for more walks in the future. People like this will scare them away. Humph! Ono raised his head again and shouted. Scared them all away. Scared them all away. Several auspicious treasures also jumped up and down crazily. Obviously, they all understood what Guilin meant. After the aura washed away and initially transcended the world, their intelligence became higher and higher. But thinking about it, even Haolang probably wouldn't dare to come again. It's not illegal for the other party to just catch some fireflies to cultivate, and the police won't care about it. It's just that it's disgusting to King Fengiguan. Therefore, he warned the other party that if the other party did not recognize the situation, he would only have 5 bad luck charms at his disposal. Guilin later returned to the closet and looked at the fused fragments of the evolved Bagua disc. Now the subautonomous evolution is used. He also saw that there were differences in the fragments. The rune in the middle had obviously become dimmer, not as bright as before. He also knew that he needed to wait for the runes to become bright again before the autonomous evolution function could be restored, but he didn't know how long it would take. Then, Guilin took out his mobile phone and played Leisure Shushan again. The right way to continue playing the game. Inside a Taoist building, you can see that the interior decoration has a strong Taoist style, and Bagua patterns can be seen everywhere. A young man wearing Taoist robes walked in. It could be seen that the Taoist robes on this young man were not the regular Taoist robes of the Taoist sect, because this is the Taoist robe of Taoist Academy students. The young man entered a room and saw a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and a Taoist Bagua yellow scarf on his head. If this scene is seen by other people in the Taoist sect, it will definitely arouse a lot of contempt and remarks. The Bagua yellow turban is a type of Taoist scarf. However, due to some historical reasons, the Bagua yellow turban has long been abandoned by Taoists, including the Bagua white turban. The reason is very simple. There are 2 great people from 2 branches of Taoism. They want to invite a dynasty to die and end an era, so they wear the Bagua yellow turban and the Bagua white turban. What will future emperors think when they see this? So, it's better to abandon it. Master! The young Taoist students saluted respectfully. The middle-aged Taoist nodded and said, we have completely controlled Mount Taking, one of the Taoist holy places. Our influence in Wudang, Jinhuo, is also growing. Sooner or later, these places will be completely controlled by us. This time when you go to Qingfeng Temple, you must enter it, and even master Qingfeng Temple in the future. Several Huang Lao have studied it. Qingfeng Temple is a Taoist temple with a truly mysterious inheritance and will become our biggest goal. Qingfeng Temple. The young man murmured and asked, Master, can our goal really be achieved? Since the world has become morally corrupt, we will use this as medicine to cure the world's ills. Together with the power of Taoist sects, we will turn the world upside down, said the middle-aged Ji Jin with a firm gaze. If all the Taoist sects' holy places are in their hands, then they can introduce one person to be the Gontian master. If the Taoist sect's reputation is gathered into one person, they will definitely attract the high-ranking officials of Tianting. At that time, the night passed and a new day came again. Guilin got up and looked at the information about the sex station. Ginkgo's special merits and the sex stations will have increased a lot. The merit of Ginkgo has reached the level of 690,000. This is because the sound of trees has been completely explosive in the past 2 days. The wish power of the sex resident has also reached 639 in the past 2 days, and the growth rate is obviously faster than before. This is also because after the Qingjing Sutra spread, some Taoist disciples thought of Qingfeng Temple when reciting it, which provided the sex resident with a wish. Willing power. This is a very benign development. After eating breakfast and running the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the energy of the refined rice, Guilin also found Xuanyun. Brother! Follow me to the Taoist Association, register your information, and then meet the people from the Taoist Academy. Yes, senior brother. Xuanyun responded immediately. He was already a registered Taoist at Qingfeng Temple, but his information at the Taoist Association was still blank, and his senior brother never went there to process it. Who told the Yushan Taoist Association to have senior brother as the president and senior brother Xianyang as a member? Even another temple owner of Jinyan Temple returned to secular life and married his wife. Guilin also took Xuanyun down the mountain and went to the Taoist Association. Today, Taoist students came over and took a look. If possible, it would be a good idea to recruit 2 intern Taoist disciples who do odd jobs, so that Xuanyun and Xianyang can also be liberated. The appearance of the two of them is that of an old Taoist priest with a bit of immortality, especially Xie Qingyang. After defeating the black boxing champion with one punch, he has a full image of a master and lets him do more tasks such as welcoming guests and cleaning. The groceries seemed a bit out of place. Soon, Guolin arrived at the Taoist Association. As soon as he opened the door, a musty and sour smell wafted out. There is no way, no one is working in the Taoist Association, no one is cleaning, those Taoist college students come over, just leave two of them to join the Shushan Taoist Association. Shushan Railway Station. A group of special young people attracted a lot of attention because they were all dressed in Taoist robes. Obviously, this group of young people are students of the Taoist Academy. After the group got out of the car, they heard pleasant light music coming from their ears, which also attracted the attention of these Taoist Academy students. The sound of the chirping trees is so comforting. This is the sound of the ancient ginkgo of Qingfengguan. That's why I came to Qingfengguan. Me too, there are so many of us, and I don't know if we can stay in Qingfengguan. Obviously, these Taoist college students have expectations and hesitations. Their current situation is probably no different from that of college graduates looking for jobs. Fellow Taoists, come with me. A middle-aged Taoist walked out, naturally from the Taoist Academy. Under normal circumstances, the Taoist Association will naturally not send people to send them off, otherwise they will send 2 people here, 2 people there, and there will not be that many people. But this time when I came to Yushan, it was different. After Qingfengguan became famous, especially after Qingfengguan Xingjing Sutra spread and was taught in the island college, most of the students in this class chose Qingfeng Temple, and the rest went to Longyu Mountain, Jinyu Temple. These are good places. Therefore, Taoist Academy personally sent someone to see him off. Moreover, Dao College has already contacted Daba. Yushan Taoist Association. Xuanyan has already taken the initiative to clean the house, and Guolin is also filling in Xuanyan's relevant information. After entering it, Xuanyan's official information is also a Taoist practitioner at Qingfengguan. Just as I was filling out the information, I heard a car stop outside, and then there was a noise. When Guolin walked out of the door of the Taoist Association, he saw a group of young people wearing Taoist robes getting out of a car. This must be a student from the Taoist Academy. The middle-aged Taoist who was seeing off Guolin from the Taoist Academy also saw Guolin, and immediately stepped forward and said with a Taoist greeting, Taoist Master Gua, hello, hello. I am Qian Song, a Taoist from the Taoist Academy. I am very happy to meet you. Hello. Guolin also greeted the other party with a greeting. At this time, the students from the Taoist Academy also looked at Guolin. Naturally, they all knew about this Taoist Master Gua on the internet before they came here, and they also knew how powerful this Taoist Master Gua was. His martial arts skills alone were terrifying. Similarly, they were also very emotional because this Taoist Gua was about the same age as them, but now he was the elder of Qingfengguan. Guolin also looked at these Taoist Academy students. What surprised him was that there were female students. When he glanced at them, he was suddenly attracted by the figure of a female student. Because this female student is surprisingly elegant and good-looking, Guolin looked at the female student's gesture of stroking the fly whisk, and couldn't help but think of a Taoist description of a beautiful female Taoist, graceful and graceful, light and unrestrained, a taste of unparalleled beauty, a charming figure, red makeup, slender hands. Indeed, this female student is very beautiful. She is young and beautiful just after graduating from the Taoist Academy. Most importantly, this female student has an indescribable temperament. Guolin was a little surprised. He has never seen such a beautiful female crown. I'm afraid there's no one so beautiful among the Taoist sects, right? There is no doubt that if there was, those Taoist temples would definitely use her for publicity and make her a Taoist internet celebrity. The Taoist celebrities on the internet are not just Dao Kangshan, but also some real female crown princes. The purpose is naturally to attract pilgrims. But when compared with this female student, those female celebrities on the internet are far behind. I just don't know if this female student has a pious heart. It would be a pity if there is no piety. Qian Song also said at this time, all students have come to meet Dea Zhanghua. He may be your leader or elder in the future. The students immediately stepped forward and introduced themselves to Guolin with salutes. Soon the beautiful female student arrived. She walked up to Guolin, bowed, and said lightly, Qingguan, I have met Dao Kanghua. Yeah. Guolin also nodded calmly. Although this female student is beautiful, if she does not have a pious heart, she still cannot become the female crown of Qingfeng Temple. He was somewhat looking forward to this. I have met Taoist Master Gua, my name is Huang Bin. A thin student stepped forward and saluted, and said with a hint, my father said that in the future, when I enter the Taoist temple to practice, I will donate a lot of merit to the building and become a meritorious master. Great merit buildings refer to major Taoist facilities. Therefore, Guolin immediately frowned and looked at the emaciated student. The meaning of the other's reminder was very obvious. If Qingfeng Temple accepted him, his father would donate great merit. In ancient times, there were many such Taoist disciples, but Guolin felt a little disgusted and confused when he heard this. After all, there are so many disgusting things in today's society. Huang Bin, you are too presumptuous. All these years of studying in the Taoist Academy have been in vain. The last young man stepped forward angrily. We as Taoists should cultivate the heart. If we don't cultivate the heart, how can we attain Taoism? As the young man spoke, he respectfully gave Guolin a very standard ceremony. Shushan has met Deist Gua. Guolin's eyes lit up when he looked at this young man. He seemed to be very intelligent. Qian Song also immediately introduced Taoist Master Gua. Shushan is the Taoist with the best grades in our Taoist Academy this year. Both Longyu Mountain and Wudang want him. Not bad. Guolin smiled and nodded. Thank you, Taoist Master Gua. Shushan hurriedly bowed to Guolin respectfully, and then looked at Li Qing with a smile, intentionally or unintentionally. Qian Song asked at this time, Deazangua, how do you plan to interview them? Guolin smiled and said, take them to Qingfeng Temple and burn a stick of incense first. Interview for what? As soon as you burn incense, you will know who is pious and who is not. When the time comes, you will say that you have already been interviewing along the way, and it is not him who has the final say. Listen to Dao Kangua. Qian Song nodded. Xuanyun, let's go back to Qingfeng Temple. Guolin also greeted Xuanyun and then walked outside the Taoist Association. Qian Song also immediately followed with his students. The group of people soon arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, but as soon as they arrived, they saw a loud quarrel in front of the stall. Guolin looked subconsciously and frowned tightly when he saw what happened. The quarrel between passers-by was none of Guolin's business. But now people are at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain and traveling to Qingfeng Mountain, which will affect Qingfeng Temple. Even if it has nothing to do with Qingfeng Temple, interested people will forcefully go to Qingfeng Temple for the sake of traffic. Because King Fengiguan has been very popular on the internet recently, if you have the opportunity to take advantage of it, people on the internet will not let it go. Sometimes we are so speechless in the internet age. When Guolin brought Xianyun closer, he saw two waves of people tearing at each other. Men and women started to fight at the same time. The scene was ugly. There was a crying child nearby. The onlookers were already taking pictures with their mobile phones, and they all looked at the excitement. This is a war caused by naughty children. Bear children and bear parents. When you encounter someone who doesn't like it, the excuse of it's just a child is useless. Fortunately, this child's parents are surrounded by many colleagues, otherwise the whole family would be fucked today. From the words of the tourists around them, Guolin and the others probably knew what was going on. It's the naughty kid causing trouble again. It was probably just a naughty kid with a water gun who was messing with people everywhere. Many tourists were already annoyed and talked to the other adults. Similarly, this adult also said, the child is ignorant, so don't argue with the child. He has never thought of educating the child and telling him that this is wrong. So, this naughty kid used a water gun to seduce a woman again. This woman had a bad temper. She didn't care whether it was a child or not. She just slapped her back. Then the mother defended the child and pushed the woman. As a result, the woman's husband became even more angry and refused to tolerate it. He directly slapped the child's mother. One front tooth was knocked out. After that, people traveling on both sides started fighting. Guolin just wanted to say, what is this? Nowadays, the problem of naughty children in society is getting more and more serious. Recently, the noisy behavior of children on the high-speed train caused the situation to escalate and was criticized by the official daily. There was a naughty hot pot restaurant far away, which killed me, my parents, and my family. Many parents complain about why society is becoming more and more disgusted with children. Some parents even say that today's society has no tolerance for children. In fact, it's not that society hates children seriously. We just hate unreasonable and naughty children who need to be taught a lesson. We don't hate those well-behaved children. Some children can throw their younger brothers into the well, while others know how to help their 88-year-old grandfather peel shrimps. Some children can play with fire in the elevator and cause a fire, and some children know better than to throw garbage anywhere. Some children can confidently take candies from vendors without paying, while others know how to give water to the sanitation ant. Therefore, today's bear parents don't pay attention to their children's problems at all. They think that if the children are still young, why should they care about them? The Taoist cultivation place cannot allow them to fight like this. Chu Xian frowned and walked towards the two parties who were fighting. He directly grabbed a strong man and said, "Good believer, fighting will not solve the problem." Before he could finish his words, the parent responded and punched him. Shushan immediately covered his eyes and backed away, with a dark circle in his eye socket. Guo Lin was stunned. Is it stupid to just try to break up the fight? Both sides are angry, don't you know it's easy to cause accidental injury? However, Shushan was the only one to break up the fight, and with what he said, it seemed that Dao's heart was very good. Little Taoist priest, I'm sorry. The burly man seemed to realize that he hit the wrong person. He actually turned around to apologize to Chu Xian, and then turned back to join the fight. Chu Xian was stunned by all this. What's going on? Guo Lin also knew that he couldn't let these people continue to make trouble. The police didn't know when they would arrive. Thinking about it, he also walked closer to both parties. His appearance also attracted people around him, and they all pointed their phones at him. It's Taoist Gua. Dao Kangua is here. If something like this happened in his Qingfeng temple, I don't know how he would deal with it. Guo Lin is indeed the focus here in Qingfeng Mountain. He didn't do anything. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. This scene attracted everyone's curiosity, including those Taoist Academy students. Chu Xian, Huang Bin, Qingguan and others all looked over. Tourists are just as curious. Guo Lin activated the energy in his danshan and chanted the Qingjing Sutra. As he chanted the Qingjing Sutra, it was as if some special energy was spreading around. Under the sound of chanting, the noisy voices of the tourists suddenly became quiet. Even the two parties who were fighting were stunned and stopped. They only felt that their anger was disappearing quickly, and their mood became calm, even a little distracted. Even the crying child's crying gradually subsided. Suddenly, the noisy environment became quiet. Except for Xian Yun, even Qian Song and the Taoist Academy students looked at this scene with shock on their faces. Dao Zhanggua is so awesome. A single chanting of sutras resolved the anger of both parties. This is the Qingjing Sutra, it's so amazing. Why doesn't my reciting the Qingjing Sutra have such a terrifying effect? These students from the Taoist Academy spoke one after another. You must know that most of them applied to Qingfeng Temple because of this Qingjing Sutra. But even if they learned the Qingjing Sutra, they still couldn't achieve such an effect by chanting it. This Dao Kangua is so awesome. At this moment, a police car sounded, and a group of police officers got out of the car. As soon as the leader got out of the car, he started asking, who called the police? What happened? Seeing this, Guo Lin also stood up and walked towards Qingfeng Mountain. The tourists around him didn't look away from him at all, watching him go up the mountain. Xuanyan also followed closely behind with people from the Taoist Academy. Along the way, the students from the Taoist Academy kept looking at Guo Lin, with a hint of awe in their eyes. Almost halfway up the mountain, I heard a humming sound in the forest, and a hoarse voice came from Dao Zhanggua. Dao Zhanggua. Dao Zhanggua. This caused all the people from the Taoist Academy to look curiously towards the forest, and saw a huge wild boar jumping out of the forest, with several little guys flapping their wings above. They are auspicious treasures. They can really talk. If there are such auspicious treasures, I will buy them no matter how much I spend. Huang Bin shouted out in surprise. They are spiritual things, don't insult them with your yellow and white thoughts. Chu Xian said lightly. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Huang Bin's behavior of always talking about money. Everyone looked at Ono and Xiaoyi, who appeared in surprise. Only Qingguan looked at this scene in surprise and murmured to herself, it's really such a picture. No one could hear her murmur. Xiao obviously discovered Guo Lin, so he ran over from the forest. It was originally patrolling in the mountains as ordered. It hummed at Guo Lin and called to the two of them, and unexpectedly arrived in front of him, then knelt on the ground with a pair of front hooves and its head lowered. The meaning is obvious, come and ride me. Guo Lin smiled, did not refuse, and rode directly on Xiao's back. All I can say is that this pig really makes him look good. When welcoming people up the mountain, this mountain guarding beast suddenly ran out to carry him up the mountain. There is also a very shocking story in Taoist legends. Indeed, seeing Guo Lin riding on the back of Xiao, a wild boar, and being carried up the mountain, the students of the Taoist Academy were even more in awe, and at the same time, they also had envy on their faces. Since they entered Taoist college, they have seen many Taoist priests and celestial masters invited by the college to give lectures, and they have also had opportunities to study at famous Taoist temples organized by the college, but they have never seen anyone as powerful as Taoist Master Gua. The key is this is a mount. In Taoist legends, many Taoist masters have mounts. For example, Zhang Tianqi's mount is the black tiger. Guo Daozhang's wild boar mount, by comparing the pictures, is no worse than Zhang Tianqi's black tiger in the Taoist book, right? After all, the wild boars and tigers in the forest don't want to be messed with. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of Qingfeng Temple. The scene of Guo Lin riding a pig naturally attracted the attention of tourists in front of the Taoist temple. Many tourists do some research before coming and naturally know that there is a huge and very smart wild boar in Qingfeng Temple. There is even a video of Taoist Guo riding a wild boar upside down on the internet. It's just that they didn't see the wild boar when they came to Qingfeng Temple, which was a pity. After all, they had never seen such a big wild boar in their lives. But he didn't expect the surprise to come too suddenly. Dao Kang was suddenly appeared riding the wild boar. This also caused those tourists to take out their mobile phones and take videos of Guolin and Ono. Sure enough, he looked at the students from Qiansonghe Tao Academy, pointed to the location of the spiritual spring water and said, "The spiritual spring water, with a pious heart, can help you relieve the fatigue of going up the mountain." The Lingquan tank has changed from the beginning because the Lingquan water reservoir donated by Ma Tao has been built so that it can supply more tourists. Qian Song and the students from the Taoist Academy were also curious and looked in the direction of the spiritual spring water. They will choose to apply to Qingfeng Temple, so they naturally know many things about Qingfeng Temple, including this spiritual spring jar. Guolin also wanted to see what would happen if these people drank the spiritual spring water, and whether everyone would get the effect. What surprised Guolin was that the first person to try the spiritual spring water was the beautiful female student. He actually paid attention to this Qingguan along the way. It's not because she is beautiful or has a good figure or has a good temperament, mainly because she found that this person seemed to be out of tune with other Taoist Academy students. Unlike other people who would speak or chat with the people around her, she didn't. She just looked on with her whisk in hand. Qingguan walked to the spiritual spring water, picked up a bamboo ladle and filled a ladle of spiritual spring water and drank it. After one gulp, her eyes lit up and she felt the magic of the spiritual spring water. Then, she looked at the content of the stone tablet, and was even more surprised, and murmured, "It's really so magical, no wonder I am forced to apply for Qingfeng Temple." Guolin kept looking at Qingguan, and he could tell from her appearance that drinking the spiritual spring water was effective. This means that she has a pious heart. Then this entrance door is the real female crown. What made him a little confused was that this person seemed too surprised by the spiritual spring water. When other people saw someone coming up, they also went over to fetch water. Guolin also looked at these people, and saw that these people drank the spiritual spring water one after another, but everyone seemed to be surprised by the effect of the spiritual spring water inside. Everyone seems to be religious. Guolin was a little surprised. This shouldn't be possible. After all, it was different from the rumors. It was rumored that there were many people in the Taoist Academy who thought they could make a lot of money by bidding to become Taoist priests. It is impossible for any true Taoist priest in a Taoist sect to be 100% pious, let alone a group of academy students. Guolin didn't dwell too much on this. He could pretend to drink spiritual spring water, burn incense, and pray for blessings, but he couldn't fake it no matter what he did. Therefore, after those people drank the spiritual spring water, Guolin also took them into the Taoist temple. Xie Qingyang just happened to guide the three tourists to finish offering incense. When he saw him coming back, he also stepped forward and saluted respectfully, "Senior brother." Naturally, he saw the people from Taoist Academy, and he felt a little happy. After all, the handymen were here, and he and Xuanyan no longer had to work hard every day. The Taoist Academy students naturally saw Xie Qingyang, and they couldn't help but look sideways. After all, Taoist Master Xian Yang defeated the black boxing champion with one punch not long ago. Xian Yang, take everyone from the Taoist Academy to burn incense one by one. Guolin also ordered Xie Qingyang. "Okay, senior brother." Xie Qingyang nodded, and after agreeing, he also said to the students of Tao Academy, "Everyone, please follow me." Shushan and others also followed respectfully, but they did not wonder why they had to take turns to offer incense one by one. After all, the inheritance of each Taoist temple in the Taoist sect was somewhat different. Taoist Master Xianyang, "I'll be the first to offer incense." Huangbin said to Xie Qingyang first after receiving the incense candle. "Yeah." Xie Qingyang also nodded. Huangbin immediately went to the main hall to light incense candles, and then held incense and placed incense buttons on the futon. The posture is very standard, even good-looking. This surprised Guolin. This posture was absolutely standard, but Huangbin shouldn't be doing it right. After Huangbin bowed the gift, he prayed and said, "The great God of the three pure ones is above. If believers can enter the Qingfeng temple to practice, they will spend huge sums of money to build the temple of the three pure ones for the great God." Xie Qingyang, Xian, Yun, the two of them were a little confused. What happened to this man? This bastard is not worthy of practicing Taoism. Chu Xian whispered softly. The other Taoist Academy students were also a little disdainful. This person bribed Qingfeng Guan openly. He also spent huge sums of money to build the Sanking Temple. Does the other party know how much it costs to build such a temple? No, what does this person think of Qingfeng Temple? How could a master like Dea Zhenghua in such a mysterious place allow you to succeed in this way? Guolinda sighed, as expected. How could such a person have a pious heart? But at this moment, a wish prompt appeared. Congratulations on gaining 6 points of willpower. Guolin looked at this wish and suddenly froze. It's really too much. What does he think of the great master Sanking? Praying for blessings, you actually said such bribery words in front of the statue of Sanking. You are a scum of the Taoist Academy. That's too much. How could the Taoist Academy accept such a person? The people in the Taoist Academy around him were filled with indignation, as if they wanted to express their sincerity to the Taoist sect. Qian Song, the Taoist escorted by the Taoist Academy, turned to Guolin with a face full of embarrassment and said, Taoist Master Guo, don't mind this. Huang Bin also has the worst grades in the Taoist Academy. Guolin did not respond, because he was really shocked when he saw the power of wish provided by Huang Bin. He originally thought that such a young man could not have a pious heart. After all, what the other party said and did seemed like he wanted to buy everything with money, and even made it clear that he wanted to enter Qingfeng Guan practice through bribery. Who knew that this guy actually had 6 points of piety power? If it weren't for the game system, he would have thought that money can help the gods. This guy bought all the 3 pure ones. But obviously this is impossible. Willing force is a product of the game system. For a moment, Guolin looked at the wish power reminder twice more suspiciously, and found that it was indeed 6 points of wish power. But in the blink of an eye, I think about it, a very rich second generation, who does not seek fame or wealth, why would he spend so much money to enter the Taoism? He must be really eager to practice Taoism. This is just like a man's attitude towards a woman. When a man likes a woman, most people subconsciously show off their money and then spend it on the woman, spending a lot of money, hoping to express their sincerity in this way. Huang Bin probably has the same mentality, right? He was afraid that he would not be able to enter Qingfeng Temple, so he kept talking about money. But did he have a misunderstanding about Taoism? Will Taoism take a fancy to money? Moreover, if you think about it, there are indeed many legends in the Taoist sect like Huang Bin who do not stick to the rules and regulations. They seem to be the scum of the Taoist sect, but are actually very pious and eventually become Taoist masters. Huang Bin burned incense and prayed, and stood aside. For a moment, he seemed a little out of place with the people in the Taoist Academy. It seemed that all of a sudden, the people in the Taoist Academy isolated him. Although there are no words or actions, the atmosphere can be fully felt. Then, another student from the Taoist Academy came forward, received incense and candles and began to burn incense and pray for blessings. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Obviously, this student still has a devout heart, but he is no more than a devout believer in the group of devout believers. Now the number of believers in Yushan has not only increased a lot, but each of them has a piety level of 2. Afterwards, another Taoist college student came forward to pray. This student looked pious, and his kowtows were very standard and meticulous. But after he finished burning the incense, the game system was silent, nothing happened, and there was no prompt about his wish. Guolin looked at this student with interest. This person has no piety at all, and obviously has no intention of cultivating Taoism at all. The other party should be the one who is often said on the internet, thinking that being a Taoist priest will make more money, and then sneaks into the Taoist Academy. There are many such people now. In fact, this is also a misunderstanding. Some Taoist priests or well-known Taoist priests are indeed very rich because they may be supported by believers. Or something like Shushan Temple, where all the income from the Taoist temple goes to the Taoist priest. Otherwise, the salary of ordinary Taoist priests would not be very high. Such people generally become Taoist priests soon. This misunderstanding is probably the same as the misunderstanding on the internet that it is easy to become a monk. Seeing Guolin looking at him all the time, the student felt happy, thinking that he was attracted by the Taoist priest, so that he would have wasted so much time in the Taoist Academy. With the current momentum of King Fengiguan, it will definitely become a famous diamond scenic spot in the future, and it will definitely not be worse than Wudang and Jinliu. Now that Qingfeng Temple is not developed at all, he can suggest that Guodaya Zhang develop it to attract believers. How can it attract so many people like places like Wudang and Jinliu? King Fengiguan will definitely recruit more Taoist disciples in the future. Then he is one of the first batch to join now, but he will not be a deacon or supervisor in the future? If you have power and have access to money, why don't you reach the peak of your life? You must know that his cousin is just in charge of the merit box in a Taoist temple. He can send his wife home more than 100,000 yuan a year without doing anything. Soon, the students from the Taoist Academy started offering incense and praying one after another. Most of them have a pious heart, but it is not high, basically at the level of 1 and 2. I think these people are about the same as ordinary believers. After all, most of them should regard the Taoist Academy as a school, rather than a solemn place to learn Taoism. However, there were 3 Taoist academies that Guilin paid more attention to. Of these 3 Taoist academies, 2 had a piety of 3, and 1 actually had a piety of 4. These 3 people can stay in the 2 Shushan Taoist associations. Those with a piety level of 4 can join Taoist temples and work as odd jobs. As each student offered incense and prayed for blessings, there was another female student with a piety level of 3. Women's crowns are rare. Even if this female student is not very beautiful, he is thinking about whether to keep this female student. After all, there are more and more tourists, not only male tourists, but also female tourists. When the time comes to receive female tourists, we still need female crowns to guide them. Sometimes there will always be inconveniences. For example, in Wuidang Mountain, Jinryu Temple, these Taoist famous tourist places, the number of female crowns must be kept at a certain level. Proportion. If he just practices behind closed doors, then there is no need to take this into consideration, and there is no need to recruit people. However, if you want Qingfeng Temple to become a Taoist holy land like Wuidang, Jinryu, etc., then these are also necessary, not to mention that upgrading the Taoist station also requires willingness. Guilin's eyes quickly fell on the beautiful female student Qingguan. She slowly walked to the futon, received the incense candle, and began to burn incense and pray for blessings. Seeing this, Guilin really had an unspeakable expectation. After all, there are really very few female crowns, and there are even fewer such beautiful female crowns. If the other party does not have a pious heart, it will all be in vain. I have to say that if a person is beautiful and has a good figure, even the posture of offering incense and praying is more feminine, elegant, and good-looking. Congratulations on getting 8 points of willpower. Guilin was surprised again when he saw the wish prompt appeared again, even a little incredible. 8 points of willingness. This is the highest piety level he has ever seen, 2 points higher than Xuanyun. You must know that Xuanyun has been pursuing Suankai for decades, and only has 6 points of wish power. Moreover, during this period, Xuanyun has often watched the fantasy land of stone walls, and his wish power has not increased. How old is this Qingguan now? She has such a high willpower? Who is she? Somewhat incredible. However, with such a high willingness, she is definitely a qualified female crown. In modern society, he is willing to call the other party the future number 1 female champion of the Taoist sect, regardless of her appearance or piety. He did not believe that a devout female crown could be found in the Taoist sect. Finally it was Chu Xian's turn. As if for the finale, Chu Xian was not in a hurry at all. At the end, he chose to step forward and take the incense candle. His movements were very gentle and comfortable, as if he could let people see the character of a Taoist. Just from this, we can know that Chu Xian will definitely have a master's demeanor in the future. When Chu Xian offered incense and prayed for blessings, his posture was still good-looking and standard. After offering incense and praying for blessings, he saluted Guilin very politely and respectfully, "Taoist Master Gua." Guilin was a little dumbfounded and looked at Chu Xian in disbelief. No willingness prompt appears. This Chu Xian actually has no piety at all. You promised to have the best grades in the Taoist Academy, and you promised to have the demeanor of a Taoist master? To tease him? This also made Guilin have to sigh. The other party's acting skills are really amazing. It would be a pity not to go to Hollywood and become an actor. If it weren't for the game system, he would have been deceived by the other party. If this kind of person existed in ancient times, it would be really scary. Maybe he would be the kind of person who would treat you like a brother on the surface, and even make you think that the other person can stab you at both sides, and then stab you when you are most unbelievable. Chu Suanju's performance was perfect, and he stepped aside after giving the salute. He had received special training for these things, and no one could surpass him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ranked first in the Taoist Academy. Qian Song, a Taoist master from the Taoist Academy, also stepped forward to burn a stick of incense and offered 3 points of wish. After that, he asked, "Taoist Master Gua, now that everyone has finished burning incense and praying, when can we start the interview?" Guilin smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Qian, in fact, I have already been interviewed since I came out of Shushan Taoist Association, and I already have the result in my heart." Has there been any result yet? Qian Song couldn't help but be surprised. The Taoist Academy students all started making noises when they heard this. Obviously no one expected that the Taoist Association would come and have already started the interview, and everyone was thinking about whether they had done something wrong just now. Only Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. He thought that when he stopped tourists from fighting, this was a good impression. He also thought of this, so he went out to mind his own business. Although his eyes were fucked, it was worth it. Taoist Master Gua, who passed the interview? Qian Song didn't hesitate for a moment. After all, the elders of each Taoist temple have their own habits and some different inheritances. It's not surprising that the way of interviewing Taoist priests is different. He just wants a result now, to see who is retained by Taoist Master Gua. He took the others directly to the Taoist Academy. But thinking about it, there would definitely be a spot for Shushan, and he had confidence in this Taoist who was ranked number 1 in the Taoist Academy. Guolin smiled and said, "There are 6 people in total, and there are 2 people left by the Qindao Association, Yin Ku and Hualin." Chen Song immediately asked 2 of the Taoist Academy students, "Are you willing to stay in the Yushan Taoist Association?" "Willing." The 2 students nodded in unison. With a piety level of 3, they must really want to practice Taoism, and they don't have too many requirements. Guolin added, King Fengiguan in turn Taoist disciples, Jushu and Lu Yu. As he chanted, 2 Taoist priests, a man and a woman, came out with beaming faces, and then bowed respectfully to Guolin. "This is the ceremony to meet the elders." Guolin continued, "Kingguan." At the same time as he spoke, he kept paying attention to this beautiful Taoist student. The other party also performed the greeting ceremony. He could see that there was a strange light in her eyes, but she was not overly excited like the previous 2. At this time, everyone also looked at Guolin, because there was only one spot left for the best. However, most people have already sighed. Because they know how good Shushan is, there will definitely be a spot. Therefore, Shushan, with a smile on his face, took 2 steps forward, preparing to salute Guolin as his elder. The last person, Huangbin. Guolin saw Shushan's actions and said the last name with a smile. "Great, you have me." Huangbin suddenly became excited, and ran to the statue of Sanking in front of everyone, and knelt down and said, "Blessed by God Sanking, believers will practice Taoism well in the future." After saying that, he even kowtowed to Guolin, "Greetings to the elder. I will practice Taoism well in the future and not embarrass Qingfeng Temple." This scene made everyone in the Taoist Academy dumbfounded. Qian Song couldn't believe it. Huangbin would be selected by Qingfeng Can, which was completely beyond his expectation. How could this happen? Chu Xian was dumbfounded, not believing that he would lose the election. You must know that before he came to Qingfeng Temple, he received 1 month of training from his master. The master said that no matter which Taoist temple he went to, people would rush for him. But why is this happening now? Those from the Taoist Academy suddenly felt unfair. If it was Chu Xian and the others who recognized him, why would it be Huangbin? Why should the other party? This also made them noisy. Why can Huangbin do it, but we can't? Is it because Huangbin said he would spend huge sums of money to see the Sanking Temple? Does Qingfeng Guan also value money? Can you practice Taoism if you have money? Taoist priest Gua, we need an explanation. There seemed to be great excitement. Seeing this, Guolin's face darkened. He waved his hand, and suddenly the wind blew up, making his robes suddenly rustle. Guolin had to admit that Chu Xian's acting skills even deceived 2 people, Xie Qingyang and Xian Yun, who had seen everything in the world. This further shows that Chu Xian is not simple. In another place, maybe all Taoist practitioners would be moved by him. I believe that he is devoted to Taoism, his piety is firm, and then he will enter the Taoist temple. In the end, maybe this person will be allowed to reach the highest position in the Taoist temple and become the master of the Taoist temple. In many movies and TV shows, such a person is undoubtedly the template for the villain. Chu Xian also looked at Guolin expectantly at this time. The 2 old Taoist priests had fallen into his trap, and this Taoist priest Guo was certainly no exception. Guolin naturally saw Chu Xian's gaze, smiled and said, "If he wants to kneel down, just kneel down. Remember to call him 120 later." After saying that, he didn't bother to explain anything and walked directly towards the dressing room. Chu Xian's eyes widened when he heard this, as if he couldn't hold on for a breath, and fell directly to the side. This was nothing like what he thought. Xie Qingyang, Xuan Yun, both of them looked at their senior brother in astonishment. He thought that his senior brother would be soft-hearted. Even the 4 people on the side, Huangbin and Qingguan, felt that this Taoist priest Guo was a bit hard-hearted. Xie Qingyang quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed 120. He might have been dehydrated after being exposed to the sun for so long, so he should leave it to the hospital. If anything happens, it will also be a problem for King Fengiguan. Although he didn't know the reason, there must be a reason for his senior brother not to accept Chu Xian. I'll get him some spiritual spring water. Huangbin saw that Guolin was already walking towards the dressing room, so he said and ran out. Xie Qingyang was stunned when he saw this, and almost forgot about the spiritual spring water. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Chu Xian can regain his strength, so there is no need to worry about any problems. Huangbin quickly came in from outside with a ladle of spiritual spring water, and then fed Chu Xian water. Everyone else watched this scene, but soon, they frowned slightly. Because after feeding him the spiritual spring water, Shushan didn't look like he had recovered at all. The spiritual spring water has no effect? This is impossible. Doesn't it mean that drinking spiritual spring water with a pious heart will have special effects? Give me the spiritual spring water. Xie Qingyan said with a frown. Taoist master, here it is. Huang Bin immediately handed over the spiritual spring water. After Xie Qingyan took the water, he took 2 sips. It's Lingquan water that's good. Although he didn't expend any physical energy, the refreshing feeling was extremely clear. He now understood why his senior brother did not accept Shushan. Taoists were most afraid of actors who pretended to be pious, and most of the people who ruined the Taoist sect's reputation were this type of people. This Shushan is also the most pious person from all aspects. Who knew he was also such a person? The key is that the other party's acting skills are terrifying. If this kind of person really does harm to the Taoist sect, it will be very serious. Thinking about it, Xie Qingyan also said to Shushan, Master Chu, Qingfeng Temple is not suitable for you. Don't come here again. After that, he also walked inside. When Xianyan saw this, he immediately knew what was going on and left as well, no longer caring about Shushan. At this time, Huang Bin and the other 4 naturally understood what was going on. Shushan, I didn't expect that you usually look like a dog, but you don't have any piety at all. Huang Bin said with surprise, your acting skills are really good. The entertainment industry is more suitable for you than Taoism. After all, the entire Taoist academy has been deceived by you, and those people are really idiots. No wonder they can't discover a genius like me. After hearing this, Shushan couldn't hold on any longer and fainted from the blow. Before he lost consciousness, he didn't know how he was exposed. It was obvious that everyone had been deceived by him. Why? When Shushan woke up again, the first thing he saw was the white ceiling of the hospital, with a man in a suit next to him. Senior brother Lin Su. Shushan said weakly when he saw the man in the suit. Lin Su said in surprise, Shushan, I didn't expect you to fail. It seems that Qingfeng Temple is really not simple. No wonder he was surprised. After all, Shushan, this junior disciple, surprised them all. No Taoist temple could refuse such a disciple. You know, an incompetent person like him can fool a believer into turning his own industry into a merit industry, and then control it by him, and then merge it one after another, and this merit industry has become a very influential group. This junior brother who was even better than him actually died in the small Qingfeng Temple. Shushan said feebly, Senior brother, Qingfeng Temple is indeed not simple. It has really mysterious methods, and it can also know whether other people have piety towards Taoism. If we can master these, it will definitely be of great help to us. Speaking of this, there was even more anticipation in his eyes. To be honest, the entire Taoist sect combined is probably not as good as Qingfeng Temple. It's just a pity that his piety seems to have been exposed now, and it seems to be difficult to join Qingfeng Temple. However, he believes that everything depends on man-made efforts and there is always a way. Lin Su also asked, Shushan, what are you going to do now? It seems that you have no chance to enter Qingfeng Temple. Shushan immediately said, no, there is still a chance. Taoist Gua from Qingfeng Temple is a greedy guy. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it so hard and just used Huang Bin's method. Who is Huang Bin? Lin Su asked doubtfully. Shushan explained, the other party is a rich second generation. The other party directly bribed Zhu to build the Sanking Temple if he could enter the Qingfeng Temple, and then the other party was selected. But the other person is a charlatan and is not suitable for Taoism at all. His grades in the Taoist Academy were also last. No Taoist temple would want such a person. Lin Su smiled when he heard this, that's easy to say. Nothing else. We just have more money. Let alone a Sanking Temple, it doesn't hurt to give him one more. It is because there are so many people like this in Tao sect that we have the opportunity to control those well-known places. We are not afraid that the other party is greedy for money, but we are afraid that the other party is not greedy for money. Tomorrow I will accompany you to Qingfeng Temple and tell the other party about this directly. But Shushan said again, Senior brother, for the sake of safety, we have to do one more thing, and that is to let Qingfeng Guankong take the quota. I understand. Lin Su nodded. At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, Huang Bin, Zhu Shu, and Lu Yu walked down from Qingfeng Mountain. Naturally, they were going to the county to buy some daily necessities. Qingfeng Guan does not provide these things. As for King Guan, they seemed to find that she was a bit withdrawn and unsocial, so she did not go down the mountain with them, but went alone. The 3 of them took a taxi to the county. After talking to the driver, they were taken to the largest supermarket in the county. After entering the supermarket, Huang Bin and the other 2 separated and started shopping in the supermarket. Zhu Shu immediately went to the washing area. He was a bit of a neat freak and felt something was wrong without washing tools. Just as he was walking towards the daily necessities area, a man stopped him. "Who are you?" Zhu Shu asked with a frown. "I am a member of the Taoist Association, and I was entrusted by others," the other party said directly. This made Zhu Shu stunned. At the same time, Lu Yu was also stopped by someone who also called himself Taoist Association. Only Huangbin knew nothing and carefully selected his things. Time flies. The next day comes quickly. Guolin got up early in the morning and looked at the special merits of ancient ginkgo again, 876543/10000000. The special merits of ancient ginkgo will soon reach the requirements, and another special function of ancient ginkgo can be opened. Then, he also took out his mobile phone and looked at the news. Who knew that there was something wrong with today's news? Why were they all about children? The first one is from the naughty kid. The naughty kid at Qingfeng Temple caused the adults on both sides to resort to martial arts. Guolin was shocked. It had been a day, but he was still being pulled out? The second one was about a naughty child who made a lot of noise on the train. The parent said, "He is just a child," and it became a hot search topic. The official criticized him by name. The third one is a sad story. Mr. Chen has been married for 16 years. After discovering that none of his 3 daughters were biological, he now entrusted lawyer Yang to represent the case. Guolin was a little shocked when he saw the news. "All I can say is that Mr. Chen is really miserable. Who would have thought that there are such cruel women in the world? I just don't know whether these 3 daughters have the same father, or not. The former is a sadder story, while the latter is a tragic story." When Guolin saw this kind of video, he was not in the mood to watch the news anymore. It was too confusing. He put down his phone directly, and within a moment, a notification from Wishly sounded. "This is the beginning of the morning fragrance. There is something wrong with the willing power. There were 12 3-point willing power yesterday, but today there are only 10. 2 missing? Did 2 of the believers who stayed here leave? That shouldn't be the case. Those are devout believers and they would say hello even if they have to leave." Guolin got dressed and walked out of the dressing room. When he arrived at the main hall, he saw Xie Qingyang and the others after Chen Xiang had finished. Devoted believers like Lin Ziyan were all there, and the 2 younger ones were the newly recruited handyman Zhu Shu and Lu Yu. This made him frown. The 2 Taoist disciples who had not yet started were absent from this kind of morning fragrance. This was definitely a kind of undisciplined behavior and also a kind of impoliteness. Is it possible that the game system is so bad at identifying people with 3 piety levels? This shouldn't be right. Guolin asked Xianyun to find Zhu Shu and Lu Yu to see what was going on with them. Soon, Xuanyun came out with Zhu Shu and Lu Yu, but when he saw these 2 people, Guolin frowned. The 2 of them actually brought their suitcases with them, obviously planning to leave King Fengiguan. Sure enough, Zhu Shu and Lu Yu walked up to Guolin and spoke one after another. "Dea Zhanghua, I'm here to say goodbye to you. I feel that Qingfeng Temple is not suitable for me." "Yes, Taoist Master Gua, I also feel that Qingfeng Temple is not suitable for me. Jinliu Temple will give us entrance quotas, so we don't need to practice." Guolin was stunned when he heard what the 2 said. Are these 2 joking with him? The other party applied to come to his Qingfeng Temple, and now he said he wanted to leave. Is it because Jinliu Temple wants to give him entry quota? What does Jinliu Guan mean? Is this robbing people? It seems that in the eyes of these people, their Qingfeng Temple is still inferior to Taoist holy places like Jinliu Temple. I also asked Taoist Master Gua to help you. Zhu Shu also bowed deeply. There was shame on his face. After all, when I first entered Qingfeng Temple, I filled in the Qingfeng Temple myself, and now I left voluntarily for the entrance quota of Jinliu Temple, or in other words, for 3 million. 3 million. Faced with this situation, how should they choose? They chose 3 million. After all, Jinliu Guan is willing to use 3 million to recruit himself to get started. How can they not be tempted by such attention? The only pity is King Fengiguan's mysterious ability, especially after seeing Guadao Kang's wind-breathing ability. But the people who helped recruit them from the Taoist Association were right. Qingfeng Temple has this kind of mystery. How could Jinliu Temple, as a Taoist holy land, not have it? It's just that King Fengiguan happened to be exposed. As the other party said, Sunkai is mysterious and Tao cannot be taught lightly. Therefore, it is not surprising that other places have not been exposed. Guolin laughed when he heard what the 2 said, and did not refuse at all. Since you have your own place to go, we at Qingfeng Temple will not force you to stay. We also wish you success in practicing Taoism in Jinliu Temple. Are you kidding me? They can't enter Qingfeng Guan because others ask for it. When do they need to care about whether others want to stay in Qingfeng Guan? What's more, it's a Taoist Academy student who doesn't even have entry qualifications. If the other party wants to leave, he will regret it in the future, but he will never have the opportunity today. Xie Qingyang and Xianyan both sighed and looked at the two of them. These two young people had no idea how much blessing they were giving up. Especially Xuan Yun. He has been to Jinyu Temple. Although this place is one of the Taoist holy places, it is really nothing compared to Qingfeng Temple. All kinds of mysteries can only be found here at Qingfeng Temple. It's a pity that everyone's luck is uncertain. For those who are destined to have no luck, even if they put this luck in the hands of the other party will throw it away like garbage. Zhu Shu and Lu Yu also bowed respectfully to Guolin, and then pulled him away. They were going to Jinyu Temple to become disciples. After Zhu Shu and Lu Yu left, Xie Qingyang had to rearrange Huang Xian and Qingguan's chores. Fortunately, breakfast was ready at this time. After finishing breakfast, Guolin, Xie Qingyang, and Xuanyan also began to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice. On the Qingfeng Mountain View Road, however, two figures were already heading up the mountain. It was Chu Xian and that Lin Su. We have received news that Zhu Shu and Lu Yu have left Yushan. Lin Su smiled and said that when you have money, you can really do whatever you want. In this way, he easily made King Fengedwen available for two places. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. Well, in this case, if there is a quota, then Dea Zhengguo will have no reason not to accept me. The two speeded up a bit and soon arrived at Qingfeng Temple. When they arrived at the main hall, they met Xie Qingyang. Huang Bin, who was cleaning fallen leaves, also saw Chu Xian and couldn't help being surprised. Why is this person still here? Otherwise, he would have been shameless. I've met Taoist Master Xianyang. Chu Xian immediately bowed respectfully to Xie Qingyang, seeming to have regained his demeanor as the top Taoist student. Xie Qingyang frowned and said, Taoist Master Chu, my senior brother has said that you have no connection with Qingfeng Temple, so please come back. Chu Xian was not anxious, but said with a smile, Master Xie, please tell Master Gua that Chu Xian requested to be admitted to Qingfeng Temple. This time he will definitely accept me into Qingfeng Temple. Wait a minute. Xie Qingyang said with a slight frown when he saw Chu Xian was so determined, then turned and left. Chu Xian smiled when he saw this. Lin Su also smiled half-heartedly. Compared with what he brought today, what is a Sanking Temple? There will be more. In the Qingfeng viewing room, Guolin had already looked at the game system prompts with a happy face. Congratulations, the special merit conditions of ancient ginkgo have been met, and the special effects are being activated. The special merit of 1 million has finally met the conditions, and you can immediately see what effects this ancient ginkgo can add. I originally thought that it would take some time to activate the new special effects, but just a moment later, the game system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, the special effect of ancient ginkgo has been activated, and ancient ginkgo has gained new merits and the power of prayer. For specific information, please check the information about the 7 sages stationed in the sect. Guolin was stunned when he saw this prompt, and immediately looked at the information about Gu Ginkgo, the sect's resident. 7 sages, 3 sevenths. Special ginkgo, spring. Special effect. 1. The sound of trees singing, inspire the trees to sing. Pleasant listening +2, physical and mental relaxation +2. 2. The power of prayer. After performing special prayers for the blessing card, write a sincere prayer on it and hang it on the tree, and you will have a chance to receive a special warning. At the same time, some information also appeared in Guolin's mind. Among them are special prayers that can be used to pray for blessing cards. He did not expect that the newly opened function of ancient ginkgo would be about blessing cards. Moreover, the prayer sutra in my mind can be used to pray for the blessing card. The blessing cards can be used after blessing and have special effects. At this time, whoever sincerely writes a prayer on it and hangs it on the ancient ginkgo tree will have a chance to activate the special effect of the ancient ginkgo's power of prayer and receive a special warning. The information Guolin got in his mind was about this warning. At this time, Xie Qingyang is here. When Guolin saw him, he immediately asked, Xianyang, how is the construction of the ancient ginkgo blessing plaque in the fence going? The newly activated effect of this ancient ginkgo is actually related to the blessing card, so the effect of this blessing card should really be activated. Xie Qingyang immediately reported, Brother Gua, the first batch of prayer plaques have been delivered, and the fence has been completed. That's good. Guolin nodded and said, we will discuss the blessing card project later. Xie Qingyang nodded, not forgetting the business, and reported again, Brother, there is one more thing to report to you. That Chu Xian is here again. Moreover, the other party brought someone here this time. It seems that he is very confident that he will let you know. He joined Qingfeng Temple. Is he having some whims? Guolin was stunned for a moment, then felt bored. Could it be that this man didn't understand what others meant? He has made his intention so clear, and it is time for the other party to realize and leave. Moreover, the other party is still so confident, something seems wrong. Thinking about it, Guolin frowned slightly. He always felt that there was something not simple about it. If a person tried so hard to enter Qingfeng Temple and was still so confident now, it would be strange for him to be simple. He immediately looked at the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck. An autonomous evolution that was used previously has been restored. He decisively used the restored number of autonomous evolutions to deduce Shushan's purpose. The next moment, fog appeared in front of his eyes. As the fog gradually dissipated, the fog began to evolve. After that, Guolin frowned. From the beginning of the scene, he saw Zhu Shu and Lu Yu who had left. 3 million, the entry quota for Jinyu Temple. I see. No wonder the two of them were leaving. But at such a price, just to free up 2 places for King Fengiguan? It's a bit ridiculous. Even if King Fengiguan has 2 spots available, these spots cannot be given to anyone casually. The fog was still evolving and dissipating, the picture continued to appear, and then, Guolin's frown deepened. Control King Fengiguan? As expected, the other party came with impure intentions. Guolin immediately felt offended. What does the other party take his King Fengiguan for? This kind of person is really intolerable. Obviously, this is not something Shushan, a Taoist student, can do. As he continued to evolve, he saw a man, a group, and people from the Taoist Association. This seems to be a series of forces in the Taoist sect. But when the evolutionary Bagua disc fragments continued to evolve, the evolution fog was quickly consumed, and then completely dissipated, and the trembling evolution Bagua disc fragments returned to normal. It seems that this is a special force in the Taoist sect. Guolin was really surprised, and indeed, it would not be easy for Jinyu Guan to directly take out 2 entry quotas. It's just a pity that the ability to evolve the fragments of the Bagua disc seems to be limited, or it is too far away from Qingfeng Temple and there is no way to continue evolving, so we can only see these things. In other words, his King Fengiguan was not targeted by Shushan, but by the Taoist power behind him. Guolin didn't feel strange about this kind of thing. This is because Taoist sects have seen this type of joint forces appear several times in history, trying to control the entire Taoist sect's power to do certain things. In history, there are famous factions such as Taiping sect, Kongxu faction, Sanfen faction, Gigu, Zhuanlai, etc. These Taoist factions all attempt to control the entire Taoist power within a certain period of time to accomplish some major things. The more famous events are to invite a dynasty to die, to attack other countries, to expel the Tartars and restore the Han dynasty, and so on. Therefore, the various factions of Taoism have exploded with shocking power in different eras, and have special ideals and pursuits, which also shows how glorious and powerful the Taoism was in the past. Naturally, these are only positive aspects. They are basically carried out in the way of the Right Path Alliance. They do not try to control other Taoist forces. There are also many negative factional forces. In the end, these kinds of things were basically abandoned by Taoists and became crooked ways. In modern times, the Taoist inheritance has become weak, and the power of these factions that once existed dazzlingly in history has also been lost in the long river of time. I just don't know what the power behind Shushan is, or is it a legacy from history? The opponent's method was obviously not legitimate. Otherwise, why would he want to control his King Fengiguan? Judging from the evolving picture information, it seems that before King Fengiguan, the opponent has already taken action in other places. Thinking about it, Guolin also walked outside. No matter what happened to the other party or what his purpose was, since he extended his claws towards King Fengiguan, he must always teach the other party a lesson. Originally, he, King Fengiguan, was also going to cultivate immortality, and he had no pure relationship with the Taoist sect. It was none of his business how the other party made trouble. But now that the other party has taken offense, it's different. Guolin soon saw Chu Xian and the man next to Chu Xian. When he saw this man, Guolin recognized him. Wasn't he the man who appeared in the evolution scene of the fragments of the Bagua disc? Is the other party using special means to defraud believers' property? Thanks to the contact operation of the other party, Zhu Shu and Lu Yu got 3 million and got the entrance quota to Jinyu Temple. Now the other party actually appeared in front of him. This group of people is really confident. Lin Su and Chu Xian had no idea that Guolin had known about their affairs. When they saw Guolin, Chu Xian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I've met Deist Gua." From that look, it was obvious that he was planning to seize the Qingfeng Temple. After that, he introduced, "Taoist Master, this is my uncle Lin Su. He also wants to visit the Taoist Master today." Lin Su came out and said to Guolin with the same respect, "Master Gua, I have also heard about the mystery of Qingfeng Temple. I came here today to donate 50 million to Qingfeng Temple and build various meritorious buildings. My nephew is devoted to cultivating Taoism. He is definitely a rare and good young man. I also hope that Taoist Master Gua can give him a chance to start practicing with you. Lin Su didn't say any more polite words and stated his purpose directly. He was also imitating Huang Bin. The other party bribed him directly and openly to build the Sanking Temple, which also showed that Taoist Gua was really greedy for money. As long as the price was big enough, the other party didn't care about other people's opinions. After all, he didn't care at all when those Taoist Academy students questioned him. Therefore, he also bluntly stated that he would donate 50 million. With such a large amount, the other party would definitely agree to give Shushan a place. As long as Shushan can enter the Qingfeng Temple, then the 50 million will not be a loss. In the future, when they control the Qingfeng Temple, the 50 million will be spent on themselves. Moreover, they are not afraid that Taoist Gua is a money-grubbing person. No matter how capable such a person is, they can use money to corrupt him. Huang Bin, who was sweeping the fallen leaves, was surprised by the 50 million. This was really a generous sum. Doesn't this push him down? He is a bit unsure about building the Sanking Temple. If Shushan also joins Qingfeng Temple, it will appear that he is not pious enough. No, I have to call my eldest brother later. I am devoted to cultivating Taoism and do not want to compete with him for property. It would be too much for him not to support me with 120 million yuan every year. Shushan had no idea what Huang Bin was thinking. He thought that the 50 million would definitely impress Guolin, so he tried his best to salute Guolin in the most sincere manner. Master Gua, please grant me my wish. Guolin looked at Shushan and chuckled. Taoist Master Chu, I should have told you that you have no relationship with Qingfeng Temple. Now let me reiterate that Qingfeng Temple will not accept you. Moreover, this is not something you can change by donating 50 million, or do you think I am a money grubber? Lin Su, Shushan. The two of them were stunned for a moment when they heard Guolin's words, and even reacted for a moment. Aren't you, Taoist Gua, a money grubber? People say that when building the Sanking Temple, they will accept others? What's going on now? They all gave 50 million, but the other party told them that they were not greedy for money? How about playing? Lin Su immediately said, Master Gua, Shushan really wants to enter Qingfeng Temple. Ha! Guolin snorted coldly, interrupting Lin Su's words. Then, he raised his palm and once again activated the power of the sex station. Breeze is coming. By controlling the wind in a small area, in an instant, the surrounding area was enveloped by a strong wind, and the fallen leaves on the ground were rolled up and fluttering around. Lin Su looked horrified when he saw this scene. He heard from Shushan about this man who could breathe the wind, but when he saw it with his own eyes, all he felt was shock. Does Taoism really have such power? Lin Su swallowed subconsciously, and for a moment he had some doubts about the concept in his heart. The next moment, Guolin waved his hand, and the wind gathered in one place and swept towards Lin Su and Shushan violently, knocking the two of them to the ground with a look of embarrassment on their faces. Guolin looked at the two of them coldly. Shushan, if you know better, then what purpose you people have and what Taoist temple you want to control is none of my business. It's a pity. You shouldn't have an idea of King Fengiguan. You are forcing me to punish you. With that said, he also dialed the number of President Liu of the Taoist Association in front of the two of them. As soon as the phone call came through, Chairman Li's voice came, Dea Zhangua, it's really nice to receive your call. Guolin said directly inside, President Li, there seems to be a force that shouldn't appear in the Taoist Association and the Taoist sect. Not only the people from your Taoist Association, but even the other party can affect Jinmu Temple, and they also try to control me, Qingfeng. Watch. Dea Zhangua, what's going on? President Li was obviously stunned and asked urgently. Ma Hong, Mr. Yu, I suggest President Li call the police and check on these two people. Guolin hung up the phone after giving two names. These words made Lin Su and Shushan's expressions change drastically, and there was no trace of blood left in them. They naturally knew who those two people were. This was completely different from what they expected. The other party actually knew. But how could the other party know? They have always been secretive. Moreover, the other party has no way to know this, and they have not revealed any flaws. But the other party knew it, and they didn't even know how the other party knew it, but they were jumping around in front of the other party like clowns. Not only the two of them, but also Huang Bin and Xie Qingyan looked at this scene in astonishment. Just from what they said just now, they also knew that something was not simple. In the main hall, King Guan also looked at this scene, feeling equally surprised. Is King Fengiguan also targeted by these people? Guolin looked at Lin Su and Shushan again. Since you are here, I have to treat guests well. As he spoke, a stack of bad luck charms appeared out of thin air in his hand. These were all drawn when he had free time every day and placed in his magic bag. When Lin Su and Shushan saw this scene, they were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their backs. they got up in panic and ran outside. Naturally, they had investigated some things at Qingfeng Temple, including the fact that Taoist Guo let a family force in with just a few talismans. They originally thought this was a coincidence. How could such a thing happen? But now, after witnessing this person's methods, and looking at the stack of talismans that appeared out of thin air, they felt that they were in danger of dead souls. Therefore, they did not dare to hesitate at all at this time, wishing they could run away from here instantly with 4 legs. Seeing this, Guo Lin cast 5 bad luck charms directly at Lin Su, and saw 5 black energy flying out of the 5 bad luck charms, instantly catching up with Lin Su and burrowing into his body. Almost a moment later, the game prompt sounded. 5 stacked bad luck charms. The stacking effect will be triggered by chance, and the bad luck effect will be upgraded. In the least case, one's own future will be ruined. In the worst case, the family will decline. This prompt made Guo Lin smile. This guy was obviously very lucky. The superposition effect was triggered within 5 cards. This is also the effect he wants. The future is ruined and the family is in decline. What is the future of these people and their families? It should be the secret power of Dao sect. Therefore, stimulating this effect will presumably affect this power. The fragments of the Bagua evolution disk are not powerful enough to be fully deduced, so use the influence of this method to give the other party a warning and a lesson. Guo Lin did not hesitate, and also used 5 bad luck charms on Shushan, and 5 black energy also flew out and penetrated into Shushan's body. Unfortunately, the superposition effect was not stimulated. Guo Lin directly cast 5 more bad luck charms, and the same 5 black energy flew like Shushan, but still did not start to stack up. Guo Lin frowned and wanted to continue, but Shushan's figure had disappeared from his eyes. Is this guy so lucky? The 5 cards twice did not have any superimposing effect. Shushan and Lin Su ran out of Qingfeng Temple as quickly as possible and hurried towards the entrance, not daring to stay any longer. This Dao Kangwa is too scary. But when the 2 of them reached the entrance of the descent, Shushan suddenly found that he had stepped on a banana peel. Shushan! He only felt that he fell out and hit Lin Su in front of him. Then the 2 of them lost weight at the same time and rolled down the steps until they hit the stone wall in the corner and fainted. Before Shushan lost consciousness, he had only one thought: who was so unethical? The situation of the 2 people immediately attracted the attention of tourists around them, and some people began to call the police. I saw a parent secretly pick up the piece of banana peel, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth without anyone noticing. After eating the banana peel, the parent's face was obviously very ugly, but if 2 people fell down like this, if something bad happened, they couldn't afford the compensation. The evidence must be destroyed. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at his child. A moment later, the miserable cry of the naughty child could be heard. In the Taoist temple, everyone was also surprised to see the bad luck charm disappearing out of thin air in Guo Lin's hand, and they didn't dare to express their anger. For entry-level Taoist trainees like Huang Bin and King Guan, this scene is too shocking. They have never seen such mysterious methods in their lives. For devout believers like Lin Ziyan, they roughly know the function of this talisman. Everyone has heard how the rich man who targeted Taoist Ono got in before. Now that Dao Zhangui used it on Shushan and Shushan again, they could only pray for Shushan and Shushan. Guo Lin also greeted Xie Qingyang at this time. Qian Yang, come with me to the dressing room. Regarding the blessing plaques, we have just discussed half and a half, and we must finalize things. As for Shushan and Lin Su, he didn't care at all. After using the bad luck charm, these 2 people were bound to be unlucky, and it would even affect the Taoist power behind them. If this power still manages to get King Fengguan's idea somehow, then just continue to use the bad luck charm. King Guan hesitated for a while when she saw Guo Lin and Xie Qingyang leaving, and then followed them all the way outside the waiting room. Guo Lin also noticed her and asked curiously, I followed you here, King Guan, are you okay? He has always been a little curious about this beautiful Taoist Academy student with 8 piety degrees. It is certainly impossible for ordinary people to have such piety, even if they study in a Taoist academy. After all, Xuanyun has been pursuing Suankai for decades, and his piety is only 6. So, there must be a reason for it. Facing Guo Lin, King Guan still bowed calmly, greetings to Taoist Gua, Taoist Qianyang. This indifference also surprised Guo Lin. Compared with Huang Bin and other academy students, the other party's posture and demeanor were a bit like the difference in quality between the children of aristocratic families and ordinary people. Or maybe this beautiful female student is the son of aristocratic family in the Taoist sect? After bowing, King Guan hesitated for a moment before speaking, Master Gua, there should be something complicated behind Shushan. You still have to be careful, as those people may not be so calculative. Guo Lin was surprised when he heard this. He looked at King Guan with a smile and asked, King Guan, it seems you know something. King Guan didn't hide anything now and said, I don't know the specifics. I only heard from my grandmother that there was a force in the Taoist sect more than 10 years ago. It is rumored that they are the legacy of the old gossip Yellow Turban. But their behavior is not like the style of the Bagua Yellow Turbans. Instead, they show the characteristics of other old Taoist factions. It's a bit like a hodgepodge. In recent years, their actions have become bigger and bigger. Moreover, King Fengedwen is no longer their first target. I have experienced similar situations. Have you ever experienced a similar situation? Guolin asked in surprise. King Guan did not hide anything at this time, explaining, my grandmother belongs to the inheritance of Baoxian sect. The ancestor is Bao Gu. She only inherited it in modern times. This sect's inheritance has been basically cut off, leaving only Bao Xianguan of my grandmother's generation. Bao Xian, Bao Ant. Is the legend of the 8 immortals true? Guolin was obviously attracted. You must know that this Ant Bao is one of the 8 most stunning female crowns in the Taoist sect. Her husband is Ji Yihong, who was famous for being good at alchemy. That's why he asked the 8 immortals questions. King Guan shook her head and said, it should be fake. If it were the real Taoist school, why would it be like this now? At least our sect has no relevant mystical inheritance. Some Taoist scriptures, including the Gexian scriptures, have no mysterious effect at all. Guolin nodded. This is an era of helplessness. All gods and gods are just floating clouds. They can only provide psychological comfort and have no mystery at all. King Guan added, more than 10 years ago, my grandmother was the master of Baoxiangwan. Just in time for the great development of the city, our Baoxiangwan encountered troubles of relocation. At that time, the Taoist Association did not have much power, and the old Taoist temple has caught up with the general trend of urban development, and Baoxian temple has also entered the category of relocation, and no one can stop it. But it doesn't seem to be the case later. Baoxian temple was not only renovated and turned into a scenic spot, but a female Taoist who had just started Baoxian temple became the owner of the temple and took control of Baoxian temple. My grandmother has investigated it, and there is a force from the Taoist sect secretly involved. Guolin frowned slightly when he heard this. If King Guan is talking about the power behind Shushan, then this power has been accumulating in the Taoist sect for more than 10 years. Then maybe their tentacles have spread all over the Taoist sect, which can be seen from the fact that they easily took out 2 entry quotas from Jinyu Temple. This also shows that the purpose of this force should not be small. If it were in ancient times, or in the last years of a turbulent dynasty, there would probably be something like asking the dynasty to die. Even in modern times, it cannot be underestimated. After all, everyone knows that many dignitaries still believe in these. Please be more careful, Taoist Master Gua. King Guan reminded again. Now that she has entered Qingfengguan, even if it is just an internship, she does not want the same situation as her grandmother Bao Xianguan to appear in Qingfengguan. Yeah. Guolin nodded, and now he probably knew why the other party was so pious. The other party is really a son of aristocratic family of Taoist sect, and he is a well-known inheritor with a famous name. However, there is more than one Bao Xianguan in China, and no one knows whether it is authentic or not. After a while, King Guan also left, and Xie Qingyang asked worriedly, brother, is the Taoist temple in trouble? It's no big deal. Guolin shook his head and said to Xie Qingyang, we'd better go to the ginkgo trees first. If we want to carry out the blessing card project, we must protect the ancient ginkgo trees. Yushan Hospital. Chu Xian and Lin Su woke up from their coma. Chu Xian looked at the white ceiling of the hospital in a daze. What evil had he done? I went to the hospital twice in a short period of time. Lin Su still had panic on his face. He knew that Taoist Gui used a talisman to deal with a rich man. It might not be normal for them to go to the hospital. Otherwise, how could they both fall at the same time and roll down the mountain so miserably that they fainted? Brother, what should we do now? Chu Xian took the glass of water prepared by the nurse with a distressed look on his face, took a sip and started coughing crazily. He was choking, and the discomfort made him cry. Lin Su realized that Taoist Gui seemed to know a lot about them, including the people in the Taoist Association. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his mobile phone and made a call. He wanted to tell them to leave quickly, otherwise the Taoist Association's investigation might expose them. The call was connected quickly, and a man's voice came from the other side. Lin Su, you called me suddenly. What happened? Lin Su hurriedly reminded, inform Ma Hong and you that they have been exposed and should be investigated immediately. Got it. The other person responded and hung up the call in a hurry. Lin Su put down the phone and then sighed. This time it was a complete failure. I wanted to help Chu Xian enter Qingfeng Temple, but who knew it would end up like this? Chu Xian had no chance of entering Qingfeng Temple, and since Taoist Gui knew about them, it seemed impossible for their people to enter Qingfeng Temple, unless Taoist Gua died. I must make suggestions to my master, and I can no longer act rashly. Just as he was thinking this, his cell phone rang quickly, and he saw that the number was the secretary of Gongd Industrial Group. Why did this little secretary suddenly call me? Are you feeling unbearably lonely, or do you want some pocket money? Lin Su immediately answered the phone and said, "Baby, you called me suddenly. Do you miss me?" An anxious female voice came from the opposite side. "Director Lin, it's bad, the police are looking for you, saying that you are involved in fraud, saying that our group's industry is illegal, and now they want to seize the group's assets." What? Lin Su was suddenly shocked. He naturally knew that the group he controlled was not legal and used special means to deceive believers about their meritorious properties. If he checked carefully, there would even be problems with the documents from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The phone opposite seemed to have been picked up by another person, and there was a serious call from a boy, "Mr. Lin Su, regarding your use of deceptive means to occupy other people's property and cause others to be severely injured and become vegetative. Now I am informing you in the name of the Duan City Municipal Bureau. Please inform us of your location and cooperate with our investigation." Lin Su hung up the phone in shock. "Are you kidding me? The ghosts will cooperate with your investigation. We don't know how far the key opponent has investigated, and we don't know when the investigation started or why they suddenly launched an attack." At this time, the cell phone rang again. This was his master's private number, which no outsider knew. Lin Su did not dare to hesitate and answered quickly, "Master. The police are investigating you. The evidence is conclusive. They must have found out that you are in Yushan. Hurry up and hide. I will find you a Taoist temple and arrange a new identity for you after a while." The person on the other side of the phone hung up after finishing speaking. Telephone. Lin Su's expression changed instantly. He had just reminded others to run away, but who knew it would be him in the blink of an eye. He did not dare to hesitate and said to Chu Xian, "Junior brother, we must leave immediately." "Senior brother, what happened?" Chu Xian asked doubtfully. "Just go," Lin Su urged, but the next moment he saw his body flip over and roll directly from the hospital bed to the ground. He was stunned for a moment, and his lower body was out of control. How could this happen? Lin Su's face changed drastically and he shouted hurriedly, "Doctor, doctor." In a moment, a doctor hurried over with 2 films. When Lin Su saw the doctor, he asked anxiously, "Doctor, doctor, what's going on with me?" The doctor took 2 pictures and explained, "Sir, you hit your head on the mountain. Part of the nerve center was affected and became disordered. The nerve may be temporarily paralyzed and unable to walk. This recovery process may take a week." What? Lin Su's expression suddenly changed. Within a week, the police had already come to the door, and he wanted to go in after he recovered. "Junior brother, carry me and leave quickly," Lin Su hurriedly shouted to Chu Xian. Seeing his senior brother being so anxious, Chu Xian knew that something big must have happened. He immediately carried his senior brother on his back and walked out of the ward, which made the doctor full of confusion. Soon, Chu Xian carried Lin Su to the stairs, but by chance, a puddle of water was there. Chu Xian didn't notice it and stepped on it. The next moment, his eyes widened, his feet slipped, and he fell out, rolling down the stairs with Lin Su. By coincidence, the 2 of them hit their heads hard against the wall, rolled their eyes, and fainted. This scene caused a commotion. The doctor in the ward heard the commotion and came out. When he saw Lin Su and Chu Xian who were unconscious, he was stunned for a moment. "Save people quickly," the doctor shouted hurriedly. Not long after, Lin Su and Chu Xian woke up in the ward again. Lin Su looked at the ceiling and was dumbfounded. He fainted with Chu Xian twice. "Why is this happening? Junior brother, get up, let's go quickly." Lin Su didn't dare to hesitate and shouted again. "Senior brother, I can't move either," Chu Xian suddenly said in a panic. When Lin Su heard this, his eyes widened. "What's going on?" At this time, the doctor came in with another film, looked at Chu Xian in disbelief and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, you also hit your head just now, and the nerve center was temporarily affected. The recovery process will also take a week." He was really dumbfounded. This kind of situation was very unlikely to happen, but who knew that these 2 brothers would encounter it at the same time? What bad things did these 2 people do? Lin Su and Chu Xian also looked at the ceiling dumbfounded. How could such a thing happen? A thought popped up in their minds almost at the same time. It must be that Dao Kangwa. At the same time, they thought of the stack of talismans in the hands of Taoist Gua. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? King Fengaguen. Guo Lin took Xie Qingyang to the place where the ancient ginkgo was. There was no one around the ginkgo at this time. The ancient ginkgo was still beautiful and spectacular, with its untimely golden leaves eye-catching, and only a prayer plaque by Chen Hong floating in the wind on the entire trunk. Previously, there was only an artificial surrounding pond for watering the ancient ginkgo, which was filled with spiritual spring water. Due to the special setting, the spiritual spring water in the surrounding pool will flow into the surroundings of the ancient ginkgo only when the valve is opened. It will flow into the forest land along the small water channel every day. This also prevents the ancient ginkgo from watering too much and causing root rot. The surrounding pond can also block tourists and provide some protection to the ancient ginkgo. Now there is an extra circle of fence around the ancient ginkgo. The fence is made of simulated mud and stone materials. From a distance, it looks like it is made of huge tree roots. This fence has surrounded the entire ginkgo. In this way, even if the blessing card project is launched, there are two protections, and warning signs prohibiting climbing over and climbing are erected. Except for those with really low quality, it is impossible to tourists climb in and climb the ancient ginkgo trees. Brother, are you satisfied with this fence? Xie Qingyang asked. The other party said that if there is anything dissatisfied with, tell the other party and the other party will make corrections immediately. Guolin nodded and said, well, that's pretty good. Let's go back and take a look at the blessing cards sent. Afterwards, the two of them also went back to Qingfeng Temple. Xie Qingyang called Xuanyan, Huangbin, and Qingguan, then went to the warehouse and took out all the blessing cards that had been sent before. Those blessing cards are placed in bamboo baskets, and there are almost 2,000 in the first batch. Huangbin and Qingguan naturally knew about the blessing plaques. Many Taoist temples and temples with ancient trees usually have prayer plaques. There are now 3 ancient trees in Qingfengguan. It is strange that there has never been a blessing plaque project, but it is not surprising that a blessing plaque project is now being launched. Guolin also picked up a blessing plaque. The blessing plaque was the same as the template he carved. It was made by a machine 1-to-1. On the front was a big word prayer, and next to it were the words Qingfengguan. There is a large bagua circle on the back, but the middle of the bagua is blank, leaving it for tourists to fill in their prayers. Guolin also ordered the 4 people at this time move these blessing cards into the main hall, and then pray. I will teach you a special prayer scripture. You need to pray to these blessing cards, and then you can get these blessing cards. Come use it. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan had no doubts about his instructions and immediately began to carry the blessing cards to the main hall. Huangbin and Qingguan were obviously a little confused. Do I need to use special prayer scriptures to pray for blessings on the blessing cards? This is completely different from the blessing cards they know. Having seen the mysteries of Qingfeng Temple and the manifestation of Taoist Master Gua, they immediately began to look forward to it. I don't know what the difference is between Qingfengguan's prayer plaques and those in other places. Soon, all 2,000 prayer plaques were moved to the main hall. Senior brother, the blessing cards have been brought here. Xie Qingyang came to Guolin and reported. Yeah. Guolin nodded, walked to the futon in the main hall, and asked Xie Qingyang and the others to take 99 prayer cards and place them in front. Jujuyi, the blessing sutra of this blessing card, you can only pray for 99 blessing cards at a time. When the blessing cards were placed, Guolin also began to recite the special prayer verses of the blessing cards in his mind. This scripture obviously does not belong to the blessing scriptures owned by Taoism. Xie Qingyang and others have never heard of it, or even have no impression of it at all. But soon, they discovered that something special happened on those blessing cards. Xian Yun, have the words on the prayer card changed? Xie Qingyang suddenly asked in surprise. If I read it correctly, the characters have become clear. Xian Yun also said immediately. Huangbin couldn't help it at all and exclaimed, I thought I was wrong, but I didn't expect the 2 Taoist priests to do the same. Indeed, as Guolin prayed, the words on the prayer card became brighter and glossier, as if they were polished. But they were sure that it was not caused by polishing at all, but that it became translucent in front of them. Soon, Guolin finished praying once. He also took the prayer cards that had been blessed and compared them with the ones that had not been prayed for. The difference between the 2 blessing cards can be clearly seen. The one that has been blessed is translucent and shiny, and it seems to have a layer of aura under the light. Xie Qingyang and the others also felt incredible when comparing them. Obviously, this is another truly effective Taoist scripture. They also looked at Guolin expectantly. As cultivators, they were naturally eager to learn this kind of scripture with special effects. Guolin also said to the 4 of them, okay, now I will teach you this special prayer sutra, and then you have to pray for all the 2,000 blessing cards, so that tomorrow you can start the merit project of the blessing cards. Guolin taught the prayer sutra. Not only Xie Qingyang and Xuanyan studied it very seriously, but Huangbin and Qingguan also studied it very seriously. Especially Qingguan, she knows very well how rare it is to have a truly effective Taoist scripture. She and her grandmother had practiced Taoism since childhood, and she had basically studied all the scriptures passed down by Bao Xianguan, but none of them were true or effective. She also once suspected that these Taoist scriptures were useless, and that Taoism had no true scriptures at all. It wasn't until she studied the Qingjing Sutra from Qingfeng Temple that she truly knew that Taoism had true sutras. Now that I have the opportunity to learn another true scripture, how can I not look forward to it? This special blessing sutra is not difficult. To be honest, this thing is given by the game system because the ancient ginkgo triggers special effects. This blessing card can only be effective if it is combined with the ancient ginkgo biloba. Therefore, this prayer is not difficult. Not long after, Xie Qingyang and the four of them all learned the prayer sutra, and then each took 99 prayer cards and started praying. They were still very unskilled at the beginning, but after 2 times, as they became more proficient in praying, they could see that as they prayed, the words on the prayer card began to become translucent and shiny. It was as if their chanting was like a polishing machine, polishing all the prayer cards. Seeing this, Guo Lin also returned to the dressing room with a blessed blessing card. An idea came into the game and he also saw the message on the blessing card. Special blessing card, write the words of prayer on it with a sincere heart. When hung on the special ancient ginkgo and Qingfeng temple, it will have special effects and there is a chance of receiving a special warning. Apparently the prayer was successful. Moreover, this thing can indeed only be used by binding ancient ginkgo. He would like to see the special effect of this blessing card. Thinking about it, he quit the game, picked up a pen, and left the dressing room with the finished prayer card. Soon, he came to the ancient ginkgo tree and took out the blessing card to try the effect. But for a moment, he didn't know what prayers to say. After thinking for a long time, he just wrote a prayer on it, and then used his sword control skills to hang the blessing plaque on the ancient ginkgo tree. According to the warning-related information in my mind, the warning effect of the blessing card is that slight cracks mean it is impossible, and the larger the cracks, the more difficult it is. If it breaks and falls directly, it means it is absolutely impossible to achieve. Guo Lin hung the prayer sign on the ancient ginkgo tree. At that moment, there was a sudden click, and the prayer sign he had just hung instantly broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Guo Lin was immediately dumbfounded. This means that the content of the blessing card is absolutely impossible. He just wrote a sentence, is it possible to find a female crowned Taoist companion in the near future? Is this wrong? Who knew that this ancient ginkgo would give him such a warning so ruthlessly? I'm really speechless. I don't know how to describe my mood. But it has to be said that the warning speed of this ancient ginkgo is astonishing, and the warning is given as soon as it is hung up. Moreover, under this effect, what will happen to those who have vowed to make an eternal alliance in the future? The 2 sides were sweetly talking about how the world will die, and suddenly the blessing card cracked into pieces. Isn't this embarrassing? At that time, a sign will be erected to explain this matter in advance, and let tourists think carefully before hanging up the blessing sign. Thinking about it, Guo Lin also went back to the Taoist temple. Xie Qingyang and the others were still praying for the blessing cards. It took some time for the 4 of them to pray for all the 2,000 blessing cards. The next day, Guo Lin got up a little early, so he simply took out his mobile phone and played leisure Shushan and completed 4 tasks in a row. It's a pity that there is no reward, and his face is as dark as ever. But at this time, he found that the task board was refreshed and saw a new task that interested him. This mission is called Drunken Taoist Priest. It's an alcoholic Taoist priest who is addicted to alcohol. As long as he is given 10 kinds of wine, he will have a chance to get his reward. And this drunkard Taoist priest is called Situ Qian, who is also the popular character Zhujiangxian in Qixia. It can be said that in the entire Qixia series, the popularity of this character sometimes even exceeds that of the protagonist Xiaolitzi. This is a collection task. Guo Lin simply hangs up and completes it automatically. The last thing he wants to do is a troublesome collection task. After that, he took his mobile phone to search for news about Lin Su, used 5 bad luck charms on the other party, and also triggered the superimposed effect. Not only would the other party's career and freedom be affected, but the power behind the other party would also be affected. Moreover, if something like this happens in the Taoist sect, it may make the news. After some searching, there is indeed news. Shocked, Taoist Taiyuan Temple and XX Group chairman Lin Su jointly defrauded believers' property and violently caused people to become vegetative. Lin Su has been captured in Yushan, and relevant personnel of Taiyuan Temple have been interrogated. This news became a hot topic and aroused many people's amazement. I never expected that the Taoist sect is as greedy for money as the Buddhist sect, and that this kind of thing would happen. So, how big a hole in your head do you have to believe this and be deceived? Nowadays, all these Taoisms are in chaos. Anyone who sees this news and believes it is really stupid. Guo Lin frowned slightly when he saw these comments. It seemed that this incident had a great impact on Daemon. Although he wants to cultivate immortality and is not a member of the modern Taoist sect in the true sense, Qingfeng Temple is still a Taoist sect in name only. Today's Taoism, like Buddhism, will always be ruined by a group of people. Otherwise, there would not be more and more topics on the internet about Taoist priests and monks who spend a lot of time drinking, having mistresses, driving Ferraris, cheating money, and so on. Then, Guolin saw the related video below the news video, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. 2 members of the Taoist Association were involved in a car accident and both died in the car. It is known that the people involved in the car accident were Wang Hong and Yu, members of the Taoist Association. They seem to be involved in Lin Su's case of defrauding believers' property. The Taoist Association hopes that find the murderer as soon as possible. When he saw the video news, Guolin's frown deepened. These 2 people were not the 2 people he called President Li of the Taoist Association to remind him. Now these 2 people died in a car accident? This is too much of a coincidence. Guolin was not a fool, and he probably guessed what happened. This also made his expression become more solemn. Obviously, the power behind Shushan's people was very powerful, and the key was that they were ruthless. Although the bad luck charm made Lin Su pay a price, it obviously did not cause much trouble to the power behind it. Now he just hopes that the other party will stop trying to trick Qingfeng Guan. Otherwise, he doesn't mind preparing 100 or 200 bad luck charms. What's more, as his sword control skills improved, his control ability became stronger and stronger. Maybe when the game system is happy, it might give him some special skills. While Guolin was thinking about it, a row of wish reminders began to appear in his mind. Apparently Xie Qingyang started to lead people to Qinxiang. He also washed up and prepared to leave the closet. Today the blessing card project will be launched, and he needs to keep an eye on it and choose a person in charge. After all, this blessing card is the true merit industry of their Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, the price of the blessing plaque will have to be determined in the future. However, the cost is 50 cents, so no matter how much you set the price, you won't lose money. But the price cannot be too low. After all, Taoist and Buddhist prayer cards have a rough pricing range, usually 20 to 50. This is even when the blessing card has no effect. Is it okay for him to set a price of 50, which is the highest in the range, for this blessing sign? It's just that the price of 50 yuan seems a bit inadequate for the special effect of this ancient ginkgo. Thinking about this, Guolin walked towards the outside of the dressing room. Just when he was about to leave the dressing room, a game prompt suddenly appeared. Congratulations to you for completing the mission of the drunken Taoist priest. Guolin was surprised. Is this collection task so fast? That's 10 kinds of wine. Is it possible to buy 10 kinds of wine directly from the grocery store for the wine sword fairy? This speed is really possible. But then, another game prompt appeared. Guolin was even more surprised when he saw this prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the bonus skill of the Zhujiangxian, the moonlight step of the immortal Zhujian. Is this a game system? Are you in a good morning mood? Did you really reward him with another skill? Guolin was really surprised to get the drunken immortal watching the moon step. He was familiar with this skill. It was one of the basic skills of the Qixia Shushan sect. Xiao Litzi, the protagonist of Qi Xiao 1, also learned this skill from Zhujiangxian, which helped him tremendously in the early stage. It can be said that this is a body technique that can be crushed in the secular martial arts world of Qixia. If you don't encounter secular bugs such as Lin Zhenyi's and the leader of the worshipping moon, it will be difficult for people in the secular martial arts to catch up with this kind of movement technique. The game system suddenly gave him this skill, and he immediately returned to his room, closed the door, and another thought entered the game. On the table in the novice's residence, there is indeed another skill jade slip, and it is obviously different from before. The surface is more translucent, and there are more mysterious runes engraved on it. This skill jade slip is obviously more advanced. Guolin picked up the jade slip and saw the note information on it. This is a skill jade slip, which contains a movement skill uniquely created by the Zhujiangxian. It is elegant and flexible, and the speed is so fast that people cannot react. It can also leave shadows behind, making it difficult to tell the authenticity. Restrictions: you must drink alcohol and be slightly drunk before you can perform it. Guolin looked at the restrictions of the drunken fairy's moongazing step and felt that it was too weird. Is this the same attribute as Drunken Master? Do you still have to drink alcohol and be a little tipsy before you can use it? No matter what, you have to learn whatever you get. Would you like to learn the Zwixian moon watching step? Yes. No? Guolin decisively chose yes. The next moment, the entire jade slip lit up with light, and bits of starlight poured out and penetrated into his mind. But this time there is something different. In addition to the skill information, there is also a movie-like picture. It was a Taoist priest who was a bit sloppy but bohemian. Fang Yuexia staggered, holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into it. Obviously, this is the Zhujiangxian. Suddenly, the Zhujiangxian in the picture recited a poem. When I'm drunk with wine, I feel like an immortal. I look at the moon and see the clouds and shadows in pairs. The world of mortals is already crazy with a sword, but with wine, I am walking up to the sky. Wandering stars play with the sun and moon, lying drunk in the clouds laughing at the world. Guolin only felt that this poem was a bit out of place, but this poem was once very popular in Qixia 1, and it was the exclusive poem of Jiu Sword Fairy. Almost as the Zhujiangxian was reciting poems, his figure flashed quickly, free and elegant, like a dreamy shadow, and phantoms appeared out of thin air, as if they were real or illusory. Finally, those phantoms quickly dissipated and merged into one. During that process, it was difficult to distinguish the true and false phantoms. During this process, pieces of information about the drunken immortal moon-watching step also poured into his head, deeply imprinted in his mind, allowing him to master the drunken immortal moon-watching step. He wanted to use the skill right away to experience it, but unfortunately there was not enough space in the closet, and most importantly, there was no wine. You need to drink to use this skill, so don't you have to carry alcohol with you from now on? And then you have to take a few sips of wine before you really want to use it? This seems a bit pretentious. There's no one who doesn't have a good eye on this thing. When you want to use this skill, take out the wine and take a few sips before doing it. It's the proper style of a master. Of course, if you lose this fight. However, in modern society, this kind of thing cannot happen to him. Guolin left the dressing room, and when he arrived at the main hall, he could smell the aroma of spiritual energy and polished rice. Xie Qingyang had also led people to finish making morning incense. When he saw Guolin, he immediately brought someone forward to greet him respectfully. Guolin also ordered Qianyang, after breakfast, go to the warehouse to find a wine gourd, and then go to the wine cellar to load some old wine. Qinfeng Temple does not prohibit alcohol and meat. Because the temple enshrines Sanking, a great god of tranquility, meat is prohibited and meat is not eaten on weekdays. But many rituals and blessings require the use of wine, so the old Taoist priest brewed some wine and placed it in his own wine cellar. Now it can also be called old wine. Just leave this little thing to the Taoist people. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang responded respectfully without asking senior brother about his purpose. After breakfast, Xie Qingyang had prepared a wine gourd filled with wine and handed it to Guolin respectfully. You continue to prepare the blessing tablets. Guolin ordered Xie Qingyang again, and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple, preparing to find an empty place with no one to experience the drunk immortal moon step. Not just for the first time, to avoid accidents in the Taoist temple. Dea Zhanggua. Dea Zhanggua. Dea Zhanggua. Hoarse screams sounded out. I saw the wild boar Xiaoyu running towards me with these 7 auspicious treasures. The wild boar king also grunted and greeted him again. After that, they followed Guolin step by step towards the woods. Soon, Guolin arrived in a forest, which was beyond King Feng's range. Qinfeng Mountain is not just a single mountain, but is connected to a mountain range, and there are peaks behind it, and the peaks are connected one after another. The Qinfeng Mountain that Yushan people often say is the peak in the front. Guolin now entered the forest on the second mountain peak. When you get here, almost no one will come here. He also took out the gourd of old wine from the magic bag, and then drank a lot of wine suddenly. With a trace of drunkenness, he mobilized the energy in his body and immediately activated the Zhiwixian Wanjia step. His figure disappeared instantly and reappeared a few meters away. This scene shocked them so much that they flapped their wings frantically and turned their heads in a daze. Gone. It happened again. With a slow beat, he flapped his wings and flew towards Guolin, but before he could fly in front of Guolin, Guolin's figure flashed again and reappeared a few meters away. After a slow beat, he was stunned again, shaking his head and unable to react. Guolin's continuous dodging was so fast that he was already some distance away from his original position almost in an instant. He flashed several times in succession, and that speed gave him an idea: if the gun is fast 10 meters away, he will be fast and ruthless within 10 meters. After performing the drunken immortal watching the moon step many times in a row, he suddenly thought of something and took out the wooden sword from the magic bag. The next moment, the sword control technique was activated, and the wooden sword instantly flew around him in a circle, with him as the center of the circle, passing through the surrounding trees, and saw branches falling from the trees. Then, Guolin's figure disappeared again and returned to the original position. Because he is not yet proficient in the practice of Mochizuki's drunken immortal step, his current range of dodge is limited. However, within a certain range, as long as he has enough energy, he can dodge at will within the range using this step. This can also give us a rough idea of why the immortal cultivators in ancient legends were so powerful. You can imagine that. If there is an army in front of him, and he suddenly and continuously dodges forward. Before the opponent can react, he uses his sword control skills, and instead of falling branches, all the branches fall after cutting through the circle, and then there is another one. He dashed back to his original position. If he were to imitate the Geo Sword Immortal again and untie the wine gourd and take a few sips, that would be really stylish. Moreover, this reminded him of the skills of a game character. This game character likes to say, kill one person in 10 steps, leave no trace in 1,000 miles, come on, come on. This skill is really similar. Guolin became more and more interested and kept using it, and saw figures running through the woods. Wild Boar King Xiao and several lucky treasures kept turning their heads, looking over there and then here, really shaking their heads. But after a while, he stopped again because the energy was consumed too quickly. This Ziwixian Wanjai Bunniu is great, but it is not very durable at present. I am afraid that it cannot be used freely until the foundation is successfully established. However, even so, with this drunken immortal moon-gazing step, no one can leave him alone when there are special and necessary moments. Moreover, he also has sword-wielding skills. He can advance, attack, retreat, or defend, and can completely make him a nightmare for others when necessary. After the energy was exhausted, Guolin did not stay anymore and waved to Xiao. The Wild Boar King also ran towards him, then bent his legs and lay down. He also rode on Xiao, and then asked Xiao to go back towards the Taoist temple. When he returned to Qingfeng Mountain, he passed by the ancient ginkgo tree. Guolin saw that Xie Qingyang was leading people to set up a platform not far from the ginkgo tree, with the word blessing carved on the platform. This is where the spiritual energy blessing cards will be placed later. In addition to the Bagua patterns engraved on the platform, there is also a merit QR code that can be scanned. In addition, there are two types of blessing cards. One is the ordinary blessing card. The price of this kind of blessing card is the same as that of other Taoist and Buddhist temples, only costing 50 yuan each. In fact, if something costs 50 cents a piece, selling it for 5 cents is already 10 times the profit. But the lowest price in other Taoist temples is not that high. People mark the price up to 20 to 50 just after praying. Moreover, doesn't Qingfeng Temple belong to those popular Taoist temples? Therefore, it was natural to set the maximum price of 50 yuan. Among them is 100 times the profit. There is no other way. This is a brand that has been blessed. Do you want to know how much profit can be made from selling sex? Those criminals will shed tears when they see this kind of profit. But there are many well-known holy places with this type of merit industry. So, is it strange that a certain Buddhist holy place randomly bought a company for 540 million? In addition to the regular blessing plaques, there is another kind of plaque that has been specially prayed for. Each plaque costs 1,000 yuan. This is also the price negotiated with Xie Qingyang. It's too high. Judging from the current number of tourists in Qingfeng, there must be very few tourists willing to spend this money. I don't know how long it will take to use up all the blessing cards. It's too low, and it seems unsteeled. After all, this blessing card can really warn people. When the effect spreads and everyone knows about it, there will be many people rushing to spend 1,000 yuan. For example, if a woman meets a man who is pursuing her, and she is not sure whether the man can take the exam, she would hang up a blessing sign, and the sign will say 88. There are also men. If you don't want the 3 children to be your own, you can hang up a blessing sign here. If the sign breaks, you will directly refuse to go to Qingqing grassland. Therefore, there will be many people rushing to spend the 1,000 yuan, and the price may even increase in the future. Although such pricing is a bit Philistine, Taoist sects do not prohibit business. Basically, all capable Taoist temples have meritorious industries. Moreover, the special effects of his ancient ginkgo also require special prayer tablets to pray for blessings. There is no reason to give it to others at a bad price, right? If the other person is a devout believer, it doesn't matter if he gives it to you due to chance and luck. Otherwise, if you use something that demeans you, you will also actively lower your style. Therefore, just consuming these 1,000 special blessing cards is a huge amount of merit. Brother. Taoist priest. When Xie Qingyang saw Guolin, he also brought Huang Bin and others to salute. Xie Qingyang also reported immediately, "Brother, the blessing card project is basically ready." Guolin nodded. Now there is only one responsible person. Taoist sects have functional classification titles such as guest, liao, treasury, account, classics, hall, account, etc. Ku is the person who welcomes and knows guests, and is the person responsible for receiving and guiding believers. It's just that the titles hike is used more widely by Buddhism, and the professional titles hike is widely known. Therefore, Taoism has gradually abandoned the term knowing guests. In the past, Qingfeng Temple only had him and Xie Qingyang, so there was no need to divide them into these. With the facilities of Qingfeng Temple, there was no need to distinguish between the 8 functional and professional titles. After all, only those Taoist holy places have these complete distinctions. Now there are 2 more interned Taoist disciples, so Huang Bin and Qin Wan can work together to welcome the guests. As for Xie Qingyang and Suan Yun, after Zhu Shu and Lu Yu left, they had to do some things again. At their age, it would be good for them to be prison guards in the future. There was no need for their Xian generation to do many things. Thinking of this, he ordered, Qingguan, I will leave it to you to welcome guests for this blessing card project from now on. Yes, Taoist master. Qingguan responded respectfully. Come with me, I'll give you something. Guolin said to Qingguan again, and then walked towards the Taoist temple. The things he was talking about were naturally Lin Yuer's clothes and Zhao Linger's clothes. These 2 pieces of clothing have the attributes of ornamental value +2, charm +2, self-cultivation +2, comfort +2, and antique style +2. This dress, coupled with her elegant appearance and figure, and the magic of ancient ginkgo complement each other, and she can definitely crush the female-crowned internet celebrities launched by those holy places in the Taoist sect. In other words, those female internet celebrities are not qualified to compare. Coupled with the special properties of these 2 pieces of clothing, Qingguan can become the Taoist fairy often mentioned in novels. She has the potential. In this way, it will not only attract a lot of traffic to Qingfengguan, but the effect will even be better than that of Dao Kangxin and others. By then, the willpower, Qingfengguan's status, Qingfengguan's reputation, everything will be increased. Qingguan didn't know what Taoist Guo wanted to give her, but she followed Guolin closely to his office. When she saw Guolin taking out 2 women's costumes, she was obviously stunned. Those clothes were obviously not Taoist clothes, but I had to admit that they looked very attractive. Qingguan, these 2 pieces of clothing are the regular clothes I prepared for you. Guolin also handed Lin Yueru and Zhao Linger's clothes to Qingguan, and at the same time he did not forget to make up, you must cherish these 2 pieces. It was passed down through special blessings from an ancestor, and it is a magical piece of clothing with the power of aspiration. Qingguan looked at the 2 clothes in obvious surprise. Can these clothes still carry the power of aspiration? Unheard of. Qingguan has her own understanding of wish power. It makes sense that blessing rice contains the energy of aspiration. But the 2 pieces of clothing also contain the power of wish, which is a bit unreasonable. Is it possible that the ancestor of King Fengguan is so powerful? Moreover, this dress is very new, it doesn't look like it was a long time ago at all. But if this clothes really carries the power of wish, it would be normal if it is still very new after being passed down. This matter must be nonsense elsewhere, but it is definitely not true in King Fengguan. After all, there are so many surprising things in King Fengguan. The scriptures alone, as well as the quiet room and the illusion of the stone wall, are these more magical than a piece of clothing with a wish? Thinking of this, Qingguan also bowed respectfully to Guolin and returned to her house with 2 pieces of clothes. She unfolded the 2 pieces of clothing directly and put them on the bed, and then her eyes lit up slightly. Both pieces of clothing are surprisingly beautiful. As a woman, even if she becomes a Taoist priest, she still likes beautiful clothes. She immediately picked up one and put it on. When she put on that blue dress, she felt inexplicably comfortable and seemed to fit surprisingly well. When she walked to the mirror, an incredible look appeared on her beautiful face. She didn't recognize herself in the mirror. Putting on these clothes, she inexplicably found that her charm seemed to have increased a lot, and she had a special temperament. It's not that she's narcissistic. She thinks she looks like a fairy in ancient legends when she puts on these clothes, right? Qingguan was very surprised at her sudden change. She knows she is beautiful, but she is not narcissistic and is self-aware. She decisively took off her blue clothes and looked at the mirror again. She found that she no longer felt that way and had returned to ordinary beauty instead of a fairy. Qingguan tried it several times in a row, and finally confirmed with shock on her face that what Guo Deazang said was true, and this was really a piece of clothing with the power of wish. She then also put on her Taoist scarf, Begwa waist, which represented her identity, and a whisk. Although this is the regular uniform given by Taoist Master Guo, there are too few Taoist symbols, so he still has to wear something with Taoist symbols. After leaving the room, she also headed in the direction of the ancient ginkgo. She was now the receptionist of the blessing sign, and she must do her own thing well. Qingguan. Huang Bin was cleaning the fallen leaves. Suddenly he saw Qingguan coming out. He was instantly attracted, and his tone of greeting was a little strange. He was surprised to find out that Qingguan had turned into a fairy. Qingguan was beautiful before, but it's not like he had never seen a beautiful woman before. His brother had a big house with 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms without a marriage certificate, who was not a 1 in a million beauty. But the Qingguan in front of her looked like a fairy, so dazzling and moving that her heartbeat seemed to speed up a bit. Wang Yang and several other believers who were staying there also saw Qingguan and were all attracted to her. The attribute effects of Lin Yuer's clothes are simply unstoppable to ordinary people. At the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, I saw a beautiful beauty running up to Qingfeng Temple. Yes, she was running. It is a challenge for ordinary tourists to walk up to the top of the mountain, let alone run. But this beauty had to run, and she was just panting when she came up. When Lin Ziyan saw Wang Lu coming up, he immediately walked towards her with a ladle of spiritual spring water, baby, water. Thank you for your hard work, Guzi. Wang Lu thanked her with a smile. The coach next to him felt like he had taken a bite of dog food. At the same time, he looked at Wang Lu drinking water with a look of expectation on his face. After knowing the effect of Qingfeng Guanling spring water, he tried many methods but could not detect any special substances in the spiritual spring water. After continuous testing by several testing agencies, the result is that it is ordinary water with enough beneficial minerals and can be made into high-quality mineral water. Someone even approached her to invest in building a mineral water plant, thinking that he had discovered a water source. This made her very helpless. The way to train athletes in batches is no longer feasible. Now we can only look forward to Wang Lu. Moreover, based on the results of Wang Lu's training these days, her physical strength and endurance have obviously improved. Coupled with her technical talent, she is expected to become a world champion. It is definitely every sports coach's dream to cultivate a world champion. Even if these two people sprinkled dog food at every turn, they were still full. Lin Ziyan took back the bamboo ladle from Wang Lu's hand, and suddenly the two of them were attracted by Qingguan, who came out of the Taoist temple. She is so beautiful. Is she a fairy? Wang Lu was attracted by a beautiful woman, with a hint of envy in her eyes. After all, as a woman, who doesn't want to be beautiful? Similarly, when Qingguan arrived at the ancient Ginkgo blessing platform, several tourists were attracted by Qingguan. Two couples even got into a fight. Look, have you seen enough? Peel the durian out of the bag. My ears. It hurts, baby, it's been ripped. Now you know who the baby is. Obviously, Qingguan's appearance caused some injustice. Male compatriots often cannot control their own eyes. But if they can't control their eyes, they have to accept the consequences. If the babies around them do something, they can only bear it. But no one will have any undue thoughts about Qingguan. Just like when they meet a very beautiful woman next to them, many people will have sexual intercourse in their hearts. They even want to fall in love with her the moment they meet, and they have already made love with her and their children in their minds. But there are definitely a few people who really dare to take action to strike up a conversation and add their contact number. Because everyone has an excellent quality called self-knowledge. Especially an ordinary man knows that he will never be able to control such a beautiful woman, and the other party will never look down on him. After all, this is an era where a 160-pound woman with no diploma and no family background can receive a 500,000 yuan gift, own a house and a BBA car. However, it is inevitable to pick up the mobile phone and take a video. After all, Qingfeng has seen such a beautiful female Taoist priest, which is definitely very eye-catching, right? Hey, there is a blessing plaque in Qingfeng Temple. The girl's surprised voice sounded. I saw a girl in white running over, and behind her there were several girls. They were obviously friends traveling in a group. Since the appearance of the ancient ginkgo, there have been many groups of friends who come here for the ancient ginkgo. After all, the ancient ginkgo is so beautiful, and the viewing season for the ancient ginkgo in other places is not yet in season. It will take at least 2 months, not to mention that there are still online the fiery sound of tree chirping. Ancient ginkgo is definitely one of the most romantic things for girls, and with the addition of fireflies, it is really the most romantic of romances. Therefore, many girls are attracted to it, and there has been a blowout trend recently. Several girls naturally noticed Qingguan, and one of them said with envy, Taoist priest, you are so beautiful. The other girls naturally nodded. They are confident that they are beautiful, but that is just self-confidence. Compared with those beautiful actresses on TV, they are still far behind. But the female Taoist priest in front of her looked like a fairy from heaven in her ancient costume. Compared with her, those beautiful actresses who were infinitely beautiful were dimmed. It's just a stinky skin, you good believers don't need to worry about it. Qingguan didn't pay too much attention to these compliments. After all, she was born in a Taoist inheritance family, and she has developed a normal mind in this regard. But the girls looked at each other. The Taoist master's tone was really relaxed. They really wanted this kind of scoundrel. A girl asked, Taoist master, can you introduce this blessing card to us? Qingguan also gracefully began to introduce, dear believers, there are 2 kinds of blessing plaques in our Taoist temple. One is the regular blessing plaque. You only need to contribute 50 merits and write prayers on it, and we can hang it on the ancient prayer plaque. For ginkgo trees, You can also hang them on the fences and trees around the ginkgo trees. The other kind is a blessing card that has been specially blessed by our Taoist temple. This kind of blessing card has a special warning effect. As long as you sincerely write your prayers on it, there is a chance of getting a warning. Several girls couldn't help but be surprised when they heard such a miracle. The girl in white who came first immediately asked, "Taoist priest, how much merit do you need to donate for this special blessing card?" Kingwan explained, "This special blessing card requires 1,000 wishes, and there are currently only 1,000 in quantity." 1,000. The girl in white suddenly gasped. The same goes for several other girls. None of their families are wealthy, and they don't need to spend that much money to go out and play here. Moreover, in modern society, they don't believe this, and they just join in the fun of blessing cards, write a prayer and take a photo, just to participate. "Taoist priest, give me a 50 yuan prayer card," the girl in white said coquettishly. Several other girls are the same. They seem to feel embarrassed. This is caused by the stubborn self-esteem of modern people. The more girls think they are exquisite, the more they will be like this. Kingwan didn't think much about it, and took out a few normal blessing cards and handed them to the women, asking them to fill in their prayers. "Anyway, we are best friends who will never be separated, and our friendship will last forever." Naturally, there are those who find boyfriends quickly. A few girls chose to hang on the railing by themselves. For them, their own participation was the most important thing. After that, many tourists went to buy prayer plaques and took pictures of Kingwan with their mobile phones. It is conceivable that tomorrow many people on the internet will know that there is such a beautiful female crown in King Fengiguan. It is true that more tourists are coming, more and more people are looking at the Kingwan and blessing sign stands, and more people are taking photos. In just half a day, Kingwan and King Fengiguan prayer cards have become popular on the internet. However, after the tourists who came asked about the blessing plaques, they all chose the ordinary blessing plaques worth 50 yuan, and no one chose the special blessing plaques worth 1,000 yuan. Guolin was watching this scene from the side, and he didn't feel strange at all. After all, this is an era where there is no mystery. Ordinary people can spend 50 yuan to participate, but it is impossible for them to spend 1,000 yuan to believe this. However, an exception soon appeared. It was a young couple. This couple seems to have a very different temperament from ordinary people, and it can be seen that the relationship between the two is very good. When a man holds a woman's hand, the feeling of happiness cannot be faked. As soon as the man and woman arrived at the ancient ginkgo, they looked at the sign where the blessing sign was. They had actually heard tourists discussing the Qingfeng Temple prayer plaques along the way, so when they arrived at Qingfeng Temple, they came as soon as possible. "Husband, Qingfeng Temple really has a blessing plaque." "Well, with the existence of ancient trees, this blessing card project is inevitable." "Husband, I heard from those tourists that this blessing sign is sold for 1,000 apiece, which is really expensive. The cost of that wooden sign should only be a few cents, right?" "Well, it's almost the same. So, they say that selling is highly profitable." "Think about the profit, it costs a few cents, and it sells for 1,000 yuan, which is 1,000 or 2,000 times. Such a terrifying profit. Thinking about our company, we are thankful to have a 20% profit. Didn't I hear those tourists say that this special blessing card of Qingfeng Temple has special warnings as long as you sincerely pray? This is just playing tricks on fools." The man said and pulled the woman towards the platform. He walked over and said, "Let's also hang up a prayer sign, let's just hang it for 1,000 yuan. The woman smiled and said, "Didn't you say that psychological effects deceive fools?" The man smiled and said, "Others are fools when they are deceived. Are we the same? I just want to participate in this kind of thing with you. Isn't this a special sense of ritual for us? It's only 1,000 yuan. If you really have cash, if you throw 1,000 yuan into the water, will you pick it up?" "Of course not. What if my shoes get wet?" the woman said matter-of-factly. "That's it," the man said with a smile and pulled the woman to the stage. When he saw Kingwan, he subconsciously took a second look. After all, such a beautiful female Taoist priest could not be seen in TV movies, so she had to turn on the beauty filter. However, it was just to look at her a few more times to appreciate her. With his status, he could really play with any woman, but he didn't bother to play. He already has someone in his heart and can't tolerate others. "I've met two good believers," Kingwan said when she saw the two of them. The man said directly, "Taoist master, give us a 1,000 yuan prayer plaque." Kingwan glanced at the two of them in surprise. This is the first tourist to buy a special blessing plaque. The tourists who were already paying attention to Kingwan and the blessing cards were also attracted to Twilight. They are just curious about the 1,000 yuan prayer card. If they can spend 1,000 yuan, they are not that stupid. King Guan also quickly took out a special blessing plaque and handed it to the man. This blessing plaque seemed to be a little different from the one in the basket next to it. The writing on it was more translucent and seemed to be covered with a layer of spiritual light. Believers can write their prayers in the blank space, and I will hang them on the ginkgo tree later. King Guan also told the two of them, and there were pens provided for tourists on the stand. The man did not hesitate, picked up a pen and wrote on the prayer card, Yanhua and Zhao Si will grow old together. Husband. Zhao Si smiled when he saw the words above and hugged Yanhua's hand. At the same time, he also took the pen and wrote, we will be together forever. After the two of them finished writing their prayers, their faces were full of sweetness and happiness, and then they handed the blessing card to King Guan. Please, Taoist priest. The donor is very polite. Afterwards, the two of them watched King Guan take the blessing sign under the ginkgo tree, then took a folding ladder and hung the blessing sign on the ancient ginkgo tree. Yanhua and Zhao Si watched this scene intently. Although they did not believe in such things as prayer cards, their feelings for each other were sincere. Therefore, hanging prayer plaques together naturally has a special feeling. Soon, King Guan hung the blessing sign on the tree. At that moment, Yanhua and Zhao Si suddenly frowned, and felt palpitations in their hearts, as if they had been beaten by something. King Guan hung up the prayer sign and was about to walk down the stairs when she suddenly looked at the prayer sign she had just hung up in surprise. The next moment, even the tourists under the tree looked at the blessing sign in surprise. How is this going? Yeah, why is that?